Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
My name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
I know I can make it
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, everyone. Oh, my goodness. My haircut looks. All right. Happy Thursday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? How dare you, SoCal? I see you, SoCal. I see you. I noticed everything you said, SoCal. I chose to ignore you, by the way. I chose. That was a choice on my part. Okay. Actually, I was just too busy getting ready. But yes, SoCal. I know. You're having your daily hallucinations. It's okay. It's okay. All right, let's see here. First of all, hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. SoCal says, "Hi, I'm SoCal. I'm your friend to the end. Heidi ho, har har har." Yes, yes, SoCal. Yes, you are. And the end is coming quickly. SoCal says, "I hear the ticking of the." Oh yes. I. Well, crap. I hear the ticking of the clock. I'm lying here in rooms pitch dark. I wonder where you are, CR. No answer on the YouTube stream. There you go. That was good, SoCal. Anyway, hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. That was a very gay moment on my part. Hello, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. How are you doing, Dolly Boy? How are you doing? So glad you're here, Dolly Boy. In your groove. Hello, in your groove. So glad you're here as well. So glad you're here in your groove. In your groove, God, you've been around forever. I mean, a lot of you have. A lot of you are like old now, like old stream veterans. Okay, we've been through shit together. We've seen some stuff. Okay, all of you are the equivalent of that Vietnam vet that goes to the bar and is like, "Oh, I got some stories from Nam." You know what I mean. Okay, hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? Gwen says, "Thanks for being here." Yes, guys, please like the stream if you haven't already. If you're over on YouTube, it'll help get more people in here. And please do subscribe. Thank you so, Gwen, for doing that for me. Thank you very much. Okay. Hope you're doing well, Gwen. We're going to be talking about witches today, Gwen. Ooh, except not real witches. Witches that were falsely accused of being witches. Anyway, regardless, we're going to do that today, so that'll be fun. Mayflower Kid, hello, Mayflower Kid. I'm so glad you're here, Mayflower Kid. Um, Hello, Mayflower Kid. So glad you're here as always. Mayflower Kid, everyone needs to go over and join the Discord. It's linked to the top. It's linked at the bottom of the Twitch page. No, I'm sorry, top of the Twitch page, bottom of the YouTube chat. And if you go there, you'll be able to see that if you join our Discord, you'll be able to see that Mayflower Kid has been doing a lovely job creating nearly a daily newsletter, and has been doing all sorts of other amazing things over on the Discord, and they're really funny. Okay, Mayflower Kid has a talent. Um, so yes, thank you, Mayflower Kid, for all of that. So let's see here. Exactly, Gwen. Okay. LaCroix is anti-woke coffee, just like is like Black Rifle, just decaf. Anti-woke coffee like Black Rifle, just decaf. Anti-woke coffee. You know what, LaCroix? I'm too tired to interpret that. Yes, yes, I'll say yes. Okay. Hello, LaQual. So glad you're here. Matt Saigai, hello, hello, Matt Saigai. So glad you're here. Casual daddy. I know I'm getting to that age where that's all I'm seen as a daddy. So what can I say? Okay, but yes, hello, Matt Saigai. So glad you're here. You're tired, but okay. Fantastic. I'm okay. Oh wait, someone else was asking you that. Let's see here. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here, Louise. As always, gotta love having Louise around. We might watch a video today, by the way. I know, like Louise, I always dehumanize you because see you and I immediately think UK person. But we're gonna be watching. We might watch a video about from a guy from the UK reacting to videos of Americans in the UK and like the things they do and say that are weird. Anyway, it'll be fun. But for everyone that's over in the UK, I know Matt Saigai also. It'll be. Hopefully, we'll watch that later here. Okay, okay, Louise, got you. Hello, Alyssa. How are you doing, Alyssa? How are you doing, Alyssa? By the way, Alyssa, you're about to lose out to Mayflower Kid in the Discord rankings. You got to get back on the Discord, Alyssa. You need to possibly get fired at work. Spend more time on your phone while working. Okay. Okay. So, Philly Cheese. Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here. Yeah, we're here before CR loses his mind on the internet. Oh, it's well gone, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here, Philly Cheese. As always, Philly Cheese has been around forever too. Okay. Also, your name makes me hungry. Hello, Jonas. Thank you, Jonas. Another UKer. Yes, thank you. You like my haircut? I'm glad. I like my haircut as well. I think she did a really good job. Thank you for that. All right, all right, all right. Let's see here. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the 500 bits. Oh my God. Thank you so much, Matt Saigai. Great start. Great start for the day. I love it. So glad you're here, Matt Saigai, as always. Um, LaCroix, oh my God, LaCroix, you're the best. Thank you for all the gifted subscriptions, LaCroix. Really, that's very helpful. Yeah, we have a hype train now, so yay, hype, hey, hype. I'm all hyped up. Going on 3 hours of sleep, and I'm all hyped up. Yay! Thank you though so much, LaQual. Thank you very much for that, really. You're the best. Okay. Uh, okay. Oh, you're right, Alyssa. Maybe I'll do voice chats more often, okay? Thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa, hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here. James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, Burnjabi. Hello, Burnjabi. Anyway, you know what? Let's get going. Hello, everyone. So first of all, hopefully I won't be off my game today. You know, I only got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. You know, I swear our whole community has insomnia. I swear a whole community has insomnia. If you like look on the Discord, we're always talking about how none of us are getting enough sleep. But yes. So I'll try to stay awake. We got this. We got this. I got work to do. We got work to do. We gotta have some. Hello, Barbara. Hello, Barbara. So glad you're here, Barbara. We got some shit to talk about. Okay, we got some shit to talk about, and we are going to obviously we have some news items now. It's kind of a light news day. It really shouldn't. It really isn't. But I'm making it a light news day. uh, we're the big thing we're doing right now is we're waiting for Iran to get back to the United States on whether or not they accept the peace proposal that Donald Trump handed them. Yeah, so there's that. That's sort of a big thing. And then we have a few stories that are somewhat lighter, kind of, maybe a little bit. And then I'm going to do a presentation for all of you. We're going to watch a video about the Salem Witch Trials, a very short video, and then I'm going to tell you why it's wrong, okay? Because I am tired of seeing I'm very tired of seeing the videos talking about the Salem witch trials that clearly have not read the literature on it, clearly have not read the historical literature on it. The historians know what happened. It's not like we don't. There isn't a question anymore of like what happened during the Salem witch trials. Like we have so much evidence in one direction. Okay, it's pretty obvious, and I'm going to show you that evidence. Talk to you about that evidence so that all of you, whenever you see someone talking about the Salem witch trials, you'll know when they don't know what they're talking about. Okay. Matt Saiga, we don't like technically Matt Saiga, and I know you're joking, Matt Saiga, but technically we don't really know. But like in terms of historical evidence, I think it's so goddamn obvious, and I think you all will see it obvious too. So I'm going to try and show you from my perspective. I guess I'm biased in this regard. Hello, Sir Bart. How are you doing, Sir Bart? How are you doing, Sir Bart? Fabulous. Hello, Fabulous. Yes, Lacroix, thank you for gifting that gift membership to Fabulous. Okay, so we'll talk about these things. Mayflower Kid, you said, my family has a real witch staff from the time of the Salem witch trials for real, passed on my family. A witch staff? What is a witch staff? It's not, I mean, obvious. I don't know what that is. Is it just like a stick? Like, what is that? Dolly Boy, oh my God, Dolly Boy. Hello, Dolly Boy. Acknowledge my sub and watch streak. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the sub. Okay, thank you so much for the sub. And you have a 55, I'm sorry. Oh my God, you have a 150 stream streak. Jesus Christ, Dolly Boy. God, Dolly Boy, calm down. Dear Lord. Also, well, I mean, LaCroix has a 55 streak, which is pretty big too. You all have a bunch of um, big streaks. Okay, great. Sir Bart, I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing pretty awesome. Can't I manage to radicalize my friends into comrades after a lengthy discussion? Oh my God, Sir Bart, that's amazing. Everyone, give a round of applause for Sir Bart. Do it. Do it now. Okay. Anyway, yes, that's fantastic. Okay. Um. All right. Fantastic. That's great, Sir Bart. Okay, let's get going, guys. Let's get going. So, I thought now. Okay, I got to tell you, the quote unquote. Please do, Sir Bart. The quote unquote presentation I have on the Salem witch trials is not great. Okay, it's literally just a bunch of notes that I wrote down because I was super tired. But I have a video to show you, and then I will go through some of these points. Yeah, I'm sure, Fox Emblem. Okay, and then we will go through these points, and I'll explain them, and it'll make all sense to you. Okay, so let's start, shall we? Let's start with some news, and then we'll do the Salem witch trial stuff. Which if you can't tell, I'm excited for the Salem witch trial stuff because I find the Salem witch trial super fascinating. Okay. Anyway, so okay. So we have a few items. Okay, first item. This is the big one. So if you have, as you all probably heard, also, woo, fun election day in a lot of the UK. Is that so, Dolly Boy? Dear God. Okay, that's really cool. That's really cool. I need to look into that, actually. I don't think I have any new UK news items. I should have looked into that closer. Okay. Um, so, okay. Apparently, So you know how Donald Trump canceled, um, did you like it that I disturbed you this morning, Sam? Yes, Matt Steig, I hate you, okay? I do look well. So, okay, you know how there was that little thing, what was it, Operation Freedom or some shit, where the United States was trying to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and it very quickly, and we all mentioned that that's probably not smart because Iran might start shooting. Well, very quickly, Donald Trump canceled that and said, we're not going to put the ships through the Strait of Hormuz anymore. It's unclear why. I suspect because it was untenable. I suspect it's because we couldn't do it safely. But regardless, I don't know. He claims this because they're trying to he's trying to help Iran save face, which I think is bullshit, obviously. So, who knows? Again, when you're in diplomatic situations like this, guys, something that you guys notice I do a lot, sometimes I say, I don't know. I don't like how a lot of streamers or a lot of even just news people will always have to have a take on everything when it's very obvious that there's not like we don't know. Okay? My take on this is that I don't know because there is so much conflicting information and this changes like it seems like every hour or like 2 hours, 3 hours. There's a new piece of information comes out and I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So there's my answer to you. That's why you watch me so that you can just hear me saying, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. But what I will say is that right now, we are apparently, the United States is waiting for Iran to get back to them on a peace deal that the United States submitted to Iran. Now, okay. Now, I will say, thank you. Oh, hello, Outer Signal. Thank you very much. I will say that um, the peace deal that Trump gave Iran appears to favor Iran, in my opinion, when I looked at the one-page summary of it. So, okay, so we'll see what they say. Okay, we'll see if they get back to Trump, and if they don't, we'll find out. Okay, so, but that's what we're waiting for. Like all the media is on the seat, on the edge of their seats, waiting for Iran's response to this peace deal offer. Okay. Hello, Cody. How are you doing, Cody? So glad you're here. So that's what we're waiting for. All right. And let me see if there's any updates to this while I'm standing here. Oh, by the way, another fun fact. Did we hear? Oh, guys, if you were to guess which of the countries involved in this whole situation would be the most likely to break the ceasefire without warning, of all three of the major countries involved in this, okay? What do we think? What do we think? Well, who would be the first one that might kind of? You can't guess, Alyssa. A list. There you go. Israel. Yay. Okay. Now, obviously, don't get me wrong, though. America would probably break it too. But let's be honest. Okay. So, interestingly enough, Israel, when the news came out yesterday that we might be getting close to a ceasefire slash, I'm sorry, a peace deal or a ceasefire. Suddenly Israel started bombing Lebanon again. Oh, coincidence, right? It's just a complete coincidence. Not predictable at all. Not predictable at all. It's not like, surely they're not doing that on purpose for any particular reason. It's not like they're trying to stop the peace talks, right? No, no, no. Innocent little angelic Israel would never do that. So yeah, that happened. Okay. Yeah, shocking, Glenn, right? So yeah, that literally happened as soon as all this media started coming out that it looks like they're close to a peace deal. Suddenly Israel, as the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon was entering its third week, the U.S. State Department said officials from each country, the State Department's announcement came a day after Israel attacked the southern suburbs of Beirut, targeting a senior Hezbollah commander in the first strike on the Lebanese capital since the truce came into effect. Great. Great. Right, Philly cheese. Total mistake on their part, I'm sure. Hello, Finn. How are you doing? Complete mistake on their part. Obviously, guys, obviously, absolute error. In war, mistakes happen, as one says. So yeah, okay. Hilarious. All right. Sir Bart says Israel are peaceful peoples unless you're not white. There you go, Sir Bart. And weirdly enough, so guys, I watched of course, no, you're totally right, Fox Emblem, but like clearly they're trying to officially end the ceasefire now. They're trying to end the peace talks, is what I should say. I also, yeah, maybe we'll watch this video today. I watched a video about the economic situation inside of Israel right now, and oh my god, guys. Oh my god, it is a mess. And it brings me joy while also making it much more understandable why that country turned fascist. Okay. So anyway, it's interesting. You'll see what I mean. Maybe we'll watch that video later. Sir Bart, what is this? Sir Bart. Oh, excellent. You know what, Sir Bart? We should watch that. That's fantastic. Okay, we'll watch it at some point. So anyway, that's just a side note. Maybe we'll watch that other video. Okay. So that's that story. Okay, so that we're waiting on that. America's war of illegal imperialist aggression against Iran and Israel's illegal war of imperialist aggression, imperialist aggression against Lebanon and Iran. Waiting for that to end. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, I wonder when we'll be able to find out what the results was for the investigation for the girls' school that was bombed twice within 40 minutes. Oh, Jonas, of course, I'm sure they will come to a very reasonable conclusion that won't be biased at all, and there will be people arrested, Jonas, because America's justice system is very, very fair, especially towards war criminals. We have a history of actually holding war criminals accountable. We're a very just country, Jonas. Don't you know that? Um, anyway, anyway. So that's fun. That's fun. So, recovering, I had. Oh no, I'm sorry, Mithril. So yeah, no, of course. No one will be, yeah, real moral quandary of whether that was legal. Yeah, of course, obviously, no one will be held accountable in the United States for that. I think they did say they would hold an inquiry, but that doesn't mean a damn thing. It's exactly what Israel does. Israel does the exact same thing. Israel is always like, we'll hold an internal inquiry, and then they always wait until the media uprising is subsided, and then they quietly push it under the rug. Okay, Sir Bart, if you're a war criminal, you can get a job as the head of NASA. Meanwhile, if you have an ounce of weed, you're going to prison. Yeah, come on, Sir Bart, we're a land of freedom and democracy and justice. That's only fair. The rest of the world is wrong. We're the right ones. Okay, so for those that are new watching, please know I'm very sarcastic. Please don't take anything I'm saying seriously in regards to America. Okay, America's a monstrous government, a monstrous state that abuses its own people, commits war crimes all the time, is an evil imperialist empire, and ought not to be viewed as anything less. Okay, so anyway. Okay. So shall we go on? So that's that story. All right. Israel's lapdog and America still doing horrible things. Okay. I hope so, Sir Bart. You and your bro should form a junta. Okay, so let's go on. So let's go on to something that really, really annoys me. Okay, this is a personal pet peeve of mine, and I do hope it's a pet peeve for the rest of you somewhat, because you guys know I love history and I love archaeology, and so in an effort to build a second layer of wall on the southern border, in an effort to build a second layer of wall on the southern border with Mexico, the Trump administration has unceremoniously bulldozed a 1,000-year-old archaeological site to make way for a second layer of wall which apparently that wall was already built according to Trump and apparently was working great, but apparently not enough that he thinks we need another one, that he doesn't think we need another one anyway. So that's great. Oh, of course, of course, outer signal. I love that's a great right. That's great phrasing, outer signal. Come on, CR. Keeping brown people off the land is way more important than history and culture. Outer signal. You're right, but you're more right than you think, because brown people were asking him not to bulldoze it, because around this site, guys, there was a stone wall that Native Americans had constructed to remind people locally that this site was here. And they had asked the Trump administration several times and just reminded them, not kindly, by the way, nicely, hey, just please avoid this historic site. You can easily go around it. You don't need to drive through it. And it's true, you don't need to drive through it at all. So, of course, the first bulldozer they bring there, they literally bulldoze directly through it. And there's no need for them to bulldoze through it. Okay, they could have easily gone around it. They just bulldozed right through it and destroyed it, or at least did a lot of damage to it. Okay, and if I can find a picture of the damage, I can find it here. Let me explain what this site was, by the way. Okay. Um, in the a site in the Sonoran Desert was bulldozed by a Homeland Security contractor involved in building the latest sections of Donald Trump's border, according to multiple sources briefed on the incident. The area, in a remote corner of Arizona's Cabeza Preta National Wildlife Refuge, is a roughly 280 by 50-foot etching in the desert sand known as an intaglio. All right, so the natives would build like these massive etchings in this desert of not hieroglyphs, of petroglyphs, and they're beautiful and they're cool. All right, and they just bulldoze it. A rough last Thursday, without any notice, a contractor working for DHS cut a roughly 60-foot swath across the middle of an intaglio, doing irreparable damage to the 1,000-year-old artifact. Okay, um, so yeah, and the land is sacred to the Tohono O'odham Nation. Okay, which borders the refuge to the east. The O'odham have fought to prevent border wall construction across the reservation, and during Trump's first term, largely prevailed. They also managed to protect the intaglio and a nearby burial site that they consider to be part of their ancestral lands. Okay, so all right, um, yeah, the Trump administration claims it was a mistake. First of all, I don't buy it. Second of all, even if it was, it's still monstrous. Okay. I don't think it was a mistake. I think it was meant to be disrespectful on purpose. I think it was an attempt to dehumanize and humiliate Native peoples. That's my thought. I can't prove that, but like it just feels that way to me. And I know that's not evidence, but I don't know. After being warned so many times and after not having done it his first term in office, why? Okay. So he's a barbarian. No, you're right, Jonas. By the way, America has done this in other places all over the place. Remember how we bombed Carg Island, and where there's massive historic sites that are much either even older than this site, by the way. And we just like, hey, whatever, we'll just bomb these ancient historic sites. And meanwhile, we did that in Iraq too, by the way. A lot of the there's some ancient ziggurats and things like that in Iraq that are yeah, exactly. Woo, Imperial boomerang, Dolly boy. In Iraq, there are ancient ziggurats and ancient structures from all the empires that have been there, all the ancient civilizations. And if you go there today, you can still find bullet holes and artillery shells lodged in them because of the United States. And yet, guys, when what are they called? When ISIS was around and they were going around destroying ancient sites, and American media was screaming about it. How these barbarians, look at them destroy these historic sites, and then the United States just goes in and just starts destroying all these historic sites. We had done that previously, so yeah. Like it's anyway, more of the fun lies and outright lies and things like that. Okay. So SoCal, if it was some conservative cracker country club, you like the oh yes. Because I'm not sure if I can say so if it was some conservative, oh, you mean the oh, I thought you meant like a saltine or something. Oopsie, I didn't mean to say that out loud. People over on Twitch, any mods over on any people over on Twitch who might be watching this and might try to get me removed. Oops. You mean, okay, don't say that, SoCal. That word's a slur. I would never recommend saying that. But yes, if it were one of those, okay, you like the alliteration there. You know Trump wouldn't touch it. Oh, I know. Totally SoCal. Totally SoCal. All right. So, okay. LaCroix, remember when they pretended to care about that when ISIS was doing that? Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. So, okay. Let's go on. So that's just, really annoys me. And I know maybe I'm overdoing it. Totally Jonas loves destroyed Islamic sites. So that's just a pet peeve of mine, and I feel like everyone should. It's more than just a pet peeve; it's also destroying indigenous people's way of life, culture, and things like that. Okay, but honestly, guys, that's an American tradition, and really, can we really fault America? That's as American as apple pie, which isn't American to begin with, by the way. So, why not? We should be waving a flag and singing praises, to the Statue of Liberty. All right. So, okay. So that's good. Let's go. You know what? We need a palate cleanser. Actually, no, we don't. Not yet. We'll go to a palate cleanser in a second. But first, okay? But first, all right? But first, going on my little rant here about history and archaeology, Florida, the state of Florida, America's dick, because that's what it looks like. It looks like a giant thing sticking into the Caribbean, and that's what it's full of, a bunch of conservative dicks. Anyway, so they under DeSantis, who is a monster, of course, who is like, he's just a monster, as we know. Okay. He has ordered Florida to create a more conservative U.S. history course to rival advanced placement courses. So, if you know what an AP, they're called AP courses. They're courses you can take in high school that count as college credit. Okay. So if you get a high enough score on an AP test in a particular subject, that can be applied as a college credit. So you don't have to take that class in college, which then reduces college costs. All right. I used to teach some AP classes. You have to have like a master's and stuff to do it. So you basically have to, if you're a high school teacher, you have to have more education than just a license. And Florida has not liked AP because they call it woke. It's not, folks. It's not. AP US history is not woke. It gives a very balanced perspective on American history, sometimes even saying things that are conservative in an effort to show all sides to everything. And yeah, it does say some liberal lefty things, but that's because it's a college course and you need to look at things from different views and have thoughtful conversations about that sort of shit. Okay. Anyway, so, there, Paul Squaw, that tells me a lot, Paul Squaw. I'm just kidding. So he is now trying to create their own. Yes, Philly cheese, I did as much as I could without getting in trouble. Okay. So he is now changing it to the advanced high school history program, whereby it focuses on the Protestant faith of the founders, of course, because guys, we have to promote religious nationalism, argues that the US Constitution is an anti-slavery document, which which is, by the way, not true. It literally slavery is in the original document, the 3/5 clause. And if you want to, now later there was an addition that got rid of chattel slavery, but even that still allows slavery. So, okay, it focuses on the Protestant faith, argues that the U.S. Constitution is an anti slavery document, and recommends a textbook written explicitly to build patriotism. Yay! Exactly, LaCroix. Okay. So, basically propaganda. So, really going to, really taking a propagandistic turn. It was already propagandistic, but now they're openly saying it. Yeah, we want to teach like American patriotism and teach you to be an obedient dog to the elites in the country. Okay. So that's happening in Florida, already a shitty state, by the way. I mean, lovely things to see there. Don't go there, though. Don't, because it is an anti trans, very fascist government in Florida. There is literally right now, guys, I have met around, they already, exactly, LaQual, but now they're doing it explicitly. I guess they're outright saying they're going to be doing it. Um, I have met at least 12, I'm not joking, 12 teachers, because I've kept count, who have fled the state of Florida and now live in Ohio because teachers are fleeing Florida because they no longer feel safe teaching there because they're not allowed to teach reality. They're not allowed to do anything that violates Florida's authoritarian laws regarding trans folks. Okay, it is one of the worst states right now in terms of fascist crackdowns and takeovers, if not the worst state in my opinion. Okay, so all because Ron DeSantis wants to prove he has a big dick, and so he's trying to be more fascisty than Trump is. Okay, he's not succeeding in every way, but he's definitely trying his best. Dolly Boy, damn, even individual states have brain drain. Yep, they are. Dolly Boy, internally, the United States is having massive brain drain. So there are a lot of teachers, for example, fleeing the South and moving to the North or moving to California or to New England. And so, and there's a lot of states in the South that are much worse off in terms of needing teachers than places like Pennsylvania or Massachusetts or California. So um, yeah. So we're having like internal fleeing as well because people don't want to live in certain states. So anyway, so that's good. Yay. Yay, guys. Great news. So, you know what? We need a palate cleanser. Let's go on to the palate cleanser. Oh, for sure, Elliot Waffles. I live in Ohio. Trust me. Ohio is definitely going downhill. Okay. And it's getting worse in Ohio. And we turned into a red state a while back. And now we're just being more solidified as a red state. And I would like to leave. Okay, there you go in your groove. Okay, there you go. Yeah, you still that's funny in your group. Maybe a lot of teachers aren't moving to Florida. I know that they're having there's a teacher shortage everywhere. I just know it's worse in like the South. Okay, let's go on. So that's, another story, more explicit propaganda and shit. You know what, guys? Let's do a short let's do a palate cleanser real fast, okay? Let's do a palate cleanser. Oh, okay. I know I need you know what? Maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait for the palate cleanser. Maybe I'm just saying it because I need a palate cleanser. You know what? No, we'll wait. I'll make you all suffer a bit longer. So, okay, last thing here. Well, do we have last thing? Is this the last thing? We'll do Oh, okay, let's talk about this. So, don't worry, we'll go back. Are you happy about your crush Vivek Ramaswamy getting nominated for Ohio governor, Sam? No. No, Matt Saigai. I am not. I am not happy at all. I am not happy at all about that, Matt Saigai. Okay, how dare you, Philly cheese? I swear to God. Okay. You showed me your beagle. Please respond. Look, well, I will go back to the beagle soon. All right. Well, Jonas, I would not be surprised at all. Okay. I know right now a lot of Americans are going to Europe, but maybe they'll end up going elsewhere too. Um, I hate all of you. How dare all of you say that I love Vivek Ramaswamy? Okay. No, thank you. Okay. No, thank you. Um, he's running against a literal Nazi who liked Hitler. Yeah, Elliot Waffles. All right, so let's go on here. This is just a side story here. I hate all of you. Okay, yeah. You know what? I was gonna make a dark joke. I won't make it though. But anyway, I won't make that joke. But no, I'm not a fan of Vivek Ramaswamy. Okay, I was gonna be like, hey, if not liking Vivek makes me racist, you know what I was gonna say. Okay. Okay. Uh. All right. Um. So are the teen takeovers? I don't want that to be clipped. If I said not liking Vivek Ramaswamy makes me racist, then I was gonna say then I love racism. But don't you dare clip that. Don't you dare clip that. Okay, I hate all of you, and you know that is a joke, and I know you're all gonna be assholes about it. Yeah, exactly. You're all gonna be goddamn assholes about it. I knew it. Okay. So let's go on here. This is a fun. How dare all of you? Okay, so this is uh my skin is like bourbon, Sam. Ooh, does it taste like? Okay, no, that sounds dirty. Never mind. Okay, I like bourbon. That's why I said that. That wasn't meant to be sexual, Matt Side Guy. Anyway, you know what? I'm digging a hole for myself. Let's continue. Let's continue. So, what are teen takeovers and why are police struggling? Mayflower Kid, don't you give me that look. You too, Drusilla, don't you give me that look. What are teen takeovers and why are police struggling to stop them? So I've been hearing more stories I hate all of you, more stories about, um, many cities across the country, nothing, Drusilla, in many cities across the country, there have been groups of teens suddenly gathering together in public spaces. All right. That sounds like, well, what the hell are you talking about? But it's like become a lot more prominent and it's causing issues somewhere actually. Okay. And it's an interesting story here. I've heard it also happening elsewhere. I've heard about it happening in the UK in some places and in Europe in some places. I don't know if it's happening outside of there. I didn't really look much outside there to be honest, but okay. Dolly boy, go back to your doghouse. All right. So, yes, Paul Squaw. So this is strange. So across the country, police and city officials are trying to crack down on sometimes violent youth gatherings. But the teens themselves say they need some way to socialize and blow off steam. So I want to talk about this as a way, exactly, Gwen, as a structural issue. Okay. And of course, the New York Times is going to blame the teens or something, but this is a structural issue and it's not a good sign. Jonas, thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you, Jonas. Really. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for what is it? Emotionally blackmailing Jonas into doing that. Okay. So this is, yeah. So there have been groups of teens that have been gathering sort of randomly, planning in advance and getting together in public spaces, lots of teens. Okay. And yes, sometimes these gatherings end in violence where groups of teens will start, fights will break out and things like that. Okay. Now, if you've ever worked in a public school, for example, you know that happens. If you get teens together, sometimes fights will break out. But So let me just read this to you, okay? As the school year draws to a close, the perennial worry about teenage misbehavior and how to keep youth occupied in the summer has a new name with ominous undertones: teen takeovers. Okay, in Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta, the nation's capital, and elsewhere, large, quickly organized gatherings of youths have popped. I love this. It sounds so boomery. Youths. Oh, JMac. Oh God, don't remind me, JMac. At least a dozen. At least a dozen. Then that's only counting as a teacher. That's not counting me having to restrain people who were violent inside a group home. In that case, it'd be several dozen. But if you're talking about just fights in a school, probably about a dozen. Um, all right. So, okay. So in Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago, okay, they can be noisy, boisterous, and at times violent. Their impact often amplified on television, especially in conservative media outlets like Fox News. I know, JMac. I know. Uh, okay. City leaders have begun to pay more attention. So I want to say, guys, I don't know this for sure, and I couldn't find stats about this. But you notice how they said that Fox News is especially putting right, Yona? Okay, uh, is especially putting a spotlight on this. Okay, did you guys? Can we guess what the race of these a lot of these teens are? If we thought we were to guess about it, because I have a guess and I can't prove it. I can't prove it. Not white. Because every photo, I looked up photos of these gatherings, and a lot of times it's black teens. So I suspect that one of the big reasons people are upset about this is because they don't like black teens meeting in big groups in public, which is the trend in American history. Okay. So that's one thing. But I will say, black communities are some of the communities with the least amount of resources for teens, okay? In terms of providing them spaces to hang out, okay? Public spaces that are safe where they can hang out, in terms of providing them with economic benefits that allow them to like go do things other than just hang out in public. You see what I mean? So there's a structural thing here and there is a racial thing here. Okay. And they're both mixed up together. Yeah, you know, Gwen, Detroit, Atlantic, Chicago, and assume they were talking about black kids. Yeah. Because guys, even like uh, white kids even are feel very lonely right now because people are all stuck on their cell phones and are just scrolling. People haven't been going out as much. People haven't been joining as many volunteer organizations or getting involved as much in the community. Um, there's been a lot more fear about going out and stuff too. And if that's bad for white folks, you can probably double it, if not triple it, for black folks because of these structural inequalities. Okay, so yeah, they're what they're doing is trying to have a life. They're trying to go be social and not be stuck being depressed indoors. Okay, this is a natural thing that teenagers would do, especially if they feel like they're being psychologically tortured by not being able to do anything. Okay, so we all the news outlets talk about this like we need to do something about these teens or we need to do something like because these teen gatherings are causing violence. Okay, these teen gatherings are responsible for violence and boisterousness, or they will point out how like there's been shootings at some of these, and they'll say, well, that's why we need to stop these. Well, first of all, if you want to stop shootings at these things, do something about the guns. Second of all, maybe do something about the fact that everyone is suffering in this country, especially people of color, and they have no outlet for this and they're lonely and we're all stuck online. Okay. Maybe blame the problem, the underlying problem, rather than the symptom of the problem. Okay. So obviously, and I've been hearing more and more about this. City leaders. So this is a quote here. It has gotten worse when it comes to bad behavior. Larry Snelling, the superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, okay, said kids just start to fight, so they get increasingly more violent. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Um, all right. Societal anxiety over juvenile delinquency is not new. Okay, they're actually doing pretty well. Okay. So they go on to say, this is another quote. The reasons for children getting into trouble are the same yesterday as forever: revolt, rebellion, and the need for self expression, denied to them somehow in a natural way. So that's not fully true. I don't. they make it seem like this is a natural thing. Yeah, teenagers do kind of naturally do these things, but this isn't like there are other ways that teenagers can do this. But if this is the only outlet they have, this is what they're going to do. So, okay. Um, yeah. So again, just some Detroit. Oh my God. See, this is like, I swear this is, see, I hate this. Okay. So this is the kind of language I'm talking about. Detroit teens do have a thing for pulling out guns when fighting. Yeah, well, maybe if there weren't so many guns everywhere, okay, and their neighborhoods weren't racked by gun violence, and poverty and things like that. All right. So anyway, so I just something that I noticed that was interesting, and I want you all, yeah, you see that? That's kind of like coded language. These Detroit teens have this way of, okay. So, yeah, exactly. That's interesting. Just Detroit teens. All right. So yeah, there you go, Jonas. Early childhood education and good nutrition. Not only that, Jonas, do we all remember how in Flint, Michigan, there was lead in the water? And so impoverished communities of people of color were literally getting lead poisoning on top of everything else. Like, anyway, so like, um, yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. So do we see how like this? And guys, this is a problem across the board. And this is sort of what I'm trying to highlight. People have trouble looking at structural issues, right? If you cannot look at the structural issues, hello, Iron Moth, welcome, welcome. People completely forget the structural issues. We like to blame individuals. The police, especially, like to say we need to crack down on these criminals. That's the issue. We need more police out there. Or we need to change these people's behavior. They're just bad. This is just bad behavior. We need to ban them. We need to crack down on them more. Isn't that so authoritarian? We never look at underlying causes or look at the bigger picture. And that's because the propaganda out there directs us to not look at the biggest picture, the bigger picture. Because if we look at the bigger picture, then we'll start to see how the structures of our society cause these things. And the people in power don't want to change those, right? We get that, right? Yeah, Lacroix. Okay. Sir Bart, remember they're cracking down on one group. It's only a matter of time before. Exactly, Sir Bart. And I will say, I did see some pictures. Some of the kids are white. Okay. So, I mean, it's not like, but you can tell that. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. Anyway. Yeah, I know, right? Fetty spaghetti. Damn teens out here existing and not getting pregnant. We can't have that in our society. Do you remember Fetty spaghetti, that Fox News uh quote I showed you, that I showed all of you, that where the Fox News host was talking about how like we need more teen pregnancies, basically. Okay. Anyway, Mithril, the press universally hates teens. The scares about the Teddy boys. Yeah. Okay. So I do. How dare you, Antifa? No, I don't think Cash Patel's pug eyes are endearing. Okay. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, and guys, I love teenagers. Okay. Okay. Again, don't clip that. You know what I mean. I really like being around teenagers. I love teaching teenagers. Teenagers are really fun to teach. Okay. They're really fun to teach. Okay. And I've always kind of had like a place in my heart. How dare you, J Mac? I know. I have a place in my heart for teenagers because a lot of folks don't like teenagers. Okay. But you just need to get used to being around them and understanding how they think. And then they're quite fun to teach and be around. Okay. Anyway, see, I know, I shouldn't, I know, I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I know, I can't say anything. Yeah, like even if you like, okay. Uh, if I say anything about like that, how I like teaching teenagers, I sound like a, you know. Okay. Is it weird they hate premarital pregnancy, but hey, of course, Jonas, isn't it gross? Uh, yeah. I mentally and emotionally peaked in high school. That's probably why I like it here. Paul Squaw, I hate you so much. Oh my God. Matt Side Guy, Casual Epstein. Matt Side Guy. Matt Side Guy. Okay, whatever. Gwen says, I thought it was music making them violent. I hate you, Gwen. I hate you. I know you're joking, and that's why I hate you. I know. That's like what people say, right? Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? We'll go on. So I just wanted to talk about that for a second. Now let's get on to before we go on to the Salem Witch Trials, let's talk about the palate cleanser. Okay. Look at those beagles, guys. So there is yeah, right, Fetty. There is a research facility, a massive research facility where oh my god, I hate all of you. Okay, a massive research facility where they used beagle dogs, to do research and shit, experiments or whatever. Okay, and I'm not trying to. I know that sounds disturbing. I'm not going to go into it. You're sexy when you're silent, Drusilla. Drusilla, I hate you so much. Hello, Drusilla. Um, and guess what? So, for many, many days, there were a bunch of protesters trying to convince this company, which is called, what is it called? Big Dog. No, 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 no. What is it called? The name of this company is called, what is it? Rigland Farms? Ridland Farms. All right. Ridland Farms. It did happen a while back. It happened like 9 days ago, but I didn't read about it. I only just learned about it. So we're talking about it now, Alyssa. Calm down. Okay. Anyway, so people were protesting to have Rigland Farms release these beagles. They refused, and actually, one of the major protesters got arrested and labeled as a terrorist for protesting outside of this beagle place. Okay, well, now there's been a lot of pressure put on this company to release the goddamn beagles, and guess what? Guess what? They did. All right, at least they've started releasing a lot of them. Okay, a bunch of organizations have worked to buy the beagles. So they've spent thousands of dollars, if not millions, to now buy up the beagles. So now we have 1,500 dogs that have now been rescued from this beagle place in a mass act of liberation. Look at all the beagles. Okay, so beagly. Correct, Trump failed. So one day, yeah, of course, LaCroix. So this amazing, very happy. They've a ton of these dogs are now getting rescued. Okay, I love this Big Dog Ranch Rescue. I love that name. And the Center for a Humane Economy negotiated a confidential agreement to purchase the 1,500 dogs for an undisclosed price from Rigland Farms, where police used tear gas and pepper spray to repel activists trying to take the beagles from the facility last month. Protesters also broke into the facility in March and took 30 dogs. These people are heroes, by the way. These people are heroes. Okay. 36 people were referred by the sheriff's department to the district attorney for potential charges related to the break-in. Talks to purchase the animals began months before the April disturbance, and Simon said her group wasn't connected to the protests. Now, Big Dog Ranch Rescue is working with partners all over the country to find homes for 1,000 of the dogs. So if anyone wants a beagle, talk to these folks, okay? While the Center for Humane Ecology is taking the rest. Simon says her group has received over 700 adoption applications. Aw. Okay. Okay. So anyway, so again, guys, that's a bit of a positive story. We got 1,500 beagles that were released from this facility. That's a good story. I'm very happy about it. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. People care more about animals than people. That is true. Okay. And that is true, Sir Bart. I am, Sir Bart. Anyone here saying that he wouldn't do this if it were chimps? You're right. You're right. I'd think that it was easier to just pump carbon monoxide in that facility than release the chimps. Okay. To be very clear. All right. Anyway, J-Mac, you say CR said if there was a car coming to crush a puppy or a person and he could only save one, he'd save the puppy. It depends on who the person is, J-Mac. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I'm joking, everyone. I'm joking. Okay, Nathan. Hello, Nathan. How are you doing? Hello, Nathan. You came in at an awkward moment, Nathan, as always. So anyway, love you all very much. LaCroix, I never said that, but it's true. I'm joking. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. You're right, guys. If you've seen 28 Days Later, you know what happened when they tried to free the chimpanzees. Okay. And guys, you want to hear another story? Now, wait. If we're gonna talk about this seriously, now technically these aren't chimpanzees. Technically, I don't think these are chimpanzees. Ebola. America. Release. I don't think these are chimpanzees. I think they were macaques or something. So there was an accidental release. Okay. There were back in the 1980s, I believe it was, there was an accidental release of Ebola infected monkeys into the United States. Oops! Oopsie! And several people contracted the disease, and luckily they were able to hunt them down, but it caused a big problem. Okay. So, what is the name of the oh, I've got to find it now. Liberia, Duncan, Sylvanus, and Dallas. No. Contract. Okay, where is this shit? Okay, God damn it. Ebola, monkeys. See, now I got to find it. You guys will think I'm crazy. Because it didn't get talked about much in the media because the government didn't want to cause a panic. Ebola, monkeys, America. So, yeah, that's right. It actually has happened several times. It was macaques, so it wasn't chimpanzees, but it was in 1989. There were in Reston, Virginia. There was a release of a bunch of monkeys accidentally that spread to people, and they had Ebola in them. And yeah, so this is why primates are scary. I don't like primates; they scare me. Okay, they can do shit like that. All right. Anyway, yeah, that also exactly. It's happened several times. It's happened 3 times. There have been 3 different cases. At least there was one time where they got released. There were 2 other cases where they brought chimpanzees, or I'm sorry, primates to the U.S. and then later found out that they had Ebola and could have easily transmitted it to the staff there because they anyway. So it's happened multiple times. Yeah, you know, right, right, Lacroix. Yeah, we've all been there. You accidentally release Ebola infected macaques on a suburban population. Whoopsie. So again, it's happened multiple times. All right, this is why primates bad. More like people bad that they keep making this mistake. But okay, whatever. You guys get it. That's my story. Yay, 1,500 released beagles. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, it was hilarious how much American media was freaking out about it because Ebola does not spread that easily. I got to tell you. So, guys, I'm going to put my face up before I talk about the Salem Witch Trials. But yeah, I agree, Nathan. We do need to, we should do that. We should actually inoculate them against Ebola. Okay. So, James Nordoff, wasn't there a movie? Yes, James Nordoff, the movie Outbreak is about that. There is also, by the way, guys, a really good limited drama series about that outbreak in Reston, Virginia. I forget what it's called, but you guys should look it up. Just look it up. Let me find the name of it. I recommend it. It's a really good. It's pretty accurate too in a lot of ways. Drama series, Ebola outbreak. Outbreak drama series. Well, apparently Google isn't working right now for some reason. Okay. So, well, whatever the case, you guys can find it. I can't remember what it's called, but it's really good. All right. Okay. Nathan, to be clear, Nathan, I actually really like primates. Okay. I got to tell you, Nathan, I really like primates. I just don't want to be around chimpanzees. I like primates generally. I just do not like chimpanzees. I don't want to be around chimpanzees. I just don't want to be around them. I've heard too many horror stories. I don't know if you know this, Nathan. I actually have a degree in anthropology and I love primatology. I've actually hung out before with gibbons, and bonobos. So I really like some primates. Not a big fan of chimpanzees, though. Don't want to be near them. Okay. So all right. Yeah, Nathan. It's kind of an ongoing joke in the community that I want to exterminate chimpanzees. All right. So okay, moving on. I agree, Lacroix, and they shouldn't be. Okay, and I don't think bonobos should be held in captivity either. To be honest with you. Um, All right. Now, I'm actually weirdly enough, guys, I am okay with gorillas in some cases being held in captivity because they were endangered, really badly endangered. And a lot of them have been bred in captivity, which has kept their population numbers up. Sometimes keeping animals in captivity can save them from extinction. There is a zoo nearby me called the Columbus Zoo. It's world renowned. It's a really good zoo, and they do a lot of breeding of animals to reintroduce into the environment. So sometimes keeping animals in a zoo can be good if they're being bred to be re-released. But yeah, that's true, Lacroix. That's true. Okay, yeah, like pandas. Now, not all the time, not all the time, but it can. All right. Yes, rest in peace, Hammurabi. Yeah, all right, Philly cheese, and that there's an example of where it went wrong. Um, right, Paul Squaw. That's one of the stories that I can't even read about because it creeps me out. There was another story, guys, of a chimpanzees, these two women working at this chimp habitat or whatever, like an exotic animal place where they shouldn't have had chimpanzees, and these chimpanzees broke out of their enclosure and went after these two women and beat them almost to death. The women even went to hide inside of a bathroom, and the chimps figured out how to open the latch on the door and entered the bathroom and continued beating them. Chimpanzees are smart, and if you get them angry, they will hunt you down and they will kill you, even if you try to hide. Okay, that's why chimpanzees scare me. And sometimes it's unpredictable when they will go off. Okay, because they're animals just like humans, and humans can be unpredictable. All right. Anyway, so moving on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If only they didn't have opposable thumbs. That's for sure. Yeah, Nathan. I'm not joking. Yeah, they literally. Have you heard of that story? Yeah. That might be it, actually, Sir Bart. It might be chimp crazy. But yeah, chimps are very, very no, Nathan, that's okay. Yay, Nathan, you believe me now. You understand. This is why I'm scared of chimps. Okay, there it is. It's like a horror movie. If you read some of like the chimp attack stories, they're like goddamn horror movies. It's like real life horror. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got too excited. I'm just glad that someone understood why it scares me. Okay. Anyway, guys, I swear I'm very brave. I'm a very brave big boy. Okay. Anyway, let's go on here. Let's go on. So let's talk about the Salem witch trials now. First, of course, I am gonna go get a crackers because I'm hungry. So give me a second. I'm not actually gonna pee. I'm just getting crackers. So give me like 2 minutes, and then we'll talk about the Salem witch trials. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. There you go, Philly cheese. There you go. All right. Yes, finally someone understands me, Drusilla, and I don't have all these degenerates yelling at me all the time. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. I'm back. Ace is coming up. So, let's talk about it. We are going to talk about a cute little historical incident. By the way, hello, everyone. We're going to talk. Oh, shit. Sorry. I got too excited. I'm never going to get that right. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. Okay. So we're going to talk about one of my favorite historical events in terms of it kind of is one of the things that really, really sparked my fascination with history. And I actually used to live near where a lot of this happened. And what we're going to be talking about is the Salem witch trials. Okay. And it's it is such an interesting event historically because you can apply, let's put it this way. While we're talking about it, I want you all, I'm doing my teachering bit here. Okay. I want you all to think in your heads about how this applies to the present day, because oh my God, does it apply to the present day? Human beings, by the way, were the same back then as they are now. All right. And there are so many layers to this story. that I think we can learn a lot about modern day, what's happening in the world and in the country from this one event. Okay. And that's why I really like this one event. By all accounts, it's a small event, right? The Salem Witch Trials, were in colonial America. It happened in one colony or maybe a couple colonies. It's not like this world-bending event. But what makes it so fascinating is how it's so revealing of human nature and can be applied across so many different other things. Okay. So even if you don't really care about the history of colonial America or the history of New England or America in general, I can promise you that you're going to learn something from me talking about this because it is super interesting. All right. So, another thing, the reason I wanted to talk about this, guys, is because I am quite sick. This is just more of a pet peeve thing of people still talk about the Salem witch trials as if historians don't know what really happened. But we know. We've known since like the 70s with pretty strong certainty. And I suspect that one of the reasons why people to this day still act like we're not sure or like act like it's a mystery or that there may have actually been witchcraft going on is because um it I'm not sure why actually. I don't know why they do. Maybe because they don't think they don't like the explanation. They like the lore of it. They think it's a cool story. They hope that witchcraft is real, or they like the idea of the mystery. But we know what happened, and I'm going to show you today so that all of you can see how obvious it is that we know what happened. Okay, yeah, correct. It was not ergot poisoning, Barbara. And like a lot of people will still say that they heard that it was ergot poisoning. No, trust me. Just wait till you hear it, and you'll be like, oh well, yeah, no wonder that's clearly that's what happened. Okay, and that is a myth, Nathan. And the reason and guys, a lot of you probably heard it was ergot poisoning, and this is why historians get driven crazy because the person who did the ergot poisoning testing wasn't a historian. I mean, not the testing, who did this hypothesis wasn't a historian. So they didn't know about what the historical documents really said. They didn't know them in depth. So they kind of had this theory and people took it seriously. But historians are like, well, wait a minute. That is not what happened. Okay. We can tell what happened. Okay. No, don't worry, Nathan. Like, I'm sure a lot of you have heard that. Okay. And so that's why I wanted to talk with you about it today. Okay, so let's talk about it. And I want to start by watching a short video, a 5-minute video by TED Talks that says what happened during the Salem witch trials. And after I show this to you, I'm going to tell you how wrong it is. Okay, because this is the kind of shit that you hear about the Salem witch trials, or at least this one isn't as bad, but just like they leave it up for like it's not. We don't know, but we know. Okay, so let me just show you this, and then I'll show you the evidence for the real reason. Okay, all right, everyone ready? Let's go. Let's watch. I'm gonna put this on.
You've been accused of a crime you did not commit. It's impossible to prove your innocence. If you insist that you're innocent anyway, you'll likely be found guilty and executed. But if you confess, apologize, and implicate others for good measure, you'll go free. Do you give a false confession or risk a public hanging? This was the choice facing those accused of witchcraft in the village of Salem, Massachusetts, between February 1692 and May 1693. They were the victims of paranoia about the supernatural.
Correct, Gwen. The idea of spectral evidence, hilarious. Dolly Boy says, this is how it feels being the leader of the Dolly Boy cult in the Jester's Court. There, you know it, Dolly Boy, and I hope you feel excluded.
Natural, misdirected religious fervor, and a justice system that valued repentance over truth. Salem was settled in 1626 by Puritans, a group of English Protestants. Life was strict and isolated for the
I do like the animations in this, though.
People of Salem. Battles with their Native American neighbors and groups of French settlers were commonplace. People feared starvation and disease, and relations between villagers were strained. To make matters worse, 1692 brought one of the coldest winters on record.
Yeah.
That winter, two cousins, 9-year-old Betty Paris and 11-year-old Abigail Williams, started behaving very strangely. A physician found nothing physically wrong, but diagnosed the girls as under an evil hand. Puritans believed that the devil wreaked havoc in the world through human agents, or witches, who blighted nature, conjured fiendish apparitions, and tormented children.
Yeah. There was very common belief in witchcraft all over the place in Europe too, by the way. You have Europeans in here, you know that there were a ton of witch hunts and stuff in Europe as well.
As news swept through the village, the symptoms appeared to spread. Accounts described 12 so-called afflicted girls contorting their bodies, having fits and complaining of prickling skin. 4 of the girls soon accused 3 local women of tormenting them. All 3 of the accused were considered outsiders in some way. On February 29th, the authorities arrested Sarah Good, a poor pregnant mother of a young daughter, Sarah Osborne, who had long been absent from church and was suing the family of one of her accusers, and Tituba, an enslaved...
Notice that? Was suing the family of one of her accusers? See, they touch on what was actually going on here, but they don't really go the full mile, okay?
Woman in Betty Paris's home known by her first name only. Tituba denied harming the girls at first, but then she confessed to practicing witchcraft on the devil's orders and charged Good and Osborne with having forced her. Osborne and Good both maintained their innocence. Osborne died in prison, while Good's husband turned against...
By the way, thank you, Nathan. Nathan sent $2 and says school fees. Good deal. Thank you, Nathan. Paul Squaw says, I saw casual revolt with the devil. Oh, well, Paul Squaw, that's spectral evidence, which is admissible in court, okay? So I guess, I guess I'm going to be burned or whatever. That's fine.
Her
in this world, I'm okay with it.
Court, testifying that she was a witch or would be one very quickly. Good's 4-year-old daughter was imprisoned and eventually gave testimony against her mother. Meanwhile, Good gave birth in jail. Her baby died, and she was convicted and hanged shortly thereafter. Tituba was held in custody until May and then released. These 3 victims were just the beginning. As accusations multiplied, others, like Tituba, made false confession to save themselves. The authorities even reportedly told one accused witch that she would be hanged if she did not confess and freed if she did. They were not particularly interested in thoroughly investigating the charges. In keeping with their church's
obviously, right? This isn't, guys, I think we can tell this isn't a fair court, right? It isn't a fair court. And like, I think, who was it that said it earlier, Gwen? They actually considered it legal to present what they called spectral evidence in court, which is basically you had to accept as real evidence people claiming that's like they spoke to a supernatural being. So you could be like, oh, yes, the devil told me that this woman's a witch, and that was considered acceptable evidence. It was called spectral evidence.
They preferred that the accused confessed, asked for forgiveness, and promised not to engage in more witchcraft. The court accepted all kinds of dubious evidence, including so-called spectral evidence, in which the girls began raving when supposedly touched by invisible ghosts. Complicating matters further, many of the jurors in the trials were relatives of the accusers, compromising their objectivity.
Many of the people in the trial were relatives of the accusers. And remember how we heard earlier that one of the girls, or one of the families of the girls, or one of the people that was accused was in the midst of a lawsuit against one of the people doing the accusing. You noticing a trend here?
Those who dared to speak out, such as Judge Nathaniel Saltonstall, came under suspicion. By the spring of 1693, over 100 people had been imprisoned, and 14 women and 6 men had been executed. By this time...
By the way, and not to be depressing here, so yeah, there were 6 men and 13 women executed. There was also a dog executed. They actually executed a dog as a witch, or as a familiar. I forget what they called it, but some insane nonsense.
Accusations were starting to spread beyond Salem to neighboring communities, and even the most powerful figures were targets.
True, Mithril.
When his own wife was accused, the governor of Massachusetts colony suspended the trials. Sentences were amended, prisoners released, and arrests stopped. Some have speculated that the girls were suffering from hallucinations caused by fungus, or a condition that caused swelling of the brain. But ultimately, the reason for their behavior is unknown. What we do know is that adults accepted wild accusations by children as hard evidence. Today, the Salem Witch Trials remain a cautionary tale of the dangers of groupthink and scapegoating, and the power of fear to manipulate human perception.
Okay, so that is sort of the general, yeah, right. You know, okay, Nathan, you noticed that they only started stopping the witch trials when like the powerful and wealthy started being accused, and that's when the powerful and wealthy are like, okay, you know what? Now we need to stop this mess. Okay, so. Right. Oh, it's so good, Paul Squaw. And guys, that's what it is. It is a cool story in regards to like morality and like the flawed legal system and how people get into a frenzy and people get paranoid and things like that. But this still makes it seem like we're not sure. And they even mentioned the ergot poisoning thing, which is not. So let me explain to you. Okay. And like I said, I made a really shitty presentation, so I'm going to make it better. As I'm going to actually like, can I actually write? I can try to write while I'm doing this. We'll do like a regular presentation here. Okay. So that's the general story. All right. Now I want to explain though, sort of, if I can get this to go over here. Oops, wrong button. Actually, maybe I need to move this over there. I'm going to try using my pen. If it doesn't work, well, it doesn't work. Okay. Shit happens, you know. Maybe I can't do it. Well, if I can't, I'll just type it. Okay. So, well, I'll just type it. So here we go. So, whoopsie. So there were two sort of major families in Salem at this time. Okay. Two major families. Like two big sort of families that controlled a lot of the area and were interrelated with each other. And that would be the Porters and the Putnams. Okay. Porters and the Putnams. Now, what you'll notice, guys, is that they historically, these two families had massive disputes. Okay. Like really big disputes. The Putnams were, okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let me take a step back. In Salem at this time, there were major changes happening, okay? Most of these colonists had originally been farmers. As a matter of fact, in 1650, about 50% of all the wealth of the colony was produced by agriculture. So 50% in 1650 was produced by agriculture. By the 1680s, 7% was produced by agriculture, okay? And so rural areas, farmers were becoming increasingly impoverished as Salem, which was a port city, okay? It was a very wealthy capitalist port city that suddenly became very wealthy based off trade and growing capitalist enterprise, because this was a period where capitalism was growing, was doing well, while the rural areas started doing very poorly, okay? Now, I'm going to show you a map. Okay, I'm going to show you a map here. Salem Village. This is going to get a little... Okay, so I'm going to try and explain something here. I know that this is... this might seem like... Okay, here we go. All right. I can't really... Okay, so here we have a map, guys, of Salem at the time. Yes, Salem Town versus Salem Village. So this area that's circled is Salem Village, which is more rural, okay? Then down here, where my cursor is Salem Town. That's the part that was the port that started getting really rich, okay? The witch trials started, or like the accusation of witchcraft started in the more rural area. The area that had been seeing a massive loss in income and people that were struggling. Not only at that, not only that, guys, the people that were struggling, there had recently been a climactic change called the Little Ice Age that made a lot of crops start failing. Okay. So the people in this rural area were more conservative, more religious, more rural, and felt their way of life being destroyed by growing capitalism and growing market economy infringing upon their way of life from Salem town. Okay. As a matter of fact, right here, this line right here, you can see with my cursor, is a road called the Ipswich Road, which was a very important commercial artery. And a lot of people from Salem town started moving to this road when they had trouble with their farms and setting up shops, setting up taverns. One family in particular really capitalized this, and that was the Porter family. Okay. They really capitalized it and they started getting rich. They started making a lot of money and they started associating more with Salem town because they were making money off Salem town, even though they lived in Salem Village. Does this make sense? Okay. The other big family in Salem Village were the Putnams, and they did not like the Porters. The Porters and the Putnams had not gone along for a long time. The Putnams viewed the Porters as too liberal, as greedy, as too metropolitan, as not trustworthy. And they did not like that their power was being threatened. Okay. Uh, because the Putnam's power was traditional, based off farming and religion and things like that. The Porter's power was growing as capitalism grew. All right. So, what we start to see in the historical record is that these two families, the Porters and the Putnams, had a long feud going on. And one of the most, they feuded over land, they feuded over property, they feuded over all this stuff. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you here in a bit. This came to a head when Salem Village had to appoint a new preacher, okay, a new minister, because in a Puritan community, which is very religious, ministers are very important positions, okay? So they had to hire a new minister. The Putnams, there was a big fight between the Porters and the Putnams. The Putnams wanted a very hyper-conservative, anti-market minister. The Porters wanted a more liberal minister, okay? Unfortunately, the Putnams were in power at the time, so they got their choice of minister, and the name of that minister was Samuel Parris, okay, who would end up being the minister that did the witchcraft accusations, okay? So the Putnams won that, and they got the minister that they wanted. Well, a bit later, the Porters took over, and because they didn't like Samuel Parris, but they couldn't get rid of him, they lowered his pay. They voted to dock his pay, to punish him for being such a monster and being an asshole towards the people in the city. Okay? Do you see how this is going back and forth and back and forth? Here we go to the next part. All right. Okay. In 1691. So he was hired and had his salary docked in 1689. It was in 1691 that accusation of witchcraft started. And you know where it started, folks? You know where it started? It started in the home of Samuel Parris. It was his daughters who apparently started making accusations. Okay, so let me explain. They started accusing his two daughters, all right, started accusing some of the Porters, okay, some of the people associated with the Porters. So that's interesting. Okay, so the Porters, remember, had docked Samuel Parris's pay, and suddenly he catches his two daughters doing a magical ritual, all right, doing a magical ritual, and they say that they're possessed and that the thing possessing them is accusing the Porters, somewhat weaker Porters, okay, some of the Porters that couldn't defend themselves, okay. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. What ends up happening is that it becomes even weirder, guys, because it wasn't only Parris's daughters that did these accusations. Suddenly, some of the other Putnams started making accusations too. They started claiming that their daughters were also accusing some of the porters. As a matter of fact, okay, one of the most convincing at this game was the 12-year-old Ann Putnam, who was the daughter of Thomas and Ann Putnam. Before long, she started singling out people in Salem Village as witches. These people included Rebecca Nurse, who the Putnams had been embroiled in a bitter land dispute with, the previous minister, who the Putnams had imprisoned back in 1683 because he owed their family money, and 3 of those who voted against collecting revenue for Paris's salary. Okay, all of whom were associated with the Porters. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, they are going after their political, financial, and personal enemies. And so, okay, to go on here, like, it's pretty obvious what's going on here, don't we? We see that, right? From what I'm saying here. And it gets worse because, as I said, guys, the people in Salem Village were very impoverished at this point. They were very angry at the encroaching capitalist elites over in Salem. So what's also interesting, guys, is a lot of these witchcraft accusations, the devil would talk to these girls, and the devil would claim that the witches had made deals with the devil in exchange for material goods. So the most common accusation was like, well, she was a witch. She sold her soul to the devil in exchange for new shoes, for new clothes, for a nicer house. Okay. And what did I just mention about how Salem town had been growing wealthy and started doing commercialism and becoming more capitalistic and started encroaching in on Salem Village? It's almost like this was a critique of that these people in Salem Village were not happy with the increasing commercialism and the changing way of life that was happening. You see what I mean? That they were associating all this buying and wealth coming in here as against God's wishes. And so therefore these witches, these people that are getting wealthier must be making deals with the devil. There you go, LaCroix. When I sell my soul to the devil for a new Gucci bag. Yeah. Okay, exactly, Gwen. You got a new bonnet. Witchcraft. Must have been a deal with the devil. All right. On top of the fact that there was the famine going on, so people were extra. I mean, there was the cold spell, so people were struggling extra hard, especially the agricultural folks that were associated with the Putnams. Okay, so do we see what we know what happened, don't we? We know what happened. By the way, the accusations, as more and more people were accused, the Putnams and people in Salem Village started accusing more and more people up the economic and political ladder. They started accusing some of the wealthy people in Salem town. They accused a tax collector. They accused like a really powerful merchant. All right. That's where they started to run into troubles, is that they started accusing people at too high of a level of witchcraft. And eventually they accused the governor's wife of witchcraft, at which point the governor goes, nah, we're going to stop this. We're not doing this anymore. And he shut down all the trials, and he said, you can't do spectral evidence anymore after many people had already been executed. Okay. So do we see what happened now? So what happened, guys? Come on. Isn't it obvious what happened? It wasn't ergot poisoning. By the way, the 2 girls that originally did the witchcraft, one of them later confessed that it was all made up. She literally said it was made up. She said, sorry, I feel so bad now. Yeah, I got all these people killed. My father told me to do it, told me to accuse these people. And by the way, one of the ways that if you were accused of being a witch and they told you confess and give us the name of another witch, or you will be executed. Do you know what they would do? They would suggest the name of people. They would say things like, well, if you confess and tell us another name, maybe we'll spare your life. Like, we have heard that, Ann Porter is pretty bad. Do you know anything about Ann Porter? So they would actually put in the mouths of people the names of people they wanted them to accuse. Okay? And that's how you would get pardoned. So come on, historians know it was a giant witch hunt, okay, as in like a phrase there, to literally continue a family feud. It was to continue this. It was sort of a way of this small community revolting against a perceived threat to their influence and their economic, and to push back against the economic struggles they were having. Uh, yeah. Okay, exactly. It's like exactly, Nathan. It was like a religious coup. And to be honest, guys, another historian, by the way, recently made a really interesting observation. Salem Village was subservient to Salem Town. It had to use Salem Town's courts. It had to use Salem Town's justice system. So the people in this town had no recourse to protect themselves from from the economic problems they were having, from any perception of oppression they were experiencing. The only thing they had was a reverend. Okay, so they were able to use religion. That was all they had as a way of fighting back against what they perceived as oppression from Salem Town, and that's how they did it. They went on a religious crusade by having all these accusations made. And some of the people, guys, it came to a point where it was kind of a frenzy, where some people that weren't even involved in it just started doing it. So it kind of just became part of a frenzy. But like it was clearly done on purpose, and it had nothing to do with witchcraft. It had nothing to do with ergot poisoning. It was done on purpose. It was a form of revenge and other things. Okay, I'm sorry. I just like talked at you guys without showing you images. That must have been horribly boring. I hope you understand why I think this is so interesting now, right? And all right. Okay, Salem Town also had prostitution. Yeah, exactly, Gwen. Salem Town also had prostitution, gambling, and alcohol. And I will tell you guys, so I lived near Salem, and this is not a critique of people who practice witchcraft. Okay, this is not a critique of people who practice witchcraft. But it's something that bothers me, though. If you go to Salem today, by the way, let me actually show you another image here. Salem accusers map. One of my favorite historians, who's the one who kind of wrote about this and uncovered all of it, made this image to make a point here, because he's the one that kind of uncovered all of this and made it very clear. Here is a map, guys. Here is a map of Salem Village. Okay, so remember how I said that the Salem, the town, is down here, and then there was this road running around Salem that was very commercial, and people started moving towards the road to gain more access to this commercial enterprise. This is a map showing who was doing the accusing and who was being accused. Do you see a pattern? The squares are people that were doing the accusing of witchcraft. The triangles are people that were accused of witchcraft. Do we see a pattern? Do we see a pattern? Clearly, the more rural folks were going after the people that were closer to Salem and were closer to that road where all that economic benefit was coming from. And because the Porters were heavily affiliated with this economic benefit, they didn't like the Putnams already didn't like them. It became very easy for to try to go after the Porters. All right? Like, this is why history is so interesting. Documents can only tell you so much. You have to kind of look beyond the words a lot of the time and get the patterns and see what's actually happening. So isn't that interesting? Now, do we see how that happens today? Okay, that happens today all the time. The conservatives are constantly going on witch hunts. A lot of rural people all around in the UK, in the United States, feel like they are being left behind, okay? They see a changing society. They see people that don't look like them moving into cities. They see the growth of the internet. They see secularization happening, less religious folks coming in. And they start accusing things that are perceived by them as being more modern and more of a threat. What do you think trans people look like to someone who's super conservative and rural? To them, ignorantly, it's like this weird new thing that is a threat to their way of life. The idea of like gender not being stagnant is a threat to their traditional way of looking at the world, okay? So they go on a witch hunt. What about like ethnic minorities. A lot of rural communities are full of white folks who aren't necessarily used to seeing ethnic or racial minorities and ethnic minorities. So when feeling pressured economically and things like that, they start going on witch hunts. Okay. And since we live in a society where a lot of poor people don't have access to changing things in a way that helps them, the it's kind of like that's how they get around it. They start venting that anger against minorities, trans people, secular people, gay people, okay? These symbols of modernity, okay? Do you see what I'm saying here? Does this make sense? Is that making sense to everyone? I hope I'm not boring everyone too much here, okay? Anyway, going back to like raiding the office of Dem Center. Exactly, Barbara. There you go. Okay. Now, to show you something else here, okay? As I was saying, something bothers me about Salem today, though, okay? There are Salem, Massachusetts today has a lot of Wiccans and people who practice witchcraft, okay, that live there. And it bothers me because a lot of these people believe that these ladies that were accused of witchcraft were actual witches and that they were being oppressed for being actual witches. And that kind of grosses me out, not because I mind people being witches at all, but that they they're basically saying that these women were rightly accused, but that you shouldn't be accused for. No, it was all made up. It was a bunch of made up bullshit in order to oppress people that were viewed as like a threat. And so it bothers me, and I don't blame. So like the fact that Salem is associated with like real witchcraft, and that a lot of witches live there because they want to be close to where it all happened, just is I don't blame them. It's okay. I'm fine, but it's kind of weird to me. I wish that they would understand that these women were innocent of everything they were accused of. And there is actually, if you go to Salem today, there's actually a lovely uh memorial that you can go see. Witchcraft memorial. That's really cool. And it's a memorial to all these people that were killed. Okay. Here it is. It says but what sucks though, guys, if you ever go here, I recommend you do. It's in Danvers, which was Salem Village, in memory of those innocents who died during the Salem Village witchcraft hysteria. Okay, but it's kind of hidden. It's hard to find, which really bothers me because Danvers, which was what was Salem Village back in the day. Later generations tried to hide where it happened, and they even changed the name of Salem Village. It's so hidden, by the way, guys, that there's nothing stopping you from going into the basement. I'm not joking. If you ever go to Massachusetts, tell me and I will tell you where to go. You can walk into the basement of Samuel Parris's house where where the apparent witchcraft was first happening. It's a historic site, but it's hidden off in this little area where no one can find it, and you can just walk into the basement of his house where it happened, because they haven't put anything around it. They haven't like roped it off or anything. You can just go in there. You can also, by the way, in Salem Village, because they've hidden it, in Danvers, you can actually go to where they hung people. There's no ropes or anything there too. I know the exact location where they hung people, but they haven't put a memorial there. You can go stand where they executed people, but there's nothing there because everyone thinks that all of this happened in Salem town. Most of it happened in Salem Village, but there is no Salem Village anymore. It's called Danvers. Okay. So there's a bunch of really cool things about this. So you can go and see it yourself. If you ever go to Massachusetts, let me know. I will literally mark it on a map for you if you want to go stand where people were executed or you want to go into Samuel Parris's basement. Okay. A little insider knowledge there from one historian to the rest of you. Okay. Okay. So that's the story of the Salem Witch Trials. Isn't that interesting? Okay. Yeah, Gwen. Yeah, that's fair, Sir Bart. They weren't buried there, but yes. Okay. Yeah, Nathan. So anyway, but isn't that interesting, guys? That's why I think this history of this is so interesting. And I think a lot of people, yeah, Gwen, what's his name? Giles Corey. Giles Corey was a badass. So one of the men who was executed was Giles Corey, and he He had basically gotten mad during one of the witch trials. He was associated with the Porters. He gotten mad because he's like, "This is all bullshit." He basically said to the girls, "You're a bunch of witch bitches," or something like that. Or not witch bitches. I forget what the word he used. He said something pretty misogynistic, but it was funny. Where he said, like, "You're a bunch of lying bitches," or something like that, okay, and, like, stormed out of, the courthouse, and so then he was the next one to be accused of being a witch, and he refused to confess. He refused to give up anyone's names, and what they did is they put a, piece of wood over him and slowly added stones on top of him to slowly crush him, and every time they added a stone, they would then say again to him, "Confess," and every time they asked him to confess, he said 2 words, "More weight." Because he was based and he refused to accuse anyone, okay? And he ended up getting crushed to death. But until the very end, he was defiant, saying, "More weight, more weight, more weight." Okay? Anyway, so yeah, right? What a badass. Okay? So anyway, just a real interesting story here. And guys, I've said this to you before. A lot. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, LaCroix. Forgive me. Did I miss your dono chat? I was probably too busy ranting here. LaCroix, thank you so much for the contribution. LaCroix says, remember in the 70s or 80s when they said that there was satanic rituals being done at the daycare because the kids said the adults were doing wild shit like flying around the room after hours of suggestive interviews by police. Correct, LaCroix. This has happened a lot. Okay, this has happened a lot. Religion, guys, I've said this a lot, but religion, yes. Religion can occasionally cause these things, but most of the time, guys, it's religion being used as an excuse for other issues. You see what I mean? Religion, by the way, can also cause good things. But a lot of times we blame religion for things that aren't really don't have to do with religion. It has to do with religion being as an excuse, or like superstition being used as an excuse for some other thing that's being done, right? Yeah, Dolly Boy. And Lacroix, I would bet that is what happened. I suspect that all that accusation and stuff that was happening, Lacroix, was to conceal abuse by the mother. As a matter of fact, Lacroix, if you go back and read the story about the demonic stuff that happened in the UK, or yeah, was that in the UK that happened? I can't remember. The satanic rituals and stuff. The mother was actually abusing the kids the mother and the father or the mother was sort of being abusive to the kids that were making that accusation. So it was almost like a confession. She's the one that told the kids to make the satanic accusation. So clearly it was her trying to gain some sort of influence or power or something. Okay. I'm sorry I missed your message there, LaCroix. I was too focused. If you ever send me something and I'm too busy ranting, please do it, LaCroix, to just be like, "Sam, you missed my message, please," because I don't want to miss them if you send a donation. Thank you, LaCroix. All right. Gwen, another victim said the Lord's Prayer perfectly, but that was supposed to be impossible. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. By the way, isn't that annoying? So they did believe that if you said the Lord's Prayer perfectly, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name," then you couldn't be a witch. Like the pressure that would put people under. Of course, you're going to mess it up. You're going to mess it up if you're put under pressure and you're told that if you mess it up, you're going to be accused of being a witch. So you're probably going to stumble through it, which makes it seem like you're a witch. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. All right. Matt Saigai, so capitalism is actually nice. No, Matt Saigai, I'm not saying that, okay? This was a case where like feudalism was running into capitalism, okay? Capitalism technically is better than feudalism, okay? Capitalism is better than feudalism. It's not good, but even Marx would say that it's better than feudalism. And these old feudalist folks were not liking the changes coming with capitalism, okay? Um, yeah, that the good old era of primitive accumulation, right? Weird amorphous blob. All right. I shouldn't say he said it was better. He'd say it was a step towards It was like the next step. If people were more liberated by capitalism, this is debatable, but okay. I cannot just the prayer. There you go, Oz. That's hilarious. Okay. Does this make sense, guys? Okay, that's it. So that's my story on the Salem Witch Trials. I've always thought it was really interesting. And so if ever you see anyone saying we don't know what really happened with the Salem Witch Trials, we don't know, maybe it was ergot poisoning, do you all see now why it's obvious what happened? Okay. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to go back to this page over here. I never said it that. How dare you, LaCroix? Okay. Yes, but also the first few lines of in Aramaic. Yep, correct, Oz. Correct. Okay. By the way, guys, you know the image we have of witches, the idea of I'm going to put my face up here. The image of a woman wearing all black with a broom. Have I told you all of this before? Um Yeah, Nathan. Okay. I think I've said this to you guys before. Karl Marx. No, weirdly enough, Dolly Boy, I know this is weird, but I think Weirdomorphous Blob, would you back me up on this? Karl Marx does say that there are capitalism is more efficient and better than feudalism. He has some weird compliments for capitalism, not like compliments. He goes on to say that obviously we need a system that's better than capitalism, but he talks about how like capitalism was more liberational in some ways than feudalism. Um, oh, okay. Sorry, Dolly Boy. But I'm hoping Weirdomorphous Blob, I don't humiliate myself and Weirdomorphous Blob doesn't tell me I'm wrong. But I thought I remember him saying stuff like that. I haven't read it as much as Weirdomorphous Blob, though. Yeah, that's right, Weirdomorphous Blob. He even actively supported liberal revolution. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. So good. I'm glad I'm not like going crazy there. Yeah, he had some kind words for capitalism in reference to other like previous forms. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so moving on. Isn't that interesting? So we have this image in our head. Sorry, I know I jump around. I've told you guys we have this image in our heads of women wearing all black with a broom. Well, as being like witches. Well, when do women wear all black? When is a time that a woman wears all black traditionally? Someone tell me. When is a time for correct, Sir Bart, if she's a widow? Typically, like if a woman, especially in that time, they're exactly because guys, think about it. This is where the misogyny comes in. This is where the misogyny comes in. A widow holding a broom, okay? Historically, a woman's value was basically due to her husband, okay? She was practically property, not completely, but was pretty much property. And there was this idea that women need husbands. You know, you can't have too much of an independent woman. So when a woman would lose her husband and she became a widow, she would stay in mourning. She would wear black for an extended period of time. And the only time you might ever see her is when she comes out on her porch to wipe it off with a broom, because that's something you do. You come out on your porch and you wipe off the porch with a broom. Yeah, you see it, Nathan? You see it, Nathan? Am I blowing your mind? So the idea of a witch is this idea of a scary woman who doesn't have a husband and who keeps to herself on the edge of town. Okay. And you can't have that. That's very untrustworthy. You cannot trust a woman without a husband. Okay. Who knows what she's doing in there all alone in her house? Okay. Exactly, Nathan. So do you see what I mean? Yeah, that widow. Okay. So you can see how that's really mixed up with misogyny and things like that. And the idea, yeah, she's probably brewing potions. Sir Bart, where do you think that comes from? At the time of Salem and in like the 1800s and 1700s, women would have these giant crocks, okay, these like giant pots that they would put over an oven to cook for themselves, all right, and to cook generally. So like a woman in black over this big pot that she's stirring is scary because she's independent. Okay, an independent woman cooking. Uh-oh, can't have that. Okay, how dare you, a Weirdomorphous Blob? Yeah, Gwen, but you see, do you see how, like, to the mind of like a misogynist or someone who doesn't trust women, a woman all in black, okay, who is cooking and has a broom is scary. God knows what she's doing in there. Okay, God knows what she's putting in this giant pot. She's probably going to be doing witchcraft against all of us. All right. Does this make sense? So yeah, that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. Yeah, Oz, correct. You're right, Oz. Originally it did. And that's funny, Oz, because, you know, men are witches too. Like, especially historically in a lot of like druidic groups and stuff, men were also witches. But it was only later when Christianity came about that it started to be mainly associated with women, okay, because of a fear of liberated women and things like that. Okay. Yeah, correct, Gwen. And there was a time historically, guys, where a lot of women were in fact like the healers. You're right, Gwen. Gwen says many women were healers, were targeted. Yeah, there was also, by the way, guys. By the way, there was a time, by the way, where you would have people called cut wives, okay? And I am not an expert on this history, but they used to do abortions in the medieval world, but a lot of times it was women who would do these abortions, and you would have to go to them secretly, privately, because it was not a considered a good position to be in. But people would sometimes not go after the women who were doing abortions because who were like providing abortions because they knew that they might need her someday. So they always would keep these women, these cut wives, on the edges of towns, kind of off at a distance because they didn't want to be too associated with her, but that if one of their children may have gotten pregnant accidentally, they could at least send the child secretly to see the cut wife. Okay. And these cut wives would oftentimes uh, brew things using chemicals and plants in order to induce an abortion. All right, which kind of is like what a witch is. Like, you brew these potions and crypt. That's like the image. And a lot of times, if the town was going through economic problems, these cut wives on the edge of the town would be the ones who would be scapegoated and targeted. Okay, because they were the ones doing abortions, which was considered kind of morally unclear. And you know, all right. So, Sir Bart, I really can't blame the Puritans for going along with fear. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. Yeah, no, right, Sir Bart. And that's why I'm saying like the people that were really responsible for the witchcraft trials were like the Putnams and stuff, who were like really um yeah, exactly, Gwen. Means wise women, right. Okay. We're definitely like the Putnams who were leading this charge. Okay. Yes, McKeon, and it was not ergot, okay? And McKeon, I know like a lot of people say that the witchcraft trials were caused by ergot poisoning, but it wasn't. I mean, most historians would agree that it wasn't caused by ergot poisoning. Um, if you go back though, McKeon, because you're not the only one who mentioned that. If you go back in the stream, you'll see we pretty much know why it happened. It's pretty obvious. Uh, but it wasn't ergot. At least maybe like one or two cases were, I guess, as sometimes happens. But it was too organized and well and done in a certain way that it probably wasn't ergot. Yeah, classism, right? Classism. All right. Classism and fear of being, in poverty and things like that. All right, we good with this? We get this? And guys, it still happens today. There's actually, I will say, one of the cool things, if you ever go to Salem, I do recommend you guys go to Salem. It's beautiful, especially if you're a witch, Gwen. You should visit Salem because um, there's a lot of great, cool things there, especially for witches. Okay, there is but now Gwen, that if you meet anyone there that's like, oh, these ladies who were witches, you tell them, Gwen, you say maybe they weren't real witches, okay? And it's okay that they weren't. We can still celebrate witchcraft here, but can we at least understand that this was demonizing of women and stuff and not necessarily that they were witches? Okay, anyway. Okay, yeah. Barbara, the witches that originated from Quaker fashion. Yes, Gwen. The witches originated from Quaker fashions and tall hats. Correct. Yes, that's very true, Barbara. Yep. Yep. So let me just one other thing here. One other thing. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. So if you guys go to Salem, which I do recommend you visit someday, they actually have a witchcraft museum there. And it's brilliant because it was made by historians and social scientists. And they talk about witch hunts in general, the idea of a witch hunt. Like, and one of the examples they used was the AIDS crisis, where gay people, there was a massive witch hunt for people who were infected with AIDS and gay people in general because of the AIDS crisis and the economic downturn of the 80s and things like that. Like so witch hunts, the word witch, there are tons of witch hunts throughout history. McCarthyism was the example of a witch hunt. Okay. Absolutely an example of a witch hunt. Witch hunts happen all the time, even if they're not targeted at witches. Okay. Very similar things to what we saw happen in the Salem witch trials. All right. Jonas, would a witch trial happen in a matriarchy? Almost certainly, Jonas. I suspect, Jonas, that if we lived in a matriarchal society, okay, if we lived in a how dare you, how dare you, Weird Murders Bob? You're too well read. I can't make these comments. I'm stealing them from writers. God damn you, Weird Murders Bob. Okay. If we had like a matriarchal controlled society, yeah, I suspect that It would just go the opposite way. Maybe men would be the one viewed as witches if they were oppressed in the same way as women are, if we were to switch it around. Okay. So, all right, we get it. We got it. Mayflower Kid, our dad said our family witch staff was from a person who was a witch, but not part of the trials, but it was from the time period. Oh, interesting. Almost certainly was not a witch, but that's okay, Mayflower Kid. It's cool family lore, right? All right. So let's go on, guys. That was my little story of the witch trials. Hope you all enjoyed it. I love the Salem Witch Trials. It's very cool. Oh, my back. That was my back, not my stomach this time. Gwen, you're right. We don't know. It's possible that it wouldn't be that way. I'm just based off my limited knowledge. If I were to guess, I would guess that like any group being dominant over another group might result in some sort of oppression, but we don't know, Gwen. That's for sure. Okay. Antifa hunts right now going on. Yeah, there you go, Mayflower Kid. It's another witch hunt. All right. Okay, guys. So let's see what else we got here to do. I love history. It's so fun. Thank you, everyone who's contributed, really. I feel like I haven't been paying enough attention to the donations and stuff because I'm so into it. Looks like we got, looks like everyone, I've seen everyone. Okay. Anyway, let's go on. So I have some other things here to show you. All right. Give me a second. Pulling it up. How's everyone doing, by the way? How's everyone doing? I don't know, Barbara. I don't think I can top this discussion. I don't think I can top it. Though I've definitely topped before. Discussions. Anyway, moving on. So here we have I thought it'd be kind of fun. Like Jonas, thank you for making this. Okay, I thought that was funny. I thought that was a funny joke, folks. I thought that was funny. You're a perv, SoCal. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Drusilla. I know I'm sorry. I'm a degenerate. I know I'm a degenerate. I know I'm a filthy degenerate. I'm sorry, Drusilla. Don't look at me that way. I thought we could watch a kind of fun video. To make up for my lack of talking about UK stuff today. To make up for talking about my lack of UK stuff today. I thought we could watch a video by this dude here. Okay. This is I can't read English, SoCal. I don't know what you just said. Anyway, so this guy here is English or is from the UK. I'm pretty sure he's English. And he did this video, and I just want to watch with you, where he watches videos done by Americans freaking out about things in the UK. And I thought it'd be fun to watch. I thought it'd be fun for us to watch because I'm curious what are these Americans freaking out about in the UK, and then we can talk about some of the differences between the UK and America. Just as a fun little foray into a culture different than American culture. So I thought it'd be kind of fun. Do you guys want to do this? You excited? Okay. Oh, Drusilla. Thank you, Drusilla. You complimented my sweatshirt. Thank you, Drusilla. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see it, Drusilla. Please forgive me. You know I'm an asshole, and I'm always ignoring everything. Okay, I'm not always wearing all this shit, whatever. Okay, I don't know. I'm rambling. Okay, let's go on. Let's watch this. Okay, I'm excited. I'm gonna actually sit down because, I barely got any sleep, so I just need to get a chair. All right. Thank you, Gwen. You guys like my haircut? I'm glad. I'm very glad about that. Thank you, Drusilla. Drusilla said you're the best asshole. Thank you, Drusilla. Would someone make the joke about that so I don't have to? I have a joke I can make about that. But then if I say it, you all will think I'm a degenerate. Okay, does anyone know what joke I want to make about that? Would someone say it in the chat so I don't have to? Again, please, someone come up with the joke I wanted to say. All right? We all know the joke I wanted to say to that. So Drusilla said, what did Drusilla say? Drusilla said you're the best asshole or something like that. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, I know you already think I'm a degenerate. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, I know. Whatever. You all know I could. Okay, whatever. Moving on. So, I know, Jonas. I know. I know. Okay. Whatever could you mean? I hate all of you. Whatever. We're not having this conversation. I'm not having this conversation with all of you. I'm not telling you what a power bottom is, as you all keep demanding. I'm not telling you any of this shit. Okay. All right. Yes, you already did accuse me of witchcraft today. Ice. Hello, Ice. How are you doing, Ice? Ice, I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Was I ignoring you, Ice? Forgive me. Oh, hello, you are here, Ice. Hello, Ice. Hi, Ice. Okay, let's watch this. So, everyone ready? Let's watch this. This will be fun. I'm excited. Okay.
Hello, you gorgeous donuts. Americans are coming to the UK and they
Oh, he's kind of.
are losing their minds. And
Oh, hilarious, Ice. I never. Okay, to be clear, Ice, I never said that was what I was. I was just saying that people were asking what that means, okay?
This video, we're going to react to all of them.
If you're an American visiting London, specifically from Boston, just know the word that you use to call a liquor store is not an accepted word here. Like, it is a very bad word and you will be canceled if you say it. Just a warning, don't say that word here. There's absolutely no tie to what they associate the word with here versus
what is the word?
It's used as in Boston. No ties. It's just a horrible coincidence.
What is...
Wait. Hello, Doug. Welcome, Doug. I didn't know you were here. Hello, Doug. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. So I'm just going to rehear that.
Is not an accepted word here. Like, it is a very bad word and you will be canceled if you say it. Just a warning, don't say that word here. There's absolutely no tie to what they associate the word with here versus what it's used as in Boston. No ties. It's just a horrible coincidence.
What is the word? I don't know if I want to know.
Did she say liquor store? I've lived in Boston.
Oh, what the word is. Should I...
I'm trying to think of what it would be. No, I don't think it'd be like bodega isn't a bad word. Oh. Wait, did she say liquor store? Because shit, I don't know. Can I say this? Can I say this word on the stream? I guess in America it's not a slur. So in Boston they call I'm gonna say it, guys, but you know, I remember learning that this is a slur in the UK. This is the word that you use for these things in America. So they're called package stores. So in Boston, they're called package stores, and then the short for that is PAKI. You call them. I'm gonna go to the PAKI. For the people in the UK, do you see why that might be an issue? Yeah, for those who don't know, that word PAKI, which I don't even want to say on here, is a slur for Pakistani people, okay? Or even Indian people, because they don't really differentiate. So, okay, yeah. So that might be what they're talking to, because in Boston, you say, I'm going to go to the... Okay, anyway.
Search what the word is. I don't even know if I could include this if this is bad. Hopefully someone in the comments will have alerted everybody. It's a racial slur in the UK, but in the USA they mean short for package store.
Yeah,
I know what the word is.
Okay. That took me a moment to think of it.
The hell? Americans, that's what you call that?
You guys in the UK, you also use the F word for cigarettes that I can't say online. I've noticed people in the UK will say, I'm going to go buy a pack of F words, or, you know, may I borrow an F word? May I have one of your F words? You know what I mean? Of course, it doesn't mean the same thing.
You silly sausages. Yeah, that is severely frowned upon in the UK if you just kind of start, you know, blasting that word about. People are probably...
So, Gwen, you roll your own F words?
Probably going to look at you in a little bit of a weird way.
In Boston, they do it. I've heard it in Boston. It's like the south side of Boston. If you go to like the south side of Boston, they have like... There's just some weird like dialect things, and they will say, I'm going to run to that.
Oh my god, that is wild. Imagine actually being from Boston and just kind of, you know, casually dropping that word in an alcohol shop. And obviously you would be met with like the shock horror on someone's face. And you're like, what? That's what I call it, man. Wait, so that word isn't like an offensive word in America. That's wild. Like, you guys just use that like free willy. I like that people are trying to...
Oh my god, Ice, that's horrific. Ice says smoking an F word means something completely different in the States. That is so dark and it's true. That is so dark and it's true.
Explain what the word is without like specifically typing the word. I'm proud of British people
Ice, you're on a roll today, Jesus.
right now.
One of the things I find most annoying about the UK is you can't buy anything in bulk. Like, I'm at a big Sainsbury's. This is a massive Sainsbury's, trying to get paper plates, and everything is only in 10 packs. All of the plates only come in 10 packs, and I'm having a party with more than 10 people. Like, I don't see why there's not a 25 pack of paper plates. I genuinely don't understand. This is a massive supermarket. People host parties with more than 10 people all the time.
This is kind of embarrassing for me as an American because, like, why don't you just buy like 2 packs or whatever? Just why do you need massive bulk shit?
That's okay. I'll buy multiple packs.
I was just about.
Oh, you poor thing. You have to buy. Okay, yeah, buy 2 goddamn packs.
I say just buy 2 packs.
Yes,
is,
thank
is
you.
this really a struggle? Let's just break this down. You've got more.
And also, why would you make a video about that? See, isn't that such an American thing, though, guys, for a lot of folks? Like, isn't that such an American thing? Like, we're so, like, we're the main character. We have main character syndrome. Like, I'm going to make a whole video about how I can't buy bulk. I can't, like, hell, I have, like, anyway, okay.
Than 10 people coming to your party, but they only sell paper plates in 10 packs. They've really got me with this one. We actually have
Fetty, she went back to the parking lot to cry in her Lexus, right?
a rule in the UK that you're not allowed.
I do like, I will say though, guys, I love Costco. Costco is great, and so is Sam's Club. Now, I don't go to Sam's Club, but like, to buy from it's nice, even though they don't treat their workers well. Costco is great, though. I love Costco. I am not supporting a capitalist enterprise, but I do love Costco, okay? If we have a revolution, the only capitalist enterprise allowed to exist is Costco. They can still have an authoritarian setup. They can have a CEO. I'm okay with it. I'm joking, obviously not.
More than 10 people at a party. It's to make sure that the people that don't have many friends aren't left out, you know? Just so
Yeah, I don't
that
blame
those
you, Alyssa.
people don't kind of get really, really angry that you're having
Wait, guys, there are Costco's in the UK. Fantastic. That's cool.
a party with loads of friends. We're really respectable like that. So please show some respect to our culture, please. Like, how is this an issue? You know when onions come in packs of 3, but you need 4 onions? You just buy, like, 2 packs of them, or you buy, like, a single onion as well. Like, I don't understand what the issue is here. Just buy 2 packs. What is the problem there? The reason they probably do that is because not many people need more than 10 paper plates on a daily basis. So a lot of these products would just sit on the shelves for, like, years on end until, like, one specific person that is having a big party and requires a lot of paper plates buys them. It's probably just not worth
like,
the production of them in them numbers.
I'll buy multiple packs. So I literally have to get fucking wooden forks.
Oh, wow. Like, what? Okay, this is a boring one. It's like, why is she complaining so much?
Some things are just better in America. I'm sorry.
I love that this is...
Oh my God, I'm humiliated. I'm so sorry. Okay, anyway. Can we just pretend this never happened? Can we pretend this, I don't know why this one in particular annoys me a lot. Please, guys, just know that not all of us Americans are that way. I mean, most of us are, but like not all of us, okay? I'm not going to be making a video about that, literally like 2 whole videos to post complaining about, okay, whatever.
Is, you know, like a thing in her life, which is like a really big deal. Like, clearly she lives a very happy life if this is a huge issue in your life. Like,
exactly.
you're allowed to be like, angry at the little things in life. I do as well. I get upset by such minor things sometimes, especially when I'm driving. But paper plates, this is a non-issue, love. Someone has actually tagged a product saying Sainsbury's home pack of 50 paper plates. But one thing I do want to know is they've only got a 4-star rating. You see, that's why they don't do them in bulk, because then the quality drops, allegedly. Please don't sue me, Sainsbury's. I do not need that on my conscience right now.
I truly do.
Okay, next one. Oh my God, that one was rough. I didn't have much to say because I just wanted to get okay. LaCroix, I'm siding with the American lady because you're an American exceptionalist, LaCroix. I'm just kidding. Here, even though making a video about it sort of stupid, I really hate buying extra pack. That's fair, LaCroix. That is fair. Okay. I guess you could make the argument that it's inefficient to have all that extra packaging. Okay. But, you know, still.
Not know what it is that you guys
But to like make a video, of course, is stupid.
put in bread and butter here in the UK, but I am obsessed. But I wake up every morning dreaming of going to the supermarket to get some white spaghetti.
Oh, love.
Okay, this is true, guys. Now, this is true across Europe, I have found. Their bread is so much better. Our bread, guys, is like cake. It's like this mass-produced weird nonsense. Now you can get some good bread if you go to like individual bakeries, but a lot of supermarkets, their bread is not that great. But like European bread is amazing. Like when I was in Germany. Okay, so in Germany, like for breakfast, you will have these amazing hard rolls that you put jam on, and they're like so amazing and tasty. Put some butter on that shit. Yeah, unless you pay $8 a loaf, you're getting cake. Yeah. Um, so like, yeah, European bread, I found it's better. As a matter of fact, in Europe, a lot of American made cakes are classified. American made bread is classified as cake legally because it's so high in sugar and shit. Okay, yeah, it's so gross, Doug. It's so gross. Yeah, I agree, Alyssa. There's a convenience there, but you know, my dad actually makes a lot of bread. We make a lot of our own bread. Yeah, France too. Of course it is, Sir Bart. It is because you can mass produce Wonder Bread and shit.
You and me both, love. Oh, God,
Yeah,
you're
look,
speaking my language now. God, yeah, keep speaking. This is great. That seems weird. There is nothing better in this world than crusty bread and...
So, sorry, Fetty Spaghetti says, okay, check it out. This is the reason why. In the U.S., commercial bakeries pump up the bread with sugar so the yeast activates and gotcha, so they can mass produce more faster. That makes sense. Okay.
But, you know, if you want to be real fancy, right? Get some alioli garlic sauce. Oh, God, now we're talking. My mouth is drooling right
Gotcha,
now.
Fetty.
That is how greedy I am. Do you not have this in America? Like, is crusty bread and butter not like a delicacy over there? Honestly,
Yes,
like,
so it's not as easy to come by. Like you have to go to like a a home bakery or something. Like you have to go to like a small bakery run by a family or something to get really good bread. Even the like crusty bread you find in supermarkets isn't great, even though it's more expensive.
Open up crusty bread and just putting like a layer of butter on the top. That's like a Michelin star level service over here. I love that Americans are discovering this.
The most delicious bread. I can't stop eating it. I literally cannot stop eating bread here in the UK. Bread and butter.
Really in your group, then that's fair. Maybe it's not everywhere, but in Ohio at least, you got to go out of the way to get good bread.
In the morning. Guys, there's nothing better.
Yeah, Fetty, come on. Fetty, we're going to have a field trip to your house one of these days. We're going to show up without telling you. We're all going to go to Fetty's house, and Fetty's going to bake bread for all of us.
My will. Like, I just want to wake up every single day, get my coffee, and eat my baguette with butter.
You know what, love?
Okay, I like this one. I like this one.
You do that. Who's going to tell you no? If they do, contact me and I'll put them in their place. I'll be like, hey, Melissa Manuel can eat baguette whenever she bloody wants. Thank you very much.
He's flirting with her.
One thing I do...
God, straight people are gross. I would never do that publicly. Why would he do that online? Why would he why would he clearly flirt with her while he's online? That is so unprofessional. I would never do that.
We want to introduce you to as well, if you are watching this video, Melissa, is stotty bread. Oh, give us a second, guys. I'm just thinking about, diving head first into one right now. Specifically from Greg's. God. Unbelievable, love. I used to eat that every single day, just bread and butter. I felt like I was at the Last Supper every day, but it was great.
So, Cal, you're disgusting.
It's so homey. It feels...
She's still talking about the bread.
So good, and a good butter. Oh my God. You're going to say I'm the most basic you've ever been in your life, and I am proud of that. I can literally eat this my whole life, and I wouldn't even complain. This is just superior. The flavors of the cheeses here and the bread.
Oh my God, the cheeses are good too.
So what do you have in America for like crusty bread?
Okay, by the way, we don't use the phrase crusty bread. For the Americans out there, crusty bread is just bread with like nice hard crust, okay? Like the Drizilla, I can change him. Anyway, like nice hard crust, okay? Like not Wonder Bread, which is like soft bullshit crust that can only get hard if you like put it in a toaster. I mean like good bread.
No, like, do you have baguettes in America? I know that probably sounds
the fancy bread in a bakery.
Like naive, but I genuinely don't know. Surely you do, right? Because that's such a normal thing over here. It's just the way that she's freaking out about it. Like, this is the best thing on earth. Like, she's losing...
There you go, Barbara. We often will call it... That's funny, Barbara. Barbara says it's called artesian bread. Yes, a lot of stores will call it artesian bread to make it sound more special, which goes to show you that normal bread is not viewed as artesian, okay? It's like the lowbrow bread, okay? So we have to call it artesian if it's like normal, good, crusty bread. Does that make sense? Okay.
her mind over something that is just so standard over here. But I will say, tiger bread, love, go for that, right? That'll change your life if you think this is good. It's so nice to see people appreciate the very little things in life.
As an American visiting London for the first time, I will say, as I'm walking through the streets and getting my steps in, I've noticed that I'm hearing just a lot of like rude comments about Americans in general. Like, it's just normalized to hate on Americans very casually here. People will say things like, dumb American, or of course they're from America, or of course there's Americans here. But never once have I heard somebody say like, of course they're from Australia, or of course Australians, or Canadians. But I always hear it about Americans here, even just as I'm walking through the streets. I'm not sure if many people in Europe understand that the population...
Guys, by the way, how are the elections looking in the UK right now? Does I'll take a look at it here in a second. I'm just curious.
Of the state of California alone is like basically the same, if not more, than the population of Australia. So I'm like, there's a lot more to America than just like your typical American. And I'm like, it's just strange to me how normalized and how casual people are with hating on Americans. That's just my take.
Well, I will say,
well, I mean, does anyone here really blame him? I mean, I'm not. Yeah, it kind of does. America does kind of suck, and a lot of Americans are assholes. And I think he's proving the point by loudly making a video dissing on people in the UK while walking down the street in daylight in public. So like, okay, just saying. Yeah, like he's so oppressed, isn't he? So let me quickly see here. I'm going to UK elections. Okay. Oh, so you won't know till tomorrow. So 2.5 hours. Okay. That's a shame. All right, let's go on here. By the way, guys, for the American elections that happened yesterday, Democrats gained some places. All right. Let's see here. But not like, anyway.
It is very casual for like, the UK to take the out of America. But I think it goes both ways. Like, I often see people on my For You page on TikTok who are American taking the out of the British accent. And I don't feel like you should get hurt over it personally. Like, you're valid feeling however you want to feel. Like, when an American takes the...
It's like perfectly acceptable to mimic a British accent. I do it all the time. I know I'm an asshole. I guess I'm a racist, but I always try to mimic the British accent, even though I'm very bad at it. Okay. But like, I will say some of the like mimicking that happens in America towards Britain is sort of a compliment. What I mean by that is like, there's this idea that we're friendly with Britain, with people from the UK. We have the same language. We share the same kind of, I don't know, history or like origins or whatever. Okay. So like a lot of times, Americans kind of have it's kind of, because everyone knows they're not serious when they do it. Do the Americans know what I mean out there? Like when people will kind of make fun of Brits in America, it's not because they don't like them. It's because, that's, I know. That's true, Mithril. I know, Jonas, but that's the thing. Like, we can't tell the difference between the accents. All right.
A British accent, not anything.
That's true. Weird most. Get me a bottle of water. Yeah, that'll entertain a whole crowd for a day in America. Okay.
British. It doesn't really get to me too much. It seems like you've really took this to heart as if it's like a personal attack against you. I think it's against just obnoxious Americans, because a lot of Americans who do come to the UK tend to be quite obnoxious and loud, or just louder than what people from the UK are used to. That's why the general feeling is like that. You don't really get that with Australia. Like me generalizing in my head.
Okay, well, I don't hear that, right?
I don't think of Australians and think of them like Americans for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just conditioned by media. And Americans are made out to be like a lot more brash and a lot more loud, but then
well, they are, guys. I got to tell you, when I was in Germany and when I was in Europe generally, I know that this isn't like always the case, but when I was in Germany, I never saw a drunk German. The only people I saw drunk were Americans and Japanese people. Like, the Germans seem to hold their liquor pretty well, or at least don't get publicly drunk. It was the Americans who were super loud in all the beer halls I went to. They were the ones who were like publicly drunk and like in public and like being loud about it. The Germans were not. There were some Japanese people that were also loud and in public about it, but like it was mainly the Americans that were loud and obnoxious. And I hear that a lot, that Americans are really loud. Like even I've noticed that when I'm abroad, I have to quiet my voice down because I speak really loudly. Okay. Like I do, I speak really loudly. And I think part of it is in a lot of places in America, we live kind of in suburbs where we aren't as close together and it's okay to be louder? I'm not sure, but it's true. We speak louder.
Really? I have no idea, okay? You're asking the wrong man. Get myself in bloody riddles here. God, will you stop asking us so many questions? Honestly, you think I've got all the answers? I don't. Always button in with your questions. Just let us get on with the video.
I know, Drizzle. No, you're right, Drizzle. Americans are always loud. That's why I'm saying, like, when I've gone abroad, I've had to learn to quiet my voice down because it's rude and it can, like, people aren't used to hearing something so loud.
Honestly, guys, you're doing me head in today. Do me head in.
Yeah, Gwen.
Is the southern service to Brighton, calling at Warblington, Emsworth, Southbourne, Nutbourne.
This is for my okay, wait. What? This is for my American friends who like to hear what the train stop names sound like in the UK.
Boston, Fishbourne, Chichester, Barnum, Ford, Angmering, Goring by Sea, Darrington-on-Sea, West Worthing, Worthing, East Worthing, Lancing, Shoreham by Sea, Southwick, Fishers.
Bloody hell! Is there a place in the UK that this train isn't going to? How many places is that train going to? You're going to be on that for a bloody while, love, if you go to the end destination there. This is one thing that I will...
Thus further proof that trans people are superior to the rest of us.
About the UK, like, even I feel like this when I go to London or something. Like, when they read out some of the stops, I'm like, well, that's not a real place. Embankment.
Yeah.
Who the bloody hell?
That is interesting. Do you think it's because there might be people who can't see, who are blind? Because I don't really see the name in reading out all the stations unless you're coming up to one. But I mean, unless you're blind and you literally need to make sure you're on the right train or whatever.
It's an embankment. There's a place on the tube called Earl's Court. Who's Earl? And why did he have a court? There's a lot of stations in the UK, and I often question, like, is somebody actually from there? Like, who actually gets off there? Like, I want to know the lore behind the people that live at Earl's Court. What's it like? Who is Earl? Have you met Earl? Is he a nice person? Should we overthrow his name and change the name to someone else's court?
I'm going to go on here. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's a long video. It's 30 minutes, but I just wanted to watch some of them with all you guys. All right.
You know, because in New York, I'm just...
All right.
Sophia, what color were your acrylic nails? How much did...
I'm going to go back here. This is some woman from New York.
To an American, it's even funnier because they all probably sound really, really posh. But a lot of the time, most of the stations are, you know, kind of tools, I'm not going to lie.
I saw a video about
that is kind of true. Okay, so I did notice when I was in London, okay, like some of the stations are pretty shit. Obviously, like, especially farther out in London. Now, closer in, that's where all the elites are. So they all get very nice stations. But further out, they're kind of garbagey. But, you know, that's classic. The same thing in America, by the way.
British people to be intimidating.
Even though we don't really have good trains to begin with. At least you have functioning trains in London.
Or to scare Americans. And it reminded me of the time that I went abroad in London, and one day I was walking home from class. Oh, that's cool, Louise. One day I was walking... No, wait, actually, this was the first time that I ever got acrylic nails. And partly the reason why I don't get them regularly. I'm coming from the salon, okay? And I decided to take a different way home because after class I went, so it was rush hour by the time I was leaving the nail salon, okay? So I wanted to take a different way home. I was going to take the back roads.
But, love...
Guys, in America, a lot of our nail salons are operated by Southeast Asian folks. This sounds like I'm being racist, but it's true. Okay, like there's a history in the country of a lot of like nail salons, pedicure places, manicure places, whatever the hell they're called, being operated by like Vietnamese, Thai folks, and things like. Is that true, Gwen? I was going to ask. Do you have a lot of folks from Southeast Asia who kind of operate these? I'm just curious because in the U.S. there's a lot of Vietnamese folks who operate these places, and you always know like where to get great Vietnamese food, like near a nail salon. Because there's always really great food nearby, I swear, in my opinion. I'm not being racist, it's just true. Like most nail salons, unless they're black-owned nail salons, there's a lot of folks that are nail salons that are in majority black neighborhoods that are actually run by black folks, okay? Well, no, Trump failed. There's literally stats about this, okay? There's stats that a lot of nail salons in the U.S. are run by Vietnamese immigrants. And it has to do with like the easy training that they get. They can get really, they get good training back in Vietnam for it. So they can then come here and do it.
Just before you get to the point, could you give us a little bit more of a backstory to this? A bit more of a lore? I don't think you have been specific enough here. What colour were your acrylic nails? How much did you pay for them? What was your idea going into the salon? And how did they come out? And what was the difference between those two ideas? I just don't think there's enough context to this story.
That's what it is. I've totally forgot, Nathan. You're right. You're right, Nathan, because I remember reading the history of this. I thought it was something like they were well-trained. Nathan says, isn't it because some missionary lady that went to the Philippines and taught a lot of women how to do manicures? Yes. Okay. And then the missionary also, I believe, went to Vietnam when the French were there, went around teaching women how to do nails and things like that. And then a lot of them ended up moving back to the United States. So there's a history to it. That's true, Weird Amorphous Blob. Guys, Vietnamese food is some of the best on earth, in my opinion. Vietnamese food is like the perfect mix of a bunch of different foods. So, and this is not me praising colonists, okay? This is the only positive thing you'll ever hear me say about the influence of colonialism, okay? And I say this because the Vietnamese agree, all right? Okay, I'm generalizing. But when the French were colonized Vietnam, they took local Vietnamese food, which was already good, and then they mixed it up with French food. So it's like a mix of two really good cuisines, and the Vietnamese now love it also. So now Vietnamese cuisine is sort of a mix. No, that's not what I mean, Matt Saigai, is this really delicious mix of I'm saying all kinds of things that you all are gonna hate me now. Of like really good French food and really good local food. It's just really good, okay? It's just really good.
Man, I'm in an alley.
I hate you, Dolly
A
Boy.
man snatches the backpack off my back, and I immediately spin around with my hands up, you know? Because in New York,
banh mi is amazing, and banh mi is one of those things because it is on a French, so it's on a baguette, and then it's like local flavors and foods put onto a baguette. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I love you too, okay? All right.
I'm really not going to go after you once you have my things in your hands. Things are replaceable. I am not. But he snatched the backpack off my back and then unzipped it and started shaking it upside down like that. And he goes, "Where's your laptop? Where's your laptop?" And I wasn't going to help him mug me.
Sorry,
like
that
really
got us.
Baguette.
And I wasn't going to help him mug me. Honestly, fair love. Someone mugs me and then like does that with my backpack and then asks me where my laptop is. I'm going to be like, mate, you're on your...
Okay, we're going to stop there, guys. This is kind of funny. Maybe we'll watch more sometime. Drizilla said, CR will be on the same tangent when I get home from the store as when I left. Maybe, Drizilla, I might be. You never know. You know it, though, okay? You know, yeah, I know, right, Jonas? And I feel so bad saying it. Jonas says, same with Somali food. I hate colonialism, but thanks for the pasta, Italy. Yeah, and, like, I hate to say it, but, like, when cuisines get mixed from different places, I feel like it almost always makes elevates both cuisines, okay? This is why I'm all for diversity and things like that. And that's not the only reason. But like, yeah, if you get a bunch of people together from different places, you can find the best thing from each place and kind of make really good things out of it. And that doesn't mean the local stuff is bad. It's just that you can improve. Like, think about a lot of European food is only good because of spices from India and spices from Malaysia and spices from Indonesia. Like they took, now obviously that was a bit different. They took those spices back and things like that. Or like Germany, for example, there are a lot of immigrants there from Turkey, from India, and there's this really popular, that's not what I said, Ollie Boy, a dish in Germany now called currywurst. And it is the smoked sausage that has been sort of roasted and smothered in curry sauce. And it is one of my favorite foods. And it is a fusion cuisine, and it's one of the most popular foods in Germany. Okay, like fusion foods are so great in my opinion. Okay, I just really like them. Okay, no, I didn't say that. You can have fusion food without colonialism, that's for sure. Yeah, and by the way, yeah, Italy, tomatoes aren't native to Italy. They took it from elsewhere. And you can also have like places where this develops naturally without colonialism, okay? Like if you have a place with a lot of immigrants, you will see this, all right? I've been to a lot of fusion places that are really good, guys. I think I told you there's a pizza place not that far from me that is an Italian Egyptian pizza shop. And they mix like Italian food with Egyptian food, and it is some of the best food I've seen and I've had, okay? It's really good. All right. Yeah, right in your groove. Currywurst is so good in your groove. All right. Okay, let's go on. All right. So what we got now? What do we got now? Do we have any news updates here? I'm gonna see, have we heard anything about the is there any updates about the peace agreement? Have they finally come out and talked about it? Yeah, shawarma on pizza is top tier. I love it. And you can actually get shawarma pizza there. Okay. No, Matt Saigai, but that's where, so if you actually read the history of it, as I recall, curry, the reason there was curry introduced was because of Indian migrants to Germany. Okay. But I guess I should say like they got a spice from India. I shouldn't say it's like a Indian food, if that makes sense. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay, because I remember. Let me actually look it up. I could be wrong. I thought I remember reading that it was Indian migrants who brought the curry, and then they introduced it to the curry. See here, currywurst. Oops. Okay, so this is currywurst. It's delicious, by the way. It's absolutely delicious. Yeah, from British soldiers. So it was brought by British soldiers who had been stationed in India. So I don't mean like curry is, how dare you, Matt Saiga, okay? So, all right, so that's actually funny. It's not even like really German. It was brought by British soldiers who were stationed in India, okay? Yeah. All right, pork sausage, curry ketchup. Now, Matt Saiga, if I had said that it was Persian, even though it was brought from India, you would have been like, so it's Indian. It's Indian then. Yeah, I know your game, Matt Saiga. I know your game, okay? All right, whatever. All right. Okay, so moving on. All right. Let's go on here. I got some other things I could watch. How dare you, Matt Saigai? Let's see here. Where did I put this crap? Where are you guys saying that curry isn't originally a spice from India? If that's true, I didn't know that. But I just know that if that's the, well, let me see. Okay, guys, now I got to figure this out. I'm very confused. I wasn't sure why people are pushing back curry. No, yeah, it was. It's originally from India. I mean, at least it was originally, it's used in Indian cuisine. It literally says here, curry is a dish with a spicy sauce initially in Indian cuisine, then modified by interchange with the Portuguese, followed by the British, and eventually thoroughly internationalized. Okay? So how dare you? How dare all of you? I hate all of you. Yeah, a lot of them have curries, right? But you have to understand, India's influence has been all over the place, okay? Well, like, I'm sorry, like a spicy sauce. It's a sauce with a particular spice. Okay, sorry, whatever. Fine. It's a certain sauce, okay? It's a kind of dish sauce, right? Whatever. Okay, I hate you all. I hate all of you, okay? Damn. Jesus Christ, I'm never gonna talk about it. I hate all of you, okay? Fine, I'm a racist. Fine. Let's just say it. Okay, let's just say it. Okay, I'm just joking. Okay, whatever. I hate all of you. All right. I know he is, but it's fine. I'm learning. Okay, I learned. I just know I really like curry. Okay, it's delicious. So how dare you? Paul Squaw, I hate you. Paul Squaw says his chutney is spice. I hate you, Paul Squaw. I hate all of you, okay? How dare you, Sylvie? Where have you been, Sylvie? You didn't defend me at all. Now you're in here to insult. Whatever. I hate all of you, okay? Whatever, all right? Okay. I didn't call it curry. I said that I thought it was like a particular not a certain flavor. I thought it was like a spice flavor that was brought from India to Germany, and it was. I don't call all Indian food curry. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I hate you all so much. Moving on. Hate all of you so much. Oh my God, I'm gonna go into a rage. Why is Blackstone targeting? All right, I love you. There you go, Italian lady. What's your favorite Indian dish that's not British or German? Jonas, I hate you. I hate you, Jonas. Okay. Okay. I like sag. Sag is good. Sag is very good. Okay, sag is good. I don't know. Is that actually Indian, or is that like a? Yeah, I like, but I don't know if that's like that's a whatever. Okay, I hate all of you. I'm not going to talk to any of you anymore. I also like lassi. Lassi's very good. All right. Moving on. Okay, let's watch this. This will be fun. So we have another video here. Okay, you know what? Weird Notice Bob, I swear to God, all of you. Okay. Actually, yes, Laquaba, I have, and it was a mistake. Okay, it was a mistake. It is no, Matt Saga, that's not true. I eat other Indian food too. What's that other Indian food that's like the only kind? Oh, that's right, curry. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm just being an asshole. Now I am being like purposely. Okay, I'll stop. Let's see here. LaQuabwa says, have you had Rocky Mountain? I'm sorry, I'm being an asshole now. I'm sorry. Matt Saga's gonna hate me. Okay. I didn't say lasso. Whatever. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. So LaQuabwa says, yes, I have had Rocky Mountain oysters. Does anyone know what Rocky Mountain oysters are? Don't try the Rocky Mountain oysters. I'm calm, Sir Burr. I'm calm. I did it. This wasn't an accident. I ate them on purpose, by the way, because I was curious. Okay. I was curious, and it was a mistake. Okay. I was with my family, which makes it sound more disturbing. And Rocky Mountain oysters are basically fried bull testicles. And so I had them, and they kind of have, here's the problem. Like, they have the consistency of like calamari that's a bit rubber, that's like a rubbery calamari. It's not like they taste horrible. It's just that the texture ruins it. Okay, the texture absolutely ruins it. I don't recommend eating Rocky Mountain oysters. They're not that great, in my opinion. And they're just not that great. And I did also try rattlesnake, which was delicious. Okay, I tried rattlesnake, which was also delicious. Okay, moving on. The rattlesnake was delicious, but not the Rocky Mountain oysters. I'm never going to try that again. Okay, never going to try that again. That was a mistake. I had that in Texas, by the way. All right, that was not fun. Okay, moving on. So here we have another video by, see, I'm so tired. I'm losing my train of thought. What's wrong with having some balls once in a while? Can't a guy live? Sir Bart. Never mind. I'm not going to say anything. Okay, let's go on here. This is another, how dare you, Sir Bart? This is another video by the Good Liars where they went to a Trump rally in the Villages. Now, the Villages, for those who don't know, okay, welcome you to the lollipop. Yes, you are, Matt Saga. You're always called cause disruption. They went to this place in Florida called the Villages. Oh, Weird Amorphous Blob. You know exactly what's happening. The Villages is a massive retirement community in Florida where there are a lot of very right-wing boomers who have retired, like older people who are extremely pro-Trump and very wealthy. And it is known as, it's almost like a cult. I'm not even joking. It's like very, oh my God, I want to make so many jokes out of Signal. Anyway, it's like very culty, and it's well known that they have like giant sex parties and stuff. I'm not joking. That's not a problem. My point is, it's very cult-like, okay? And they're very isolated, and they love Trump. And so he's going to the Trump speech that Trump gave at the Villages, where he has a lot of support. And we're going to see what they interview and say, all right? Yeah, it's a conclave of morons, very rich morons who hate young people. I'm not joking at, like, if you guys, they have a lot of sex there. And I'm not saying that because there's something wrong with being sex, but like, it's almost cult-like. It's almost like what you do there is you have sex with other people and stuff, and, you know, and all these boomers, and you don't want to think about it too much. But okay, let's watch.
2028. Yes. If Donald Trump runs in 2028, would that be against the Constitution?
I'm not sure, but I think...
No, it would. It would. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yes, it demonstrably would be. Yes. But of course, who cares about that anymore? How dare you? No, hey, LaQual, I will too. I'm just making fun of the Villages because it's very culty, and like, you know, there's like cults are known for having giant sexual things together. And so I'm trying to make it sound cult here, but there's nothing wrong with having some fun when you're older, okay? Or a lot of fun. It's up to you. I'm not demonizing sexuality.
We are here in the Villages in Florida right now, and the golf carts are lining up to see Donald Trump speak here today.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong, Sir Bart. Retirement homes do have issues with STD outbreaks.
You all excited to see Donald Trump? Shirt says, Jesus is my savior, Trump is my president. I have to ask you, Trump posted a meme where he depicted himself as Jesus Christ healing someone. What were your thoughts on that?
You know, I haven't seen.
Oh my gosh, don't make me make the joke. Please don't make me make the joke. Okay, I don't know if you guys can. I need to stop making jokes about phrenology. I really need to stop making jokes about phrenology. But the more I make jokes about it, the more I see, the more I see it on Trumpers. I'm sorry, but okay, I need to stop making jokes about phrenology. Let's put it that way, okay? But if you, okay, but if I were to pull down, I shouldn't make these jokes about phrenology. But look at the, I can't. You know what? We're just gonna go on.
That meme, to be honest with you.
Okay. So this is the meme here. There's Trump. What do you think Donald Trump looks like in this picture?
I think you guys know what I'm gonna say.
He looks like Donald Trump with a robe on to me.
And then his hands are glowing there. It looks like he's healing that person with some powers. What's the shirt mean?
Just what it says. It's a joke. Greetings from Alligator Alcatraz.
All right, explain to me your shirt.
My shirt.
No way, you guys don't get the joke. It's a joke, okay? As in, phrenology, which was a racial practice where they used to measure people's heads to determine intelligence. That guy had a really fucked up phrenology, which proves that maybe phrenology was right about certain people. Maybe some people just kind of have, you see what I mean? And I don't mean, and I'm not racially, of course, but I feel like if we did some phrenology on some of these MAGA people, we would definitely see a trend. Anyway.
Represents the best president of the United States.
Is that what he said? Is that what it said? Okay, I'm going to go back. All right.
Person with some powers. What's the shirt mean?
Just what it says.
Yes, exactly. No one. I mean that MAGA people we might need to come back to phrenology, but we were using it on the wrong people. I think we need to measure these skulls here. Okay, if that makes sense. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. It sounds super racist, but that's not my point. Okay, let's go on.
Greetings.
Okay, oh great. Look, guys, he has a shirt celebrating alligator Alcatraz. That's fun. That's fun. That's really fun. That's, and by the way, look at his little, I don't know what that is, a stash. Yeah, this, by the way, that is pretty sure an AI image because those images online of the alligators were AI images. But that's really disturbing. Okay.
Alligator Alcatraz.
All right, explain to me your shirt.
My shirt represents the best president of the United States. He has put his life in danger to save ours. And that's why he's had attempts. I mean, they've tried to kill him 3 times. So to me, this is the least thing I can do is support him.
And how has he saved your life?
How has he saved my life?
Yeah, because I'll hop in with you. Okay. So, what is Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment thus far?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble coping with this. This is all right. The guys, we have a problem. I know we have a massive problem in this country, but you can see it, can't you?
So far, trying to keep our country safe.
That's fair, Louise. I could be wrong.
Donald Trump, he's putting his face on the U.S. passports. What are your thoughts on that?
The more I see Trump, the happier I am.
So you're okay with him putting his face on government buildings, the Department of Justice?
I don't care what he does as long as he continues to protect us and...
That is fascism 101, okay? That is authoritarian fear-mongering 101. All I care about is safety. Take away as many rights as you want. Kill as many people as you want. It won't affect as long as I'm safe. And can we imagine, guys, clearly, what is a threat to her? I'll tell you, she thinks kind of like we were talking about the Salem Witch Trials, were we not? She views all this modernity and all this other shit as a threat. Okay. No, outer signal. I'm glad you said it, Outer Signal. Outer Signal said, I hate to say it, but these people are legitimately too stupid for democracy. Yeah. Yeah. And I got to tell you, I have been losing faith. Like right now, I don't know. And listen, guys, listen. I don't know how you have a functioning democracy if these people can vote. I don't know. Like okay. Like how do you work with this? You can't really work with this. Okay. This is so moronic and complete. Like, okay, I don't even know what else to say. I know I'm not really saying much here. I need to think through my thoughts. That sounded intelligent, didn't it? Sylvie, y'all remember when Trump doxed Obama's private address and pardoned the J6er, the Polden attempt? Yep. Okay, of course they don't want a democracy. Okay. Oh, I know, Matt Sai guy, and like this is my whole thing on phrenology, right? If we were to look at the phrenology of the right wingers in the UK and the phrenology of the right wingers here, I think we'd find a trend. Anyway, but yeah, like these people are too dumb for democracy. Like in the UK, those the reform people and the restore people, too dumb for democracy. Yeah, Matt Sai guy, it doesn't work. At least I don't think right now it can. With the way things are going, it can't. Like I don't know. I have to think of. I'll think of something, all right?
Act in the goodwill of the American people.
Some people see that and they say, oh, this is stuff that happens in authoritarian countries. This is stuff that happens in North Korea. There's a cult of personality with a leader putting their face all over everything, putting it on the currency, putting it on park passes. This is not a normal thing. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Weird Mortis Blob.
Donald Trump is...
Yeah, Sylvie, I agree. So there is that famous quote about... this famous quote about from Benjamin Franklin that democracy is the worst form of government except all the other that have been tried. No, Matt's like, I hate you so much. Okay, so yeah, this is complicated because if you have a dictatorship, that can go well, but you better make sure you better make sure that dictator does the right thing. And like, because if he or she starts doing bad things and then there's no way to get rid of them, you got a big problem. At the same time, this is complicated. Okay, like I don't know, and I'm not promoting dictators. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to say that I think there's something better than democracy. We have to debate this. We have to figure out some sort of balance, which is what I've said before. You need some kind of a balance so that I don't know, whatever. Let's just keep going.
Not normal, and thank God.
I agree with that.
The election was stolen from him in 2020, so they should give him an extra term.
Explain that to me. Why he just got a second term here?
Right. But I'd like to have him get the third term.
Right. But like,
I like how they just openly are calling for him to like have no limit on his terms, right?
He already has another term right now. He won the election this time. Nobody's debating that.
Yeah.
So why would he get an extra one just because, even if it was stolen, which it wasn't?
Yeah, he feels that 2 consecutive years for the terms.
Yeah.
It's like when he...
Thank you, Outer Signal. Outer Signal. Why do you always phrase things better than I do? Jesus Christ. Okay, Outer Signal comes in here and says, "No, see how upset I am at this Outer Signal. How jealous I am." Outer Signal comes in here and says, "We need to exist in the same basic reality and have a somewhat educated electorate for democracy to function." Correct. As a matter of fact, you know I'm not a fan of the founding fathers, but like Thomas Jefferson, despite all of his flaws, he had some really good commentaries on like democracy and things like that. And that's exactly what he said. He said you have to have good. He was one of the big advocates for public education, saying that you need good public education. You need an educated electorate for democracy to work, and that's the case everywhere. You need people to have a shared reality and a shared sort of basic knowledge of the world for it to work. And right now, we definitely don't have a shared reality. Okay.
Had one term, then they kind of took it away from him, the second one.
Yeah.
So they should give him the third one.
No, but that doesn't really make sense then, because he would have had that term and then he wouldn't have been able to run again because of the Constitution. And now he's just getting an extra one, even though he won and he's currently president for the second term, and you're not allowed to run for a third term because of the Constitution.
Okay, I believe in Trump.
Okay.
I say, Trump.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. All right.
Oh. Yeah, like, I don't know, guys, how do I say this? Okay, like, these folks are older. This sounds so bad. I don't care, I'm gonna say it anyway. Maybe, they might not be with us for much longer. Now, I don't know if well, some younger generations are just as bad, to be honest with you. Gen Z, a lot of the men in Gen Z are very conservative. I don't know. I don't know what to say about this. I know I'm doing horrible commentary right now. My mind is jumping all around. Okay, just work with me here. Do your own goddamn commentary in your heads, I guess. It's just, I don't know what to do about this.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. All right. Alyssa, you know what I meant to say. Okay, yeah. I know it isn't, Alyssa. I know it isn't. Okay.
So what is Donald Trump's greatest?
And by the way, I don't mean all older people, because there are older people who are perfectly fine, like my dad, okay? But like these people are so dumb that I don't understand how they tie their shoes in the morning. Like, okay, I should stop doing that. That's not good class analysis. They're supposed to be on our side, but they're not because they're dumb, okay? I like all right.
Accomplishment.
Defeating the Democrats. Yeah. Twice, 3 times.
No, I love my dad. As I'm saying, my dad isn't this way. There's a lot of older people who aren't this way, but I'm just seeing all like the boomers, that stuff that feel this way and just cannot think for themselves. Like it's like they don't feel empathy. Okay. They don't feel empathy. In your groove, we say, way to punch down on those who never received a proper media education. In your groove, I kid you not, a lot of these folks have. They literally don't feel empathy. Because I used to teach some adults, okay, and some of them are boomers, and like it's impossible. They know media literacy, but they don't have any sense of empathy for anyone other than themselves. And I'm not saying all of them, but like these folks specifically, like the right-wing boomer types that are in love with Trump, I don't know, like, where the disconnect is, okay? Like, they're like sociopaths. They're all about themselves, okay? They are all about themselves. And if you look at the history of it, a lot of boomers were kind of taught that way, that the way to liberate yourself is to be a massive individualist, to only care about yourself. That greed is good. That was one of the famous phrases that they grew up with. Greed is good. Greed is good. And they just cannot empathize with others, okay? And when they do see others suffering, a lot of the times they view it as that person is flawed, they're lazy, there's something wrong with them. Come on, guys. Who here has had, yeah, Alyssa, they do. They take joy in watching younger people suffer. Who here has had someone in their family, you don't have to say this out loud, okay, who, and you've gone through something and they're boomers and they just do not empathize with you. They think there's just like, well, you should have done this. You should have done that. Okay. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? They cannot understand. And yeah, it is outer signal. It is. A lot of these guys were the ones who were, some of them actually protested Vietnam, but okay. Yeah. And they grew up, guys. Yeah. Yes. And I got to tell you, they grew up in a time where the American middle class was growing rapidly and they didn't have to work very hard. Okay. You didn't have to do much in order to be successful, especially if you were a white person. You didn't have to work very hard and basically shit was handed to you. Okay. So they think that's how it goes for everyone. And at the same time, they were taught that they're special and American. So they deserve everything they have because they worked hard. And this is what you get when you work hard. But they didn't work hard. They just had it handed to them. And a lot of these folks still think that way. And they think that anyone who doesn't get this must be lazy because they themselves didn't have to work hard for what they have, even though everyone these days does have to work hard for it. Okay. All right.
Actually, 3 times.
3 times? You talk about 2020?
Yeah. Okay. That election was stolen.
You think 2020 election was stolen?
Yeah, and then they complain about their kids having everything. I try to be nice. I know, guys, you see I'm trying to hold back in this regard because I know I don't want to demonize all older people. There are older people who are not like this, and I feel bad going after older people, but I don't, like, these motherfuckers, I don't care, okay? I just don't give a shit. Like, and I don't know what to do about it. They also, by the way, are hoarding all the nation's wealth and keeping it to themselves, essentially. And they're the ones, guys, who are like the Reaganites, who have massively pushed the deregulation of the economy and things like that. They basically went up the economic ladder and then pulled up the ladder after them. And they view anyone else having the success that they did as infringing upon their rights. They are some of the most selfish people on the planet, and they are really literally a threat to the planet. Okay? Like, they literally are a threat to the planet. And I know I've said this before. I have always said the Republican Party, America is one of the greatest threats to the planet in human history. And I'm not exaggerating, but these people are like the core of that. This kind of blind obedience, this insane obsession with themselves. And guys, they don't care about the future. They're not going to be alive for much longer. They're willing to let the whole world burn around them if they get to hang out in the villages and fuck each other for the rest of eternity while everyone suffers and dies around them. Like, I cannot stand it. Okay. I'm sorry. I shouldn't use that language. They want to just sit around engaging in copulation. Okay.
So Donald Trump's been in office for a year and a half. There hasn't been any evidence that's been released by his Justice Department about the 2020 election. Do you think that's going to come out?
I do. Yeah.
Why do you think his own Attorney General, Bill Barr, didn't find any evidence of voter fraud?
I question Bill Barr's integrity.
His loyalty, for sure, probably.
Yeah.
Do you think we're going to look back in history and this is going to look like a good thing that the United States did, building a...
Depends on the perspective that it's looked at.
Okay.
I mean...
Could you see
Sir
the bad
Bart,
perspective?
oh my
that
God,
it looks like
Sir
a
Bart. You know how to compliment a guy, Sir Bart. Sir Bart said, you're such a virtuous person, CR. I feel like I'm watching Patrick Henry when you get all riled up. Oh, thank you, Sir Bart. Thank you. Oh, that's like one of the nicest things to be said. You should have said Tom Paine, but thank you. Okay. I appreciate that.
Concentration camp?
Yeah, I can totally see that.
And did that give you pause?
No.
No?
No.
Why do you think Donald Trump was
he's a
fighting
fucking
the release
Nazi.
of the
Okay,
Epstein
I'm sorry.
files?
Okay.
Why do I
So
think?
I need to stop apologizing.
I
But
don't
like
think
that shirt, I know I keep going back to this.
And did
That's like a goddamn Nazi shirt. Imagine, guys, if I had a shirt that had like an SS officer lion or something on it outside of Auschwitz. That's like what he's doing here. Like, but they don't see it. They think it's a cutesy. This is them rubbing it in your face, by the way. Okay? This is them rubbing it in your face.
Give you
Because
pause?
they like it. They like people suffering.
No.
No?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Philly cheese.
Why do you think Donald Trump was fighting the release of the Epstein files?
Why do I think?
Yeah.
I don't think it needed to be released. None of us needed to see that stuff. There's worse things that John F. Kennedy did.
Than with children? He was doing stuff with children?
No.
Okay.
I don't think any of them did that.
You don't think
I
that...
think Jeffrey Epstein did. I don't think Trump did.
Okay. But Epstein, like, there were victims who said there were high profile
Right.
people, billionaires, class, who were, they were being trafficked to.
Right. I don't know. I've watched enough of it. I just don't think I don't think it's our business what happened with all those people. I don't.
Well, like, should the people who committed the crime, should they face
Yes.
judgment?
Yes, they should face criminal charges. Yes.
And
Alyssa. Yeah, I know, Sir Bar. I know. This is why I want a guillotine tattoo, folks. And okay.
So, I guess, why do you think Trump was fighting the release of them?
I think the whole cabinet was fighting the release. It wasn't just him. I think his whole cabinet was fighting the release.
But why? I guess why?
The same reason why we didn't know everything about.
Honestly, guys, you know what would fix this problem without mass death? We should just take all their shit. Like, these folks are so selfish. I bet if you started taking all their shit from them, like kicking them out of their homes, and I'm not saying we do this, basically saying, well, if you think, you're way too privileged, you think way too much about yourself, you don't deserve anything you have. We start taking that shit from them and be like, until you behave, you don't have anything. They would suddenly change their minds because they're very selfish, okay? They would probably suddenly hop on the anti-Trump thing, okay? Because all they care about is what they own, how rich they are, and shit like that. I bet that we could probably quickly solve that problem if we start some appropriations, okay? I'm just saying. Redistribute that shit.
World War II. I mean, we didn't.
How dare you? I know, Fetty Spaghetti. I don't.
Newsworthy, but I
well,
just
I don't really
think it's
drag
that
it where I'm
newsworthy.
watching. I
don't
just
think
kind of
we need
move
to
it around.
have it
It's
shoved
like
in our
a
face
tick.
every
How
day.
dare you, Fetty?
Right. But him tweeting out, stop talking about Epstein.
Wait, Matt Saigai, what'd you say? You said news, Israel has its first hantavirus case. Oh my God, there is a God. I mean, never mind. I didn't say that. Oh, what a shame. That's a shame. That's actually terrifying news, though, because isn't this, Mayflower Kid, are you here? Does Is does that spread pretty easily? Does hantavirus spread pretty easily?
That didn't seem odd to you?
Nope.
No.
Nope. Epstein's dead. Let it go.
I
You
know
what
Gwen,
I mean?
right?
You're
Gwen,
the
right?
good liar.
We need one of those little those voodoo dolls.
We spend a lot of time asking people what's going on in the world.
And the answers can get a bit confusing.
And one thing you do know is John F. Kennedy Jr.
Right,
is still
Louise?
alive.
And that's why we tell people
No,
to
it
use
doesn't make our
ground
kid okay.
news.
Their app and website pull together over 50,000 news sources and let you...
RL, don't worry. I know I'm not misanthropic, okay? I'm very angry. I'm going to skip the ad, but I am not misanthropic, okay? You have to understand I'm very angry. I am not against people, all right? That's why I'm angry, is because I'm very pro-humanity and very pro-people. But I lose my patience. I try to be patient with older people, but like watching this, I just can't. I cannot be patient with these folks because they are a threat to the planet. And yeah. So yeah.
Totally different points of view, but now you know what everyone's saying.
Yeah, they're pushing the limits of my ability to think humanely. And I'm not about the globe generally, but you know, about them.
On ground news, you can even filter by location, factuality, and who owns the source to see how the rest of the world views the U.S. And I'll bet you they think we're pretty cool.
Oh, definitely. Ground news gives us the full picture,
Yeah,
not just of what's happening.
Okay, this
but
is
how...
still an ad. Let's go on here. Ground news. Let's go here.
Are you worried about Donald Trump's age? He's going to be 80 this year.
He's the same age as I am. No, he's sharper than anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Oh my God. I can't, like, how do you, oh my God. Okay, dear God, why? No, she doesn't know that he's dumb because she's a moron, okay?
You aren't concerned that he's fallen asleep in some cabinet meetings?
No. Trump is amazing. He's like so brilliant. He just...
She interrupted you.
Look at this
Yeah,
shirt that she has, forever chasing sunsets. Like they're in this fantasy world. She's like, this fantasy world. I'm always in the sunset. I love Jimmy Buffett. I love parrots and palm trees. And like everyone else is just lazy. And I worked hard for it. Okay. All right. Good.
I'm sorry. He just passed a very difficult test.
I know. I was just talking to her. I don't want to be rude, but
Biden could do what Trump's doing.
Yeah, but we were just having a conversation.
I know, but
so.
you're on the wrong side.
Okay. Well, that's
Agreed.
very rude. So finish your thought, please.
No, Donald Trump is as sharp as a tack. I mean, the man works 24/7. How can you ask for more than that? No, I'm not worried at all. I'd be worried if it wasn't him in office.
And would you vote for him in 2028?
You bet I would.
He said it looked like he thought he was.
Guy, they're like such a cult. It's so goddamn obvious that they're a cult, right? Am I going crazy here? This is like, I watch a lot of cult documentaries because I find cults interesting, which is why I'm trying to turn this into a cult, right? I'm the charismatic leader who's, you know, tricking all of you into blindly following me. Okay, I'm just kidding. But like, this is such cult behavior. You know what I mean? And they've created a bunch of little cult communities, little cult enclaves. Do you think parasocial relationships play a part into it? Almost certainly, Philly Cheese. Almost certainly. I like the online relationships they get into some of the other people, creators and stuff online. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think so. Because Donald Trump. But listen, hello, level 269 MB. I'm so glad you're here. By the way, I love having you here. The problem with that, guys, is that they feel a connection to Trump because they're just as racist, xenophobic, nationalist, and fascist as he is. Okay, so like when they see him talking, you know, about how Mexicans are rapists and drug dealers, they feel a welling up of joy in their hearts. Okay, and they're like, oh my God, this is my man. Like, it's not just like parasocial, it's that they like what he says, and that's why that's why they form a relationship with him, because you know, they love his bullying tactics because it's just like them. That's what they do. They bully people. They say that if you're not successful, it's because you're lazy. They say, you know, I'm successful because I worked hard. The rest of you, you're not successful because you're lazy, and we don't need to help anyone, and things like that.
Was a doctor Do you see that?
He posted the meme?
He posted.
No, I want that too, Jonas. We need to get rid of those goddamn algorithms.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if Donald Trump is calling himself a doctor, then I guess he's a doctor.
Yes, LaQual.
Usually when somebody accomplishes something great after they're out of office, people are like, we're going to build you a statue. We're going to name something after you. We're going to put your face on a coin, on the money, on some government document or government issue.
Honestly, guys, I don't care. I'm sorry. This is kind of I know. We've talked about this before. I get sick of talking about Trump putting his face on shit. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. That's like a small thing compared to the other stuff. I know it's annoying and I know it's authoritarian and shit, but of all the things he does, the fact that he puts his name on shit and names on everything, yeah, that's a lot of authoritarians do that. But a lot of liberals are like, that's what really offends them is like, oh my God, he put his name on the Kennedy Center. Oh, he put his face on a dollar bill. Oh, okay, I get it. It's really goddamn annoying. But guess what? The next president can just change it back if there is a next president, right? They can easily fix that. That's not like something that's going to be embedded deeply into society for ages and ages if we don't want it to be. But regardless, so it's kind of to me, yeah, exactly, word amorphous blob. He renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I don't care. I don't care. Okay. Like, by the way, I told you that's one of the few things I liked about the Trump administration was that they renamed the Department of Defense to Department of War because it's more honest. Now, they're not using it in an honest way. They're using it because they like war, but that is exactly what it is. It's the Department of War, but okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he is like a dog that likes to mark things, but it's just like not that relevant. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I don't know. I know we can disagree on this. It really doesn't matter. It's just, I get sick of people talking about it. Okay. Yeah, but SoCal, he's already that. Whether he puts his name on things or not, he's already acting like an aristocrat and a dictator. Okay. It's not like him putting names on stuff that is like gonna make that worse. Okay. It's just, that's what he does. SoCal, it's the slippery slope of them wanting to make some nobility despite being prohibited by the Constitution. Yeah, but they're already doing that. Okay, but it's just like what he does. He's a corrupt piece of shit. Anyway, I know this. It doesn't matter. This is kind of a small thing.
Thing, but with Donald Trump,
okay, SoCal. So you're saying they're accepting him doing so? Okay, fair. That's fair, SoCal.
He's doing it himself. Is that not a little backwards?
I think in this climate of the fake news and the mainstream media that has been pushing lies and propaganda about him.
They're parrots. They're literally parrots. Like the word parrot, which is, when a parrot just repeats back what it hears. These folks are human parrots. They're not even people. They're just parrots, basically, at this point. She literally just repeating whatever Fox News talking points you heard. It's fake news. It's fake news. The fake press. Like, it's just... Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to offend parrots, by the way.
For over a decade now. I understand why he is trying to secure his footprint in history. So I don't have a problem with it.
But it's usually people do it for the person.
These people are such cucks. They're such cucks. They're like, they let the government assault their family members, and they would sit back and watch and get off on it. Oh, my God.
And he's doing it for himself.
I understand.
Okay. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump putting his face on federal buildings and on currency and coins? And
well, that's a bit narcissistic, I think. I'm not sure I like that.
Do you think Donald Trump's a bit of a narcissist?
A little bit.
A little bit?
But guys, see, but this is what I mean, okay? I get it. But like, I don't know of any president that wasn't a narcissist. And I'm not saying that, Trump is definitely a next level, but let's be honest. This is why, like, these talking points, I'm not as interested in. Let's put it this way. I get why he's doing it, but I feel like, if, I feel like that's a smaller thing. Because, like, our past presidents have been narcissists. Obviously, Trump goes way overboard with it because he is putting statues up to himself and stuff. But to be like, do you think Trump's a narcissist? Well, yeah. You kind of have to be if you're going to be president, right? You better be a narcissist, right? Because otherwise, you're not confident enough in yourself to be president. Anyway. But, like, I get it. I'm kind of just, it's irrelevant. But yeah.
I think you got to be in that job.
Yeah, okay, I got to agree with her. I don't like her, but I agree with her, right?
I don't know.
And see, he's laughing like, oh, this lady, this lady, she thinks you have to be a narcissist to be president. Yeah, name a president that wasn't a narcissist. Trust me, historian here. They were narcissists. A lot of them were, if not all of them were narcissists, okay? But regardless, it doesn't matter, okay? It's like a prerequisite. It's just kind of a lib thing. I like the rest of what he's doing, just a note.
Of any politician that isn't a little bit.
Okay, oh my God, how do I agree with this woman? Am I stupid too? Maybe.
Putting your face on a federal building, that maybe goes past a little bit.
That goes past it, yeah. I don't know if I like that.
Can we get some beeps? Beeps?
Oh, they're doing, that's, okay, I thought for a second there that they stole boops from me. At least they're beeps and not boops.
Can you guys beep too?
Jonas hilarious.
Thank you.
Jonas jokingly says, I think LBJ was pretty humble. It's funny because LBJ used to brag about his penis. Literally. Okay, literally. He used to brag about his penis to people and talk about how big it was and shit. Like, he was kind of funny. LaCroix says, Jimmy Carter. Yeah, Jimmy Carter, I will say, he probably was more humble than other presidents, okay? He probably was, to be honest with you. All right. Now, that's what happens when you're hung like a moose. Hilarious, Trump failed. Yeah, so did Dick Cheney. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, Dick Cheney did too, which is very telling. All right. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for that gifted sub. Thank you.
Thoughts on Donald Trump changing the name of ICE to NICE? So he's changing it to NICE, so people think ICE is nice. They don't shoot people in the head.
Right. Absolutely.
What specifically have Democrats done that you disagree with?
The corruption of this country.
Yeah, Sir Bart.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? That means that we are losing billions of our taxpayer dollars to them. They're pocketing from our money, as well as...
Who's pocketing? I missed it.
Like the Democrats elected, or...
Yeah, a lot of the elected Democrats, yes, of course.
But I mean, Donald Trump has literally profited $4
Okay. Honestly, like, I don't understand. Again, how does this woman not drown when she goes to the restroom? Like, I feel like, how do we not find more of these people, like, accidentally drowning in their toilets or in their showers, or like they wash their hands and they accidentally drown themselves? One of the most, literally, probably one of the, if not the most corrupt presidents in history has been Donald Trump, who has pocketed so much money and like sent it to his own private business. Now, other presidents have been corrupt. And you know, I'm not a fan of the other presidents, but Donald Trump, massively corrupt. The Republicans, massively corrupt. Okay. You know, and so I don't understand. Okay. I just don't get it.
$1 billion since he became president. His company.
By the way, Trump, guys, remember, Trump actually defrauded his own supporters. Trump defrauded his own supporters. Steve Bannon defrauded Trump supporters, and then he pardoned Steve Bannon. Trump has defrauded his supporters over and over again, and they keep going, yes, daddy. Yes, daddy. Please. Exploit me again, daddy. Like, what are you doing? Oh, my God. It's kind of gross. It's like, I kind of wish they would keep this in a bedroom. I don't need to see them going into this BDSM every day where they're constantly being spanked by Trump. Okay. Thank you so much, Jonas. Thank you for the 300 bits, Jonas. All right. God.
He was a billionaire before he got into office, and of course he's going to continue to make money.
But that is a huge jump in his personal wealth. $4 billion. That doesn't seem like that's corrupt to you, Donald Trump profiting $4 billion?
Absolutely not. He's well invested. I mean, be for real.
God.
His company's doing business with foreign nations. You don't think that's a little corrupt?
Separated himself. Anything going on with the Trump organization is taken care of by other people right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
They really are the dumbest people on the planet. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Are they allowed to drive? Are they allowed to drive? Because if they are, that's really dangerous. Hello, Textures Plunky. So glad you're here. Sure, he's a narcissist, but is he a jester? No, he isn't, Texture Plunky. So glad you're here. I am a jester, but I think you know that, Texture Plunky. Welcome back, Texture Plunky. So glad you're here. Of course he is. Of course he is. All right.
But it's still Donald Trump's companies that are making the money. Like, he is personally going to make a lot of money because of those deals with foreign.
That's true, that's true, JDH. He is a clown, okay?
God, he deserves every dime he gets. The sacrifices he is making for this country are priceless.
You could give a message.
Oh, please. Oh, my God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Is this comedy, folks? Oh, this is hilarious. The sacrifices he's making for this country are, oh, my. Yeah. Oh, he's such a martyr, guys. Don't you know? Such a martyr. So many sacrifices he's made for us. Don't you guys feel it? Don't you feel it? Okay. I cannot. All right. I just don't. Anyway. Okay.
Donald Trump, what would it be?
I love you, Donald Trump, and God bless you.
All right. There you have it. Thank you for joining us here in the Villages for the Donald Trump rally. We'll see you next time.
Is this how you make me leave the country? Because these morons make me want to leave. No fix for stupid. Yeah, I know, in your groove. Okay. Yep, so that's, there's that, guys. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's been a while since, like, I had to kind of, you guys, you're not gonna believe this. Actually, you might believe it. I went to a doctor recently, and I was told that my blood pressure's getting kind of high. So I've been trying to not go on as many yelling rants, trying to avoid the, like, watching too much Israel stuff so that I don't have a heart attack. But there's a problem here, okay? And I feel like I don't know why, but like this triggered me today. Maybe because I'm tired, but I can't. These people are like beyond help at this point. They're monsters, and they're a threat to the whole goddamn planet. They're like, they're not cute. They're a threat to the planet, literally. Okay? So, all right. Alyssa, anyway, Sam, did you see Mamdani on the bike bus? He makes me kick my ass, kick my feet, and giggle. Oh, I didn't see that, Alyssa. I did not see that. Oh, my God. Okay. Jesus Christ. We have no... okay, fine, Alyssa. Let's watch, I guess, a palate cleanser real fast. It's a pretty short one. Okay, here. We'll just watch a very short palate cleanser to help calm me down. You guys are nice. He makes me kick my ass. CR? What do you mean? He makes me kick my ass. How dare you? Yeah, if Israeli news is too rough, just focus on how great America is. Oh, I know, right? It's okay, Alyssa. We'll watch. This is a Mamdani clip. Whenever I see Mamdani, it cheers me up almost instantly, okay? You just said that? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Dolly Boy? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Okay.
Every day when you're walking down the street and everybody that...
Oh, I love it when he sees kids. He's always like, hi. Aw. This, guys, for those who don't know, this is the Islamic Caliphate of New York right now, which has been taken over by Islamic radical Zohran Mamdani, spreading Sharia law in the form of smiles to children and shit. This is what America has come to, guys. This is the horror of Sharia law. You see this? Okay. By the way, if this is Sharia law, can we just have the whole country do Sharia law already? Like, I want to see a mosque on every street corner. I want the imams to be like the head of every government organization or whatever. Okay, I don't even know if I'm using the right terms here. But like this is, anyway, okay, inshallah, right? Please. God is great. Can we just like move that along? All right.
As an original point of view. And I say, hey, what a wonderful kind of day. Learn to work and play.
Of course not. Of course, come on, Mithril. You know Mithril. You know that Cuomo wouldn't have been caught dead mingling with the commoners, right? Cuomo would not have been caught dead mingling with the commoners. You know, he thinks they're dirty, and he probably feels like gross around them. If you want to talk about narcissist, Cuomo is a narcissist. Yeah, Cuomo would run over the bike bus. And not only that, he'd probably be molesting all the women he'd see because that's what he did in his office. He'd probably have trouble making comments like, hey, honey, you got to smile more. And that's a nice ass on you, sweetheart. Like, because, you know, he would always harass the women around him. So probably best he wouldn't mingle with the commoners because he'd probably end up assaulting them and getting a charge. Though he wouldn't get a charge because the wealthy and the elite are never held accountable. Anyway, the Caliphate States of America sounds perfect to me. Right. So, yep, he would run over the bike bus.
You did?
So Matt Saigai, there's not much he can do about that. Unfortunately, you can't really prevent land sales like that. There's all these laws that also protect religious organizations from doing that, from being gone after in that way. The laws make it impossible. The country needs to change the laws on that. Yeah, right. Exactly, Jonas. Yeah, Jonas. All he did was he listened to New Yorkers and he cared about the New Yorkers, and he tries to relate to them. And he's doing things that improves people's material conditions. Shocking. It's almost like he's a socialist or something. Oh, wait. I guess he is a democratic socialist, although obviously some of you may not find like democratic socialists that much, but like, you know, TJ, I mean, did he, I don't know, did he, TJ? I haven't heard about the TJ. I mean, he's not perfect at all right? Matt Saigai, so this is complicated, Matt Saigai. From what I've heard, there are laws that basically allow these religious organizations, because we overly protect religious organizations in this country, Matt Saigai. They're like sweet little angels. They're like protected little angelic angels. And it's like impossible to go after them because people will scream that you're oppressing religious liberty. So you could easily, they can make the argument that these illegal land sales are a religious thing. I remember reading about this. I can't remember the exact details, which is against the Constitution to go after. So this is a much larger problem than Mondani when it comes to those illegal land sales. There's not much he can do about that because of the legal system. But there's like, guys, I'd have to look into it. I can't remember the details, but I remember reading that was something he actually can't do much about. All right. So. It's a simple message. Okay, that's cute. Yeah, of course we don't, Aura. We don't have separation of church and state anymore. So that was cute. Loved it. Love seeing Mondani and his big smile. Okay, and none of you are going to take it from me. None of you are going to take Mondani's smile from me. Okay. None of you are going to do that. Yeah. All right. We need an atheist priest. Yeah, RL. It'll never happen, but yeah. I think it's less likely we get an atheist priest than it is that we get a gay person in charge of the country. And I would say that okay, yeah. No, Gray, don't you ruin this moment for me, Gray. Guys, I'm allowed to have something happy, and Mondani makes me happy. So don't all you lefties come out here and go, well, he's not perfect. Yeah, I know, but I need to see a smile once in a while, okay? And he's attractive. And I need to be able to look at Mondani and have some positivity, okay? Did I say atheist priest? I'm sorry. I meant atheist president. Jesus Christ, okay? So how dare all of you, okay? I need something to cope. I need something to cope, okay? All right. Okay. Yes. Anyway, as I was going to say, I don't think there'll ever be an atheist president. I don't think he'll ever be an atheist president. And I think it's more likely there'll be a gay president than an atheist president, because it's like a cute little American thing that if you run for president, you have to cater to the, I don't want to get into a religion conversation here, but you have to cater to the Christians. Okay. So you have to be a Catholic or a, Protestant or whatever. Anyway. Damn right, Gray. Okay. I love you, Gray. You know, I'm joking with you. Okay. All right. Okay. So moving on. Okay. What else we got here? That was kind of cute. No, Gwen, an atheist, but that's funny, Gwen. No, I don't know why I said an atheist priest. That's a contradiction. It's just like saying that, it's like saying, I don't know, a non-pedophilic priest. It can't happen. Okay, so moving on here. The Catholic Church, by the way. Moving on. So let's see here. We got you. I was gonna show you guys something else. Oh, I wanted to show you this to you guys. So, yes, Sir Bart, I totally forgot about that. Yes, Sir Bart. Let me write it down. You're right. You did ask about that, the Taborites. Let me make a note, because you did ask me that previously, Sir Bart, and I ignored you because you're Canadian, and I only cared about Americans in here, Sir Bart. So the Taborites. I'm going to actually pull up a tab, and I'll look them up to present on them. I've heard of them before. Okay. Right. So let's go back. So this is a video. I thought you guys might enjoy this a bit. I have hatred for the Vatican Canadian. I know you do, Sir Bart. Sir Bart, the biggest patriot in here. Okay. Sir Bart, the biggest patriot in here. All right. Let's go here. America, I hate all of you. So let's watch this. This is a what's the term? This is a video I thought you guys might enjoy. So apparently Israelis are suffering a bit. They're suffering, how sad, because of the ongoing war. Now, I think that they show a lot of Muslims in this, Muslim Israelis, but like, still, I wish that we got, I have some amount of sympathy for Muslim Israelis, somewhat, because they're an oppressed minority. That being said, I would not want to live in Israel as a Muslim, and they're partly part of the problem. If you're an Israeli citizen and you're living there, that's part of the problem. Okay. Anyway, regardless if you're Muslim or not. But so this is just a video about how the poor suffering of the Israelis underneath the war they've started. I know there are Muslim Israelis, and they're typically kind of segregated out, and they're second-class citizens. Okay, but let's watch. But regardless, I feel a bit more sympathy for them than other Israelis. You can guess why. But like, regardless, let's still watch this.
For many Israeli families, the war on Iran is no longer just a security crisis. It's an economic one too.
I can't buy everything. I've had 2 months without money or work. We are 9 people at home. I need to buy enough food, but I can't.
Lisa is a mother of 7 living on a fixed income. She says since the war began, every supermarket trip has become...
Guys, you're actually absolutely right. So you're right, TJ. Israel is extremely poor, and they're really good at propaganda. So you only ever see like the... Okay, no, that's... You know what, Jonas, you're right. I really shouldn't say it that way. Jonas, I will take that correction. So yeah, a lot of Israeli Arabs are just upgraded apartheid subjects. That is true. I really shouldn't, I won't be too harsh on these folks because they are kind of apartheid subjects. That's for sure, okay? Israel's not doing well economically. They have a very high rate of poverty, and a lot of the propaganda you see about Israel, focuses on like the developed parts of Tel Aviv and stuff. It is a fucked up country, okay? Like, it is extremely expensive to live there. Costs of things are really bad. There's trash everywhere. It's a shithole, okay? But you never see that because the Israeli government tightly controls what goes out, and the people there are so nationalistic. They are blind, and they do not take any criticism of Israel, okay? Like, you cannot criticize Israel, even as an Israeli, without being accused of all sorts of things, even if it deserves to be criticized, okay? All right, let's go.
A painful calculation. Prices are climbing. Her budget...
Yeah, maybe we'll watch that video. 2 people here have mentioned that Ethan Klein went to Israel and said it was a shithole. And I don't like Ethan Klein, but it'd be funny to see him realizing that.
It is shrinking, and essentials now come before everything else.
Here at the supermarket, the impact of the war on Iran is visible on every shelf. Prices are rising week.
By the way, this isn't just Muslims that are being affected. The Israelis are being affected by rising prices too. Oh no, what a shame. And by the way, there are actually people leaving Israel. Israel's having a negative migration now. People are actually fleeing Israel. They're losing population because after 3 years of war and all this other economic shit that they're not dealing with, because they view themselves as a perfect state that can't do anything wrong, so why fix anything? It's just getting worse for people there, and I'm all for it.
After a week, and for many families already stretched thin, even basic groceries have become harder to afford.
These days, $300 at the supermarket buys almost nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Jonas, that's a brilliant reference. Jonas says Ethan Klein's speech won't be used in Zionist books like Mark Twain's experience. Yeah.
Rice, oil, milk, detergent. I can't afford food, vegetables, or even chocolate for my daughter.
And it's not just families feeling the squeeze. Shop owners say customers are buying less, spending less, and thinking twice before every purchase. Omar Siksik has run this building materials shop in Jaffa for 45 years. He says he has lived through wars and recessions, but nothing like this.
The war on Iran almost completely paralyzed everything. Prices have skyrocketed. My business is down more than 50%.
Nearby, another business is also struggling. At this restaurant,
Oh no, how sad.
once packed with customers, empty tables now tell the story.
From Kuwait to Gaza to Iran, we haven't recovered. Business is down 70 to 80%.
And while parts of Israel's defense sector are booming,
No, RL. Jonas was referring to a debate Norman Finkelstein had, or at least Zionism wasn't around during Twain's time, but Twain went to Palestine and then made some comments about it that was then used in later Zionist books. That's what Jonas is referring to.
economists say much of civilian life is under pressure.
We have a very big defense industry, which is doing fantastically well. The rest of the industry is doing quite poorly. If you think about agriculture, export is in trouble.
I get okay. Am I bad? Like you see in the background, there was that woman that went by who was like sticking her tongue out of the camera. I have like such a bias against Israelis. I like get so annoyed. I'm like, get the fuck out of the camera, okay? We're trying to have a serious conversation here. Let the adults speak.
Construction is in trouble. Tourism is basically dead.
For Lisa, every price tag is now a reminder that as wars drag on, so does the fear of what tomorrow may cost her family.
From the checkout line to the fuel pump, the financial shock of war is reshaping daily life here. The real cost for many Israelis of this conflict is no longer measured only on the front lines, but in how far their money no longer goes.
Oh no! Oh no, guys! Oh my God, their money isn't going as far. Oh no! That's so sad. Oh my, I'm gonna go cry. Really, those poor oppressed peoples over there in Israel, so deeply oppressed. Just horrific. Really sad story all the way around. I'm shedding tears as we speaking. I will probably cry after stream a bit too, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and cry. All right. Yeah, I do too, Gwen. I do too. I'm sorry. It's whatever. I'm just,
MTRT world, Yafa.
Okay, so I just wanted to show that you guys, maybe as a palate cleanser. I don't know. I kind of found that was kind of fun. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. All right. I know you will, Dolly boy. Okay. Oh, Dolly boy, are you okay? I hope you're okay. All right. So I don't know what to add to that. I can't stand Israeli government. Let me just quickly here. We know, they started once again bombarding the shit out of by the way, Gwen, how are things going with your daughter? Does she still claim that you don't support Israel enough or whatever? Does anyone here have people in their life like that other than Gwen? People who, when you go against Israel, they claim you're anti-Semitic and stuff? Yeah. Okay. Yep. You all do. Yeah. So Philly does. Matt Saigai does. So does Jonas. Oh my God. Okay. Damn. Imagine getting purity tested by your own kid. I know, right? JDH. I lost all those relationship on luck. No, Louise. Okay. Cause not anti-Semitic, but my dad is a Muslim Zionist. Oh, gotcha, TJ. All right. Yeah. It's really sad. Okay. I have not known anyone directly who is Zionist or who fights. Now, obviously, I lost my job over making some comments, so I knew a lot of people in my professional life that were this way. But I can't imagine how that must be, because that is a really that is a hard gap to bridge. If someone you love or care about is pro-genocide or doesn't realize that they're pro-genocide or whatever it is, yeah, that's not easy. Okay. Jonas, the sad thing is I have a friend that is genuinely empathetic and but is a massive Zio. Yeah. But see, a lot of folks have been brainwashed into thinking in this way, because they do it out of a good place. They think they need to protect Jewish people because they conflate Zionism with Judaism, which is what the Israeli government, that's the That's the propaganda they put out all the time. Because, to be clear, Israel is the most anti-Semitic state on the planet. Okay, they're the ones constantly conflating Judaism with Zionism, and they are a threat to Jews everywhere. So anyway, oh, of course, Philly Jews. There probably are more Christian Zionists than Israeli Zionists. Yep. Jeez, really, TJ? Awful. All right. Yeah, that makes sense, Gwen. That makes sense. Okay, so she's influenced by the Jewish accounts on Tumblr. Interesting. Why, Weird Amorphous Blob? Why is Bad Empanada going to be mad at me for that? Okay. Sylvia, I do know someone that decided to hate both Muslims and Jews and tried to talk them out of it. Jesus Christ, TJ, that's horrible. Okay. I do know that somebody decided to hate both Jews and tried to talk them out, but this was, oh my God, I'm sorry. This is such hard stuff to talk about. He's been attacking anyone who makes the division as a Jewish exceptionalist. See, Weird Amorphous Blob, this is like, I don't want to bash another creator. Okay, I'm not going to do it right now. Okay, I will gladly bash you, Weird Amorphous Blob, as much as I want, but I won't bash another creator. You know I'm joking, Weird Amorphous Blob, because I have gotten into arguments with you before, but okay. All right. So, I know about his, I saw someone, okay, let's go on here. So, all right, let's go on. So, moving on here. Let's find another video. I thought I had another video to show you. Well, maybe I didn't. I'm going to go into the Discord. I thought I saw someone else post something in there. That'd be interesting to watch. Okay. Guys, thank you everyone who's contributed. If you're joining us and you're new, please join the Discord. It's linked at the top of the YouTube chat and at the bottom of the YouTube chat and the top of the Twitch chat. You can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime over on Twitch. That'd be very helpful. Or you can pay $1. And by the way, you guys always see me rubbing my nose. The tip of my nose always itches because I have a wind blowing on me, and it like dries out the front of my nose. So I'm not like, there's not like snot coming out all over my hand. I want to point that out. But like my tip of my nose starts itching. All right. So anyway, just to be clear, because I don't look gross. So you can become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. Okay, become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. You know, that'd be very helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, let's see here. Let me see here. Let me find something else for us to look at. Okay, let's what Drusilla sent this to us. You know what, guys? I'm going to briefly use the restroom, and then I'll be right back, okay? So I'm going to use the restroom. Stay. I'll be back in like a minute, okay? Okay. All right. So, TJ, you say, I mean, Jewish supremacy is a real thing and dominant thing in Israel. Oh, of course it is, TJ. But you do know, TJ, that Christians are the same way, right? Like, this is why I disagree with Bad Empanada on some things. There's tons of Christians who view themselves as dominant to any other religious group. It's not a specifically Jewish thing. And let's say that Norm Finkelstein is a Jewish supremacist. Well, he's not promoting genocide. So, okay. Like if there's a Christian who's anti-genocide, who still thinks deep down that maybe Christians are better or the most chosen people. Okay. Like it doesn't, like a lot of religions do that. And I don't like any religion, but I feel like Bad Empanada sometimes miss the forest for the trees. Okay, I don't know what the phrase is, but, you know, I'm sorry. I shouldn't talk about Bad Empanada. I don't know him very well at all. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. All right. Boop.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. But no, I'm far from perfect. My name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all, somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. 'Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
All right, guys, I'm back. Hello. You know what? We need to hand out some boops before we continue. We need to hand out some boops. Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. RL, you get a boop. Boop. RL, I haven't seen you for a while. I'm so glad you're here. Texture Splunky, you get a boop. Boop. Did I give you a boop? Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a brimble. Brimble. All right. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Level 269 MB gets a boop. Boop. TJ gets a boop. Boop. Okay. Did I give you? I got. Alyssa gets a boop. Boop. You know, that's good. No one's getting a bromp. You get a boop too, Dolly Boy. Boop. Of course, level 269 MB. You missed a spot on my nose. What? I missed a spot on my nose. What the hell do you mean, Outer Signal? Okay, hello, Outer Signal. You get a boop. Boop. All right. Who else wants one? Did I miss anyone here? Outer Signal, did I give one you? Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a boop. Boop. Flower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Weird Morris Blob says, a brimble a week keeps the psych ward away. Hilarious. All right. Hello, Normalcy Seeker. You get a boop. Boop. Did anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Okay. Anyone else want a boop? All right. All right. No one else wants a boop. Okay. Oh, yeah. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. I'm sorry, Sir Bart. You get a boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. All right. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. All right. So, there's a little white powder by my nostril. What are you talking about, Outer Signal? You're saying, wait. You missed a spot on your nose. There's a little white powder. Oh, I get it. You're suggesting that I snort cocaine. That's what you're suggesting, Outer Signal. That's what you're suggesting, okay? And no, not always, okay? I take a day off once in a while, okay? So you don't know that for sure. No, I literally don't. I don't do cocaine, okay?
Powdered donut, I see you. Hilarious. Okay. It's this goddamn fan. Okay. And I'm also in a basement, which is, I don't know. It's like I have to dehumidify and shit. Anyway, whatever. I hate all of you. Sneaking powdered donuts during breaks. I wish. I was like, there's something on my nose. I thought that you were saying that there was like snot or something on there. Oh, wait, whatever. Yeah, TJ, I noticed you suggested it, TJ. How dare you, okay? All right. CR wishes he could afford Coke. Sir Bart, you're not wrong. Anyway, okay. Don't worry, though, guys. Let's continue, okay? Really? Dear, I hate all of you. I hate all of you, okay? I hate all of you. How dare you, Outer Signal? All right. Okay. By the way, Mayflower Kid, I know you're going to tell us don't do cocaine. Yes, Mayflower Kid, we promise we won't, okay? Guys, don't do cocaine. That's bad for you. You're not rich enough for that, okay? Only the rich can do cocaine and get away with it. You have to be in Parliament to get away with doing cocaine, all right? All right, so, in Congress, apparently. So, all right, let me take I am taking a little pill, though, let me tell you, because, guys, I need my stimulant. So speaking of cocaine, I basically already have it prescribed for ADHD. There we go. Okay, there's my second dose of stimulant. All right, so let's see here. Dolly Boy's cult contributes to Sam's Coke Fund. Oh my God, I hate you so much. Okay, thank you, Dolly Boy, for that 400 bits. All right. Okay. Everyone ready? Everyone ready? It's dirty tank talk. Hilarious. Okay. So let's go on, guys. Let's find something to watch here. I have an idea of what we might be able to watch. So let's watch what Drusilla sent us. This is called If You Don't Want Apartheid, You're Racist. Okay. Is this going to be like one of those people that's like you're anti-Semitic if you're anti-apartheid or some shit? It is, though. It is Weird Amorphous Blob. It is itchy so often. It is. It is. Okay. All right. So, okay. I know Trump failed. I'm joking. Okay. So you said, yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob, your nose. It is itchy a lot because of this fan that's blowing on me. What is wrong with you people? How dare you? Okay. Whatever. Shall we continue? All right. So, and I need the fan because I need to feel it on my skin. That sounds like I'm a serial killer. You know what? I'm off track. Let's just watch this.
Can you just repeat what you told me? They should definitely what?
Israel shouldn't exist.
Israel shouldn't exist?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the most anti-Semitic thing anybody can say.
Not really.
Not really. So where should all the Jews go in Israel then?
They can.
Okay. What do you mean, Drusilla, that your videos are under average? What do you mean? This is a good video.
Stay there.
They can stay there, but it shouldn't exist. So where are they going to go?
No, it should be Palestine.
Oh.
Yes, based. There should be one country. It should be called Palestine, and it should not be an apartheid state. And it can be multi-ethnic, religious, and multicultural if that's what the people there want. But we can't have a Jewish ethno-state in that. Okay.
Oh my God. This is why the Green Party are going to fail, because of people like you. The vile hatred of Judaism. And this is why Jews are being murdered on the streets of England, because of people like you.
Your opinions on the constitutional arrangements of another country do not have an impact on whether or not you're a bigot.
Jester Maxing.
Right? This is international relations, right?
No, Drusilla. No, that's not what I meant, Drusilla. I meant like as in another one of these videos with one of these people claiming someone's anti-Semitic for not liking Israel. Weird Amorphous Blob, see here, LaQual. But Ireland is an ethno-state. Oh, let's not rehash this argument, LaQual. Oh, my God. Oh, that I got to admit, guys, I felt that was a fine performance on my part when I got to tell that person about ethno-states. But, like, let's not rehash that. That was not... Oh, my goodness. Okay. Let's go back. I don't want to have to debate ethno-states again. Let's go. All right. It's so racist against whites to say apartheid should stop existing. Right? Weird Amorphous Blob. It makes no sense. No, it's exactly Philippies. Just we're not going to rehash this. Okay. Okay. Anyway, that's what I get for allowing. Okay. Never mind. Hilarious.
International relations, whether or not you think Israel-Palestine should be a two-state solution, one-state solution. If you sort of say, I think all Jews should get out of the Middle East, that probably would be a bit racist. There are many people who are Jewish who are indigenous to the Middle East, and that would sort of imply some kind of expulsion, which would be racist. But if you're saying everyone on that bit of land should be able to stay there,
Matt Saiga, I swear to God, Matt Saiga, I know you're messing with me. Please tell me you're messing with me. Yes, you are. Of course you're messing with me. Matt Saiga goes, well, ethno-states aren't inherently bad. I'm going to lose my mind, Matt. I know you're joking because that's what that other person said, Matt Saiga, and I know you're joking because I'm going to lose my mind, okay? Don't you laugh at him, Dolly boy.
What that dude is saying, but it should be one state called Palestine. Fine.
Yes, you are joking.
If you think it should be called Israel, but everyone should get a vote, fine. If you think it should be
an
apartheid colonial state, I think that's pretty racist, actually. But also, that's your opinion about a different country. I feel like we kind of need to separate people's opinions about different countries from like identity politics in the UK. Otherwise, it's unviable.
But she's basically saying if you don't want an apartheid state in this strip, if you don't want an apartheid state, if you're saying that actually we need one state where you have equality under the law for everybody.
Yep.
If you don't want apartheid, you're the racist.
Gwen, yes. So Gwen, if like something pops up that, so Gwen asks, mods have allowed my message. Is that new? So sometimes Gwen, if sometimes the YouTube is super sensitive or Twitch is sensitive. So if you post something that it's not sure of, it'll let a mod okay it before it gets posted. So the mods have little, I guess, what do the mods have? The mods have swords next to their names in the Twitch chat.
Racist. And you're not just a racist, it's the most racist thing you can say against Jewish people. It's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. Jonas, I swear to God. To be a pure and exactly. So guys, okay, I know that's like I didn't actually thought you believed that. Okay, I know you didn't actually believe that, Matt Saiga. Okay, I was just kind of playing along because I know the gig. I know you were quoting what the guy said before. Okay, so calm down, Matt Saiga. All right, we all know Matt Saiga doesn't believe in ethno-states. So we all know, guys, Hitler. What a weird way to start that sentence. Hitler imagined Germany kind of like a Serbia. Does anyone know the country Serbia in the Balkans? Okay, it is a very ethno state, and it has historically been extremely violent to its neighbors and very not pleasant towards people that are not Serbian. And yeah, so like, and the idea is that Hitler kind of wanted us to like a perfect ethno state, where taxes mainly only went to making a military that would constantly beat up all the ethnicities around it. And like, so yeah, ethno-states, not good. I don't like ethno-states, okay? Ethno-states always bad, in my opinion. I do not a fan of ethno-states. I do not know of a single ethno-state that has a good, lovely history and that doesn't end up genocidally violent. And yeah, we know that. Okay, right, look, well, yeah, Serbian nationalists have never started a world war. Right? So, okay. We understand that. Ethno-state's bad. Okay. Now then, I can see a scenario where like a brief like state forms that's like a majority one ethnic group as a form of colonial like protection against genocide or something, but then like but that shouldn't be the end state, right? It should become an open state after, and that only happens kind of incidentally as a form of self-protection. Jonas, hilarious. Jonas says, I believe you're ignoring the necessity to accumulate resources for people that look more like you. Hilarious. Okay. No, Matt Saiga, I do not, Matt Saiga. That's my point. Ethno-state's always bad. And by the way, Iceland's not an ethno-state for whoever that person was who said that previously. Okay. All right. Let's go on, guys. I am curious what's happening with the Iran war.
Sorry. Give me one more moment.
Oh, right. One piece of news here. Apparently, okay. Yeah, look, but then it's only like temporary. But like nationalism doesn't have to be ethnic. It doesn't have to be ethno-nationalism, right? Nationalism is about a shared language and shared sort of identity. It doesn't but if you do ethno-nationalism, and you make it permanent, you don't just use it as a way of creating independence. It becomes a problem. If you make a state based off ethno-nationalism, it becomes a problem. Does this make sense? Right. Okay. Drizella, what do you think are the alternatives for the reason for the next World War? All the same reasons that have happened historically, like someone, things escalate after a country makes a mistake. You have a crazy leader in charge, someone, an accidental nuke being dropped. There's a lot of things that could happen. That's a complex question. A lot of things could happen. Okay. Or like Russia invading, go to war against NATO or vice versa. Okay. All right. So Weird North Love, right? Like, and that's my thing. Like, nationalism is great as a liberational thing. It's a way of uniting people against colonialism. But when you start forming a very nationalist state, it can cause issues. We can debate. Okay. I'm sorry. What small clip, Matt Saigai? What small clip did you send? First, before we do that, Matt Saigai, could you send it to me? I don't know where it is. So thank you, Matt Saigai. This is so apparently the UAE has bombed Iran. Which is interesting. We're still waiting to hear about the peace agreement.
About that yet.
Okay. All right. Let's go on Matt Saigai. Yeah. So sorry, I know I quickly moved from that. All right, this was sent by Matt Saigai. This is called yes, Iran has been attacking them. I'm not saying that like this is like the UAE doing an act of aggression, or but like the UAE is kind of an aggressive state because it supports American military bases and stuff like that. Regardless, apparently UAE has bombed Iran. I haven't seen this. Let's watch.
Violence and imperialist brutality that America has committed and the capitalist international order that we uphold is entirely artificial and farcical. The blood on our hands was spilt in service of the liberalized capitalist international.
Spitting facts. Spitting facts. Yeah, it is Weird Mortis blah. But UAE not good. I'm not saying that UAE is bad. I mean, is good, but I'm just saying that they're responding to what Iran recently did, which UAE is not innocent though. I'm going to start it over. I didn't hear the very beginning. Sorry, guys. I can't because Matt Saigai, here's the problem, Matt Saigai. When it's an Instagram post, I cannot go back to the beginning because I have to quickly unmute it. So there's always a little bit at the beginning that we'll miss.
The violence and imperialist brutality.
There we go. Ah.
That America has committed and the capitalist international order that we uphold is entirely artificial and farcical. The blood on our hands was spilt in service of the liberalized capitalist international order that you so idolize. Our coups and our imperialist conquests are committed at the behest of the international corporate conglomerates that our governments
Is that
serve.
so? Don't tell them, Texture Splunky. They'll know how incompetent I am.
America is not and has never been the linchpin singeing together the democratic free world. We toppled.
Of course not. Just like the Roman Empire wasn't spreading Roman rights and freedoms to people in the Mediterranean.
Allende to install Pinochet in the 70s, provided financial backing to the fascist Argentinian juntas, supplied unconditional support to Yeltsin, chief architect of the modern Russian oligarchy, and today we bankroll the genocidal apartheid Israeli regime, playing defense in the UN for the anal gang rape of Palestinian prisoners with rusty metal holes. We have set a
Oh, got you, Texture.
global historical precedent for draconian drug laws, upending entire economies with gang warfare driven by the American elites' unquenchable.
Guys, I have nothing to add. Like, there's probably more things I could mention, but like, you only get. Trust me, if she were to list all the crimes of American empire, we would never leave this room, or at least I'd never leave this room. You all wouldn't leave your rooms or public places, whatever.
Desires for
yeah, right. Careful. You gotta be careful. There might be a drone incoming.
and bloodshed. We have set back progress, combating the climate crisis that threatens the imminent annihilation of life on Earth by funneling untold billions into hydraulic fracking and deforestation of old-growth forests on federal lands. The incineration of the Amazon is in service for our appetite for beef. The Israeli state is a product of Palantir, And we sponsored the dissolution of democracy internationally through armed violent coups. We sponsored the dissolution of society through the insidious arm of neoliberal austerity exercised in our name through the IMF and World Bank. These problems are not a product.
Yeah, where is she speaking? Do we know, guys? I don't know. Oh, here we go. A student spoke about the end of imperialism on Hassan. Well, this just ruined the whole thing for me. I didn't realize this was a Hassan thing. Okay, I'm just kidding. Okay. Hassan stream at Yale University over a week ago. Okay. So very good.
Of America per se, but they are an inevitable outcropping of our status as the concentrated seat of the powers of capital on the global stage. We are their principal agents and benefactors. Our interests are their interests. This barbarous monstrosity, this regime of
this barbarous monstrosity, she is spitting facts.
terror and destruction and death that we have created must be destroyed, and it must be destroyed now. Where power should end up and where power should resolve is in the international
Wait, are you serious, LaQual? Everyone was hissing at her anti-imperialism?
hands of human beings, not of governments, not
I agree in your groove. I don't like the music. I will.
corporate leaders, not of
It's kind that kind of makes it cheesier in my opinion, but like I get it. I feel like it would. I'm just sick of that song.
stock traders,
But I love the words.
not of the monsters who would bomb life on Earth into oblivion for another cent in their stock portfolio. Your division
So true.
of the violence and imperialist brutality that America has
I'm sorry. I
committed
just wanted
and
to see the beginning.
capitalist
There we go. Oh my God, amazing. Okay, who is this woman? It just says a student. Can we get a name? Not everything is about Hassan. Okay, we can. There we go. Her name is Kika Dunjevich. Okay, Kika Dunjevich. Very nice. Okay, that was. I have nothing to add. Okay, nothing to add there. So the people were booing and hissing at her. Oh my God, this country, I hate it. Okay. Yeah, isn't it? It is funny. Yeah, that's the weird thing. So guys, a lot of like the students that go to Ivy League colleges are lefties or liberals. It depends on like what field you're going into, I guess you could say, because they are the training camps for the elites. But like the main area of those training camps are law and business and like and international affairs and things like that. But like you can still be pretty cool and go to these places as a student. It's just that overall, that's where the elites send their kids to get a certain kind of training. Yeah, exactly. Some poor kids do get in there. Okay. Like, what do your parents do? How did they pay your education? Right. Okay. And that's the thing, guys. A lot of times, like some people do get scholarship stuff because Harvard and Yale stuff want to look like they're open to other people. So they do let some people in who might be crazy lefties, right? According to them. Yeah. Parenti went to Yale. That's for sure. There are some really bright people who are lefties who did go to these institutions. It's still the elite. It is absolutely elevated, lady. And I'm not. I would rather we only have public universities. It's still an elite training. I'm just saying that, like, yeah. You see what I mean? No, and guys, you know me. I want to get rid of these elite institutions. I'm just saying it makes. Someone made a comment in chat about how did this happen going to Yale or whatever. I'm just clarifying. Okay, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? How did I hate you, Philly? Philly, swear to God, Philly cheese, I swear to God. You and Paul Squaw, I swear to God, I need to keep an eye on you. All right. Yeah, totally. Blob. All right, I like how you referred to the elite training program stealing it. Please do, elevator lady. That's exactly what it is. Okay, that's like where they get sent. It's kind of like in the UK, there's Oxbridge. The elite training grounds are Oxford and Cambridge. All right, let me see here. All right, let's find something else to watch. Oop-a-doo-doo-doo. Okay, let's watch. This is sent to us by Sylvie. Sylvie, oh, thank you, Sylvie. Let's watch what Sylvie sent us. This is another short.
Referring to the result of a chicken's ovulatory cycle.
Okay, so this is was sent to us by Sylvie. Are you still here, Sylvie? I'm guessing you are. I'll have to check. It is called it is called My Favorite Comment So Far Ever. Okay, so let's see what it is. I'm excited for it. Yay. Yay. All right. I need to pull this back up because I keep messing shit up. Here we go.
Cycle as a period isn't really sexist. It's more of an instance of what people would call millennial.
I'm going to start it over.
Referring to the result of a chicken's ovulatory cycle as a period isn't really sexist. It's more of an instance of what people would call millennial cringe. It's the kind of just on this side of the line joke that Zoomers are terrified of because they live in constant fear of being canceled by their own friends. Sexism is the fact that women are expected to endure their menstrual cycles and walk around in society like nothing's wrong. If you want a good laugh, go to Google and look up men attached to period simulator. A period
Oh my God. I went through that. Okay, so this is true. Okay, we make it so that we make it, what's the term? We demonize we force it to be private, this natural bodily function that biological women have, okay? If you didn't know, it's perfectly natural and normal to have a period, okay, to go through this cycle, etc. But then our society demonizes it and makes it seem like this dirty thing, and that you still have to keep, you have to fake it until you make it, right? If you're not feeling great a certain day, right, you better fake it till you make it, or you'll be a bitch. You know what I mean? Even though it's perfectly normal and natural, it's just part of who people are. And we do demonize it a bit, okay? I did, Sylvie. I thought he was conservative. But I actually had the opportunity. Yeah, it's fine and it's cool, okay? It's really cool, all right? I think it's really cool. But regardless, we went to, when I was at university, I took this class called Women in the Developing World, and I had to get hooked up to one of these machines. And I don't know if it was a period machine, but it was a machine that simulated what it was like to have cramps, or it was a combination of cramps versus, or like, what is it called? I'm having a mind blank. Here, classic man misogyny thing. I can't remember the name of it. Where you, when you're about to give birth, and contractions. Thank you, contractions. And I was such a baby. Okay. Oh my God, I was a baby. And most of the men that I saw do it were massive babies about it. Like, I think they got up to like, what, 40 or 50% power, and I couldn't do it. I'm like, no, please, no. Like, and I was like screaming my head off. Such a baby. Okay. And yeah. Okay. So, yeah. And so it's really unfortunate that we force women to put up with something like menstrual cramps, and then they're expected to sort of act a certain way. Okay. I know, Alyssa. I know. Okay. Anyway.
Simulator is a little machine that they hook up to your body, and it causes your muscles to contract in a way that simulates what women go through when they're menstruating. And it goes from one.
Oh God, it's giving me chills. I know I'm a little baby. I know I'm a baby that like women go through this, and I like did it once, like at 40 or 50% power, and it's like a lot. But like, yeah.
1 to 10, 1 being the least amount of pain, and 10 being to, holy crap, I think I'm about to give birth right now. You should see how grown men's souls leave their body when they get hooked up to this machine and somebody turns it up to like 2.5. So
is that so weird? Then I apologize, Weird Reverse Blob. I didn't realize. So, trans women actually have menstrual cramps as well. Then that makes sense. Okay, I suppose because if you do take hormones, I suppose it might kind of put you in that cycle. That makes sense. Okay. So if I'm wrong about that, forgive me. Okay, but that's weird that doctors don't believe you. Well, you know. I would hope they would. That's crazy. All right.
I would say that women being expected to go to work, raise kids, be out in public, and act normal the whole time while their bodies are turning inside out, I think that is sexist. But you being upset that I said period out loud is an instance of your Puritan.
And by the way, I want to be clear. I also want to make something else. Not every woman goes through severe cramps. It's kind of on a person by person basis. Like, by the way, women are different from each other. They're not all the same. So to be clear, not every woman does have severe cramps, but like for some women who do have the severe cramps, yeah, okay. Some women don't go through some of the exhaustion or some of the other symptoms as well. You see what I mean?
Roots trying to make themselves my problem. But now, if y'all had just left the country to the natives like you should have, Then women going through their moon would be allowed to go to their own little village away from any expectation of economic or social responsibility whatsoever, so they could go through their time. Your sisters, your aunts, your nieces, your mom.
Yeah, Louise, there's actually studies of that. I think we've talked about before, when you're a woman, a lot of times everything like pain is minimized, especially if you're a woman of color. Um, okay, how dare all of you saying I'm mansplaining? I hate all of you so much. I hate all of you so much. Okay, anyway, like women aren't trusted when it comes to when they're explaining how much pain they're in. Doctors will typically rate it lower than the woman who's explaining it will rate it, and they don't do the same for men. So women's issues are often pushed off to the side, and not taken seriously. A lot of women's issues are, okay? Or women, for example, if you're going on your period or whatever it may be, and you're not feeling great, whether it be emotionally, physically, because of all the hormonal stuff going on, a lot of people will then assume like, oh, well, she's just so emotional. Like, what's wrong with her or whatever, okay? Like, they start making it seem like it's somehow inherent to women or whatever it may be, okay? And it's just, which really minimizes it, okay? It's a natural thing. It's a natural cyclical thing, and not every woman has a similar experience, but okay, whatever. And by the way, guys, if I sound like I'm over-explaining this, you have to understand, sex ed in this country is terrible, okay? Sex ed in this country is terrible, and you have no idea how often I would have, and I wasn't the health teacher, how often I would have to explain, even to girls sometimes, mainly to boys, but even to girls, and by the way, NBs, NBs too. I would have to explain like what a period is, and like how they're you do not urinate out of the vagina. And like, I'm not joking. Yeah, like it is real dark and we need major reforms in how we teach sex ed in this country. Okay. Like, all right. Moving on.
All the other people in the town would bring you all the food and water you could possibly want. They put on reruns of Bridgerton and Pride and Prejudice or whatever the hell you want.
Paul says the entire modern science of obstetrics is built off the medical torture. Oh, 100%, Paul Squaw. You're 100% right. Paul Squaw says the entire modern science of obstetrics. I'm sorry, I know the word. God, you're all gonna be like, he's such a look at this man doesn't know how to. Okay. Obstetrics, I can't ever pronounce it. Okay, that is built off medical torture and experimentation on black women and girls. Correct. But even then, it is not enough research, okay? Even though they did all this torture and stuff, it was not very good research because it was mainly torture. So we still have a dearth of knowledge in regards to women's medical issues. Most research for most medical conditions have been done through men. And so there's a big gap in knowledge about women's health, okay? And the lot that we do know about women's health was done through torture and experimentation on black women. It is pretty horrific, all right? Pretty horrific. I hate all of you.
Now that's sexist. You could just chill until it passed. Anyway, y'all have a nice day now.
That was really good. That was really good. Texture Splunky, many of my exes can verify this about doctors dismissing them. Yeah, and it's particularly bad with black women, and all the stats show that. Like people, anyway, it's a mess. Can we take women seriously, please? They're human beings. Ooh, shocking, I know. They're human beings. Do you know that women have emotions, and they have likes, and they have passions, and they dream, and they love people, and they have hobbies, and they're people. I don't know if you know that. Ugh. Okay, anyway, so going on. What else? What else we got here? I'm going to find one more to watch. Okay, we saw that one, I think. Oh, no, we haven't. So Louise, this was sent to us by Louise. I don't know have we watched this? I don't think we have. I know. Shocking, Sir Bart. Shocking said, women are people. I got to take a breather, right? Okay. Right. It may have gone the other way, Jonas. It literally may have gone the other way. All right. If men gave birth, it may very well have been that women were, I don't know. It's kind of unclear. So let's see here. Yeah, that's true, Matt Saigai. Okay. That's true. Well, let's put it this way, Matt Sagai. Men think women only have negative emotions about men. Okay, they think that all women's the women have emotions, but they're irrational and they're mainly directed irrationally at men. That's how men view it. They don't understand that women have the same set of emotions that men have. Does that make sense? Like that they're people. Okay, right? Like I know. I'm not trying to overgeneralize about men here. I'm just saying, some men forget that women are people that like feel the same way men do. Like you, right? You know what I mean? Okay, in a lot of ways. LaCroix, lots of men think women can't use logic. Right. Right. Okay. You have that or signal, it might be the case, all right? All right. So yeah, level 2269. Let's watch this. This is sent to us by Louise. It is said Dr. Scholler reacts to Jewish people always get the correct support, but not any other community. Okay, let's watch.
Onto the front page of the Times, and Sarah Sackman, the Labour MP for Golders Green, she's been talking about since that double stabbing in Golders Green of two Jewish men, about how anti-racist groups haven't been very vocal, haven't been outspoken about what's happened and calling for more support, isn't she?
I love her eye rolls. Oh my God, I love this lady. I've never seen her before. I've never seen this woman before.
I hear this accusation all the time that anti-racism groups don't do enough to be inclusive of Jewish people. So I just want to try and call some clarity on that if I can. When that appalling stabbing happened, Keir Starmer called a Cobra meeting. He got together some leading thinkers to ask what more can be done to tackle anti-Semitism. The Met Police called for more funding to protect Jewish communities. The media gave it pretty much its undiverted attention.
Wait, is she Dr. Scholler or is the woman speaking Dr. Scholler?
Days. That is the correct response. That response did not happen when a Muslim woman was targeted by a hit and run, which happened.
Who is this lady down here too? She is spewing facts.
Just the other month, when a woman who was Sikh was targeted by a racial attack because the perpetrator, a sexual attack, thought that she was a Muslim. When 50 mosques were targeted between June and October of 2025, we don't see the same response. Anti-racism campaigners are looking at where the need is. When these appalling attacks happen to the Jewish community, we have the correct response. When it happens to other communities, whether that's women, whether that's LGBTQ people, whether it's black people, whether it's Muslims, not the same urgency is applied. Natasha.
Because they're not viewed as human. That's amazing. Dr. Scholler is amazing. I love this. I'm going to actually subscribe to this. Never seen this lady before. Okay, anyway, but I love that. It is, yeah, because, we don't view, people don't view Muslims as human as Jewish people, and there's a lot of trauma and related to the Holocaust and Jewish folks. So we talked about this yesterday. We actually talked about it a little bit today, I think, too. And I know it's very visible. We've talked about before how for like people in the global South who aren't in the West, I guess you could say, it's very obvious how like even you guys have noticed even how I speak about it. I'm very careful when speaking about Jewish folks and things like that. And like there's because of there's a collective trauma amongst a lot of people in the West because of the Holocaust. And most Jewish people are Europeans. So it's easy for people to feel like they're human in a lot of ways because they're Europeans and or Americans or whatever, they're Western, which makes it easy for people to dehumanize them. I mean, to humanize them, while we view people that are not, white or whatever, do not pass as white as less than, and don't care about them as much. And also, other people, of course they do, Jonas. Like people don't care as much about the massive death caused by colonialism as they do about the Holocaust. Okay. And that's because of collective trauma. And because also, well, there's other reasons too, but yeah. Okay. And so, yeah, it don't often annoys me how, it's like Islamophobia is one of the last few things that is acceptable socially. Not one of the last few. There's also transphobia. Like it seems to be everyone thinks it's okay to go after. Everyone thinks it's okay to go after Muslims. Yay, guys, we just reached 370 followers. Yay. Yay. Okay, yeah, on Twitch, we reached our goal, 370 followers. Yay. Now we need to get to 400. I'm not happy yet. I won't be happy till I have the whole world. Okay, anyway, I'm calm. That didn't sound domineering at all. I'm a cute little angel. Ooh, look at me. Boop, 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 boop. All right. So, I'm not greedy at all or narcissistic. Okay. So, LaCroix, the states that caused that trauma with colonialism are still around. Right. Yeah. Yeah, LaCroix, exactly. Okay. And, I try to talk about it, but like you can see though how I get extra worried because I know the pushback I might get. Okay. I might get, and you guys saw, I got some of my videos demonetized by even mentioning Israel or like by talking negatively about Israel. Okay. Yeah, but Matt Saiga, yes, but that's the thing, right? Because I live in a Western context, I will like, there's a lot of resources that will come after me if I do, in fact, you know, say something the wrong way. And it doesn't really matter too much, but like, you know, you see what I mean. But bye, Fetty. Love you very much. Mayflower, Jesus, CR, power tripping. You know I'm joking, of course. All right. No, Drusilla, 370. I only have 370 followers now on Twitch, but we're getting it up there. Okay, it wasn't that long ago. I only had like 3, so I've only been doing this for like 10 months. So, okay, but we're getting up there. All right, guys. Let me try one more here. I'm kind of slowing down. I'm getting kind of tired. We'll do one more, and then maybe I'll head out. Can share your brain with a silent. Ooh, Fetty. Is Fetty, are you still here, Fetty? God damn it, Fetty disappeared right when I found a good video sent by Fetty. Let's watch this. Let's watch another Israel-Palestine thing. This is Mike Lynch takes on Gaza genocide denier. Okay. Yeah. No, correct, Jonas. And I think over time, Jonas, Matt Saigai, I'm going to kill Matt Saigai. Okay, I'm not going to kill you, Matt Saigai. I said I'm going to lose my mind. I almost threatened you, Matt Saigai. Which I can't do. But not like literally kill you. But like, anyway, whatever. So, Matt Saigai, you said you need to learn from Hassan on doing launch streams. Matt Saigai, I am not rich, okay? I am not rich like Matt Saigai. I mean, not Matt Saigai, I'm sorry. I am not rich like Hassan, okay? I cannot pay people to find clips for me and like have a whole bunch of people sit around all the time at my behest doing all the work for me while I sit there zapping my dog, okay? So I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that it takes me time to prepare the streams and that I don't only watch videos made by other people. I actually make content by producing, by creating lessons where I teach you all things that are not just stolen from other people's content, unlike Hassan, okay? So forgive me if I can't always stream all the time because I'm preparing original stuff, unlike Hassan, who just has people send him videos and then he reacts to them, okay? All right, whatever. By the way, I like Hassan. I'm triggered. Matt Saigai triggered me. How dare you, Matt Saigai, tell me to calm down. All right, anyway. All right, no one heard a threat. It was a joke. Okay. TJ, how dare you? TJ says CR, but you still get stun locked like Hassan. TJ gets a bonk. Jesus. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't, LaCroix. He doesn't do anything original. What does he do that's original? I mean, he speaks, but his videos aren't whatever. I hate all of you. Okay, I'm gonna continue here. Let's watch this. He does do some stuff original. I'm lying, okay? I know.
Israelis are not committing genocide. They are not wantonly killing children. They are mounting a war.
Thanks, Dubois. Thanks. Dubois comes in and decides to top off this conversation by saying Hassan is handsome. Thank you, Dubois. Thank you. So glad that you told us that, as if we didn't know, okay?
Of self-defense, in which actually their behavior has been exemplary.
It's too much to say that Zach Polanski is inciting hatred.
Thank you, Sir Burr. I am part of the working class, unlike Hassan.
And anti-Semitism.
No, I guess he is part of the working class, but he's definitely upper middle class.
He's not doing that. He's seeking to find a way where he can be an agent for peace, in my opinion. But he's not inciting any hatred against Jews. I've never seen him do that, and he didn't do that in this interview.
Peace. If you accuse people
Because he believes in peace.
I'm sorry, I was too busy yelling at all of you. What did he say?
Behavior has been...
Aren't I a good streamer? I'm such a good streamer. I'm better streamer than Hassan. Look at how good I am at focusing.
Exemplary.
It's too much to say that Zach Polanski is inciting hatred and anti-Semitism. He's not doing that. He's seeking to find a way.
You know who's inciting hatred and anti-Semitism? Israel. Israel.
Where he can be an agent for peace, in my opinion. But he's not inciting any hatred against Jews. I've never seen him do that.
What? Oh! Oh, my pearls! You're saying he's not? Oh, my God, my pearls! Yeah, no, he's not inciting anti-Semitism, okay? He's not. He is not. And isn't he Jewish, by the way? Isn't he Jewish, by the way? Isn't Zach Polanski Jewish? Am I wrong about that? Like, okay. Matt Saga, I'm not kidding when I say that. Yeah, okay. By the way, if you looked at Melanie Phillips, you'd be disgusted. She literally talks about Muslims like an infestation. Ew, God, really? I've never heard this of her before. Okay.
And he didn't do that in this interview.
Peace. If you accuse people
because he believes in peace, and he believes that the Israeli state has committed mass murder in Gaza and is facilitating the murder of hundreds of people on the West Bank.
But it's a lie.
I believe that's true.
It's a lie. Guys, I've said this before. There is nothing quite as disgusting on. This is an original casual revolt phrase. I haven't said it in a while. It's not original. Everyone says this, but it is one of the most disgusting things on this planet is to deny a genocide. Okay, to say that it's not happening, to just completely deny mass murder. Okay, can you imagine what? It makes me want to cry. It literally does. Can you imagine if you just lost your entire family? You watched your children be blown up by an Israeli bomb. You're still pulling out your belongings and your dead children from the rubble, and some fart like this lady, this Nazi bitch, comes on here and says that never happened. What Israel doing is not a genocide. Okay, you know that's not nothing bad, nothing wrong. Like the slap, it's just like unnecessary cruelty to say that. Okay, and I know I'm sorry, I mean misogynistic. I shouldn't use the word bitch, but I don't care at this point. All right, like genocide denial is really gross, okay? Obviously. It's like slapping the suffering in the face and laughing at them. You're just lying. Your suffering didn't happen, okay? All right. I want you, when you ever see someone do something like this, I want you to imagine I want you to imagine her standing next to a mother in Gaza holding her dead child and saying that. That's what she's doing. The only difference is that she's not near them, okay? She's far away and she's safe in this room. But it's the exact same thing. It's just that she's not present. So what we really ought to do is we ought to have these people go and say that to the peoples in Gaza's faces and then see what they think. They probably still will say it anyway, okay? But it's absolutely repulsive. It's one of the worst, the most disgusting things you can do is to deny genocide. And I can promise you, if you go and if you talk to a historian who specializes in genocide and has read all the documents and heard all the stories, you're going to get punched in the face if you tell a historian who's an expert on this that these things didn't happen. Because you don't ever, even if you don't experience a genocide, even reading about these things is traumatizing enough that, okay. Yeah, she probably would have spit on them. Yeah, TJ, there you go. Yeah, seriously, Sir Bar, it's like pure evil, like Sauron level evil, okay? Like orc level evil. Matt Saigai, even if she's standing in front of a Palestinian mother who lost her child, she will look in their eyes and say it. I believe it. I believe she would, okay?
As well.
But it's a lie.
It isn't a lie. I'm not believing a lie.
Yes,
okay, most people are on those marches because they want the war to stop. They want the attacks to stop, and they want peace in that.
Look how, oh my God, she's so mad. Do you see how mad she is? She's like, oh, you're saying the truth. She's going to lose her mind, okay? Jesus, okay.
Region between two peoples. That's why the majority of people are there. That's why I went there, that's why my trade union supported those marches, and that's why our members came out.
Okay. All right, let's watch what Jonas sent us. Is this the same woman?
There's a lot of stuff going on in the
Who is this lady? What is her name? Melanie Phillips? Okay. I'm terrified to hear what she's going to say. Okay. All right, let's listen.
There's a lot of stuff going on in the Islamic world which needs to be vigorously opposed. It's a threat to the core values of the West. It should not be tolerated. If you talk about the rape and pimping gangs being mainly perpetrated by Pakistani...
God, this is so gross. I don't even know. Okay. This shit, the same old shit. Oh my God, can they get a new script? It's always the, the sex gangs, the Pakistanis going, like, look at all these Muslims going and assault. Okay. Can they get a new script? Jesus Christ. They're so uncreative with their Islamophobia at this point. Like, at the very least, can you make up something new? Can you make up some other bullshit so we don't have to keep hearing the same thing over and over again? Okay.
Heritage Muslim men, you're immediately accused of Islamophobia. The problem with Islamophobia is that it criminalizes legitimate and necessary discussion about Islam. And one of the things...
Okay. Literally, her country, some of their elites were just embroiled in a child sex scandal vis-a-vis Epstein. Okay? So, do you see what I mean? So you think she thinks this is an Islam thing, that this has to do with Islam? She's disgusting. She's disgusting. Okay, I know, Sir Bar. I know, me too, okay? My blood pressure's going up. I'm trying to stay calm, but okay, let's see. I'm sure she has other great things to say. Let's hear it.
Things it criminalizes or seeks to suppress is the criticism or identification or acknowledgement of Muslim anti-Semitism. There is a disproportionate...
Oh my God. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Do I even have to add any, like, let's just get through it.
Proportionate amount of anti-Semitism in the Muslim world. The Muslim world is one of the most anti-Semitic cultures.
Huh, I wonder why. I wonder why there might be some people in the Muslim world who have bad views of Jewish folks. I wonder why that might be. I wonder who's to blame for that. Do you think it is those Muslim folks, or do you think it is the state that claims to be a Jewish state that keeps representing itself as representing Jewish people, who is mass murdering Muslims and displacing them from their land on a daily basis? Oh, I don't know. That sounds like a Muslim problem, right? If there's just something wrong with Muslims, okay? How dare they feel assaulted and killed and that they're being pushed off their land, okay? Like, all right. Dubois, does anyone here watch Hakeem? Because I think there's some videos of Hakeem's that would be great for CR to watch. Yeah. Maybe some of his videos. Some of his videos I've liked, but okay. Some of them I haven't liked, okay?
On Earth, and is responsible for much of the uprising against Israel and the Jewish people that we've seen since October 7th. It's been led by Islamists. In all the...
Matt's like, here's the thing. So I don't like, guys, let me be clear. I don't really like the phrase tanky, and Matt's like, I'm not saying this against you. I think the word tanky is used to demonize people, okay? No, I'm not going on, no, I'm not going on an ML tirade, Lacroix. I'm literally saying I don't think tanky is a good phrase, but I think sometimes people who, yeah, Hakeem has a lot of good videos, but he also has some videos I disagree with. But I say this about everyone, right? Okay, so if that makes sense, yeah, no, exactly. Like MLs aren't like out there like screaming for like tanks to roll in and like kill people and shit. Okay, all right, but all right.
Decades since we first became aware of Islam.
I mean, I guess it depends, right? I'd probably be overjoyed about it too if it were. I can't say this on stream, but I'm okay with some level of that happening to certain people. But anyway,
extremism.
Thank you, Lacroix. You phrased it better. He can sometimes be ahistorical. That is my concern. Okay, that's it. It's not like that big of an issue.
Islamic terrorism. There's been nothing at all. There's been no.
No. Yes, Weird Moore's Blob. You're actually right, but I'm like. That's my point, though. The word tanky implies that there's like this love of authoritarianism or like a love of that. It's as in like that's what ML's like. They just like authoritarianism for the sake of liking authoritarianism, okay? That is a simplistic argument, and that is not true. MLs make arguments to support, will occasionally support authoritarian actions in pursuit of what they view as a greater goal, or what a lot of us view as a greater goal. Does that make sense? I'm not saying I necessarily agree with it. I'm just saying the phrase tanky implies that y'all just like violence for violence sake, and I don't think it's true. Okay? That's not, it's a sort of a demonizing word, if that makes sense. There's more context to it. Whatever, we're going to continue watching this.
Acceptance or acknowledgement there is any problem whatsoever in that community.
I hate this lady. I can't stand her. I can't stand her. I can't stand her. All right. I can't stand her. All right. All right. Well, thank you, Jonas. I'm going to have very angry nightmares about that lady. All right. I'm going to put my face up. Yeah. No, I agree, Weird Wars Bob, but he's not deliberately dishonest. He's just sometimes... And guys, I nitpick a lot of people's history videos, but like he'll do... he has some confirmation bias, but like, yeah. That's true. Okay. But like everyone does, okay? So my last is funny. Okay, we'll do one funny. Yeah, no, Sylvia, I want to be clear, guys. I'm not criticizing anyone who does use the word tanky. I know that we have disagreements. All of us in here are on the left, and we all have a lot of disagreements on things, okay? Oh, Buddy Swap. Thank you for complimenting my hoodie, okay? But like we all have the same goal, right? We all have the same goal, so it's okay. We can disagree. I just don't like using the word tanky because I feel like it misrepresents ML's arguments. Because I have guys, I know Lacroix's gonna be like, no, you don't. I know Lacroix. I know Lacroix's gonna be like, no, you don't, or whatever. But I have some things I agree with very heavily with MLs. I really do. But I also have things I agree with anarchists. I have things I agree with democratic socialists. That's why I generally call myself a socialist. Yeah, okay. Tanky is just an extremist for lefties. So the idea here, Louise, so the word tanky is sort of a, yes, it is. It's a referral to Tiananmen Square. So the word tanky is sort of used to refer to MLs, Marxist-Leninists. It goes all the way back to like Eastern Europe, what Soviet Union did in Eastern Europe. But like a lot of people associate with Tiananmen Square. It refers to socialists, Marxist-Leninists who support the actions of the Soviet Union and China. Now, that is an underestimate, but that's the implication there, okay? And it kind of implies that you're an authoritarian lefty. They're a lefty that enjoys like the tanks rolling in and crushing people, which to me is an oversimplification. Okay. I think it's an oversimplification. A lot of ML's approach don't approach it as we are we're like pro violence and cracking down on people. It's not like a love of authoritarianism. It is the thought that certain tactics adopted by those states were necessary for the time that they were in. Does that make sense? Okay, it was one of the splits within the English. Correct. Yeah, yes. Yeah, when it was Blob. Yeah, no, exactly, Sir. And that's my point, Sir Bart. I have some views, guys. I have some views that could be labeled tanky. Okay, if you want to view, like, I think we need to have a strong hand in regards to some of the people in our society. Now, I do not support a lot of the actions that the Soviet Union and China did. Okay, so that's where I disagree with a lot of MLs. And by the way, for the MLs in here, I'm not really talking at you. I'm talking to the people who don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, but like, so like, you see what I mean? I feel like it's a kind of distortion. Yeah, okay. It's always funny to me when I hear people call Hassan tanky, right? These could never have. Yeah, no, and guys, I love it though, Philly cheese, right? I feel like, guys, this community, I have never been in a community that can actually have these conversations without hating each other. Yeah, Sylvie, okay. And I might be under-explaining it, but does this make sense to everyone? And for the oh my God, whoops. I almost called you tankies. For the MLs out there, am I doing you justice? Okay, if I'm not, tell me. Am I doing you justice? Okay. Okay. So Yeah, no, exactly, elevator lady. And like for the MLs, guys, I agree far more with MLs than I disagree with them. And honestly, the things I disagree on are just pet peeves of mine because I studied history. So like I get into little historical pet peeve arguments and you can see I get really worked up. Okay. Yeah, no, okay. LaCroix, I have a pretty nuanced view on Stalin and Mao, but since I don't think they're the most evil people to ever exist, it means you're a tanky. Yeah, okay, yeah, all right. All right. Right. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I'm reading what other people are saying. Okay, let's go on. You have a funny, let's watch Druzilla's funny, and then I'm going to go, folks. Matt Saigai, you asked before, am I going to do an After Dark? I'm not going to do an After Dark tonight, Matt Saigai. But I'll do one tomorrow. Okay, so guys, tomorrow, if we get enough contributions, I'll do an After Dark stream, all right? Okay, yeah. And to be clear, yesterday I kind of was yelling, or not yelling, but snipping at an elevator lady and Weird Amorphous Blob. Honestly, I was having an emotional moment, okay? Because I had gotten into an argument with someone earlier, and I was like, I need a scapegoat. I didn't actually do that, but anyway, I hope you guys know. Weird Amorphous Blob knows what she's talking about. She's read more than I have on these things. Elevator lady knows what she's talking about. Okay, let's go here. Let me see here. Tomorrow's gonna be a movie. Why? Tomorrow night's gonna be a movie. Why? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm gonna be drunk or something, Weird Amorphous Blob? Okay, I don't know. I don't know why I said that. All right, let me see here. Okay, elevator lady, I know. I'm sorry. I'm openly apologizing. Elevator lady says the only thing that bothered me is that you said I knew more than you, and I don't. I got you, elevator lady. Okay. But you know a lot, elevator lady. Okay. All right. All right. Sometimes. Yeah. Let's go on here. I'm gonna see. Okay, this is a funny one sent by Druzilla. It goes right on what we were talking about with women, etc. Okay, with women. And I will, guys, to be clear, can I just say something else too? One last thing about this ML thing, all these dirty MLs out here. Okay. I suspect that when push comes to shove, if we ever get to the scenario where there's going to be a massive change in society, if you know what I mean, I suspect the correct tactics will become obvious to most of us. You see what I mean? I feel like reality clarifies the necessary tactics. Okay. Does that make sense? So we might disagree in some ways over tactics, which is what we mainly do, but reality on the ground typically is very revealing about what are the right tactics. So we might disagree now, but none of us really know for sure until, you see what I mean, Sir Bart? Until that time comes, we can debate tactics, but in the end, we won't know until the scenario comes when we need to figure out what the right tactics are, okay? Anyway, so none of us really know for sure, but we have the same goal. Okay, moving on. So this is sent to us by Druzilla. All right. So here we go. This is sent us by Drew. This is called Tampon Shopping with Timmy. So first of all, welcome Swapesto. Welcome Swapesto. You said it's never going to come commie regard. I'm sorry. What do you mean, Swapesto? Would you say that again? I'm not sure what you mean. You said it's never going to come commie regard. I don't understand what you're saying. Would you explain? All right. Yeah, Sylvie. Okay.
In the pads and no, get up off the floor. It's fine. This is the whole aisle. Why are there so many? There are lots. There's a lot of different brands. That's just sort of like your basic commercialism. But there are both pads and
exactly, LaCroix. I'm trying to see if I can get an explanation because it's a trap, LaCroix.
And tampons back on the ground. Get up. You saw someone you know. saw like a friend from school. It's okay. They don't know, and they should know that you're learning how to be like a good, supportive young lad. You keep like going up and down. Like,
oh, I got you, Sepesto. Okay, I got you. So you said you meant to say the R slur. Okay, you're cute. You're cute. Have fun in the void, Swapesto. Have a lovely day in the void. Okay. It's a shame. Thank you very much, Matt Guy. Okay.
You're drawing attention to yourself. So there's pads and there's tampons, and there's different size tampons and different size pads, and that's all dependent on like flow and comfort. Lots of times people will start with a pad.
I was gonna make it a trap, but I'm like, I'm tired. I have to end the stream soon, so we'll just do a ban. Okay.
Because tampons, those are like more discreet, and they have to be insert.
Thank you, Matt Guy.
I've been nervous about saying the word insert to you, and now I know why, because you just ran through all of the product behind you. That's all hair care product that you've knocked onto the ground in your attempt to not be seen and be discreet. So why don't you come back over here to the pads and tampons with me, and we're gonna shop. We're gonna shop for your friend. Okay? What do you think Henley would like? And then when we...
This is true. Like, a lot of people get worried. Oh yeah, me too. I'm glad that we did a ban. Okay. I didn't actually know if he was using that R word, but now that we know for sure, bye-bye. Okay. From the Lumpen Prol segment. Ha ha ha, I'm crying. Okay. So I love this.
Get home, we'll just do like some anatomy, physiology discussion so that this makes more sense and you don't have to like dive into other products in the future. Sure.
I love that. Oh my God, I love that. Matt's like, I swear to God. Yes. All right. By the way, can we just okay? The troll is gone. You guys know we don't often get trolls in here. That was really funny, Drizzle. I'm sorry I was distracted. I like that guy. I like that guy. Okay. Yeah. Druzilla, you've been on a roll today. You've sent some good videos. Okay, you sent some very good videos. I'm proud of you, Druzilla. You get an extra boop. Boop. Not that you need me to be proud of you. We rarely get trolls in here, but I always find it funny. Trolls, like, you know, it might be because they're bots. It might be just because they're trolls and they're not that bright. But, like, they always spell things horribly wrong. And I know if I were to be a troll, maybe it's because I'm a teacher, I would make sure I'm spelling that shit correctly. Like, honestly, if people came in here and used correct grammar and spelling when insulting me, I would, like, be more willing to be like, oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I am that word, okay? But, like, when you come in, yeah, it was from Trip. We almost never get trolls on Twitch. When you come in and you, like, can't even spell correctly, all right? Like, come on. It kind of ruins it, doesn't it? All right. At least this one wasn't homophobic. All right, let's see here. Yeah, another boop. Yes, you got 2 boops. Okay, guys. So, what was I going to say? What was I going to say here? All right, so here we're going to go, guys. I am going to go. I had a lovely day streaming today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. The commies send their regards. Yes, I don't know what that was, LaCroix. Okay. So I'm going to go today. I will stream again tomorrow, of course. If we get enough of contributions tomorrow, folks, I will do an After Dark stream. Yeah, poor trolls with dyslexia. I will see you all tomorrow, okay? And you all know what I'm about to say. Guys, by the way, I'm going to send the people on Twitch to another streamer, so do not leave yet. How dare you? Don't you leave, okay? I'm going to send the people on Twitch to another streamer. But first of all, what am I going to say, guys? What am I going to say here? What, Lurking Snow Leopard? Don't give me that look. Lurking Snow Leopard, you get a boop. Boop. I don't think I gave you one before, Lurking Snow Leopard. I'm so glad you're here, okay? So first of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Lurking Snow Leopard, why are you so mad at me? And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. We live in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms. We need revolutionary change, okay? We need revolutionary change, okay? You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't do it. Don't stand in the center. By the way, guys, I might actually stream later tonight. I'm just thinking about it. I might do a second stream tonight. We'll see. If any thing big happens in the news, just keep an eye out. You know the notification shit, okay? You know the notification shit. Okay, anyway. Anyway, so on the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. You cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please don't let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, a bunch of you left already because you're traitors and heretics. But I'm going to go over to send the people on Twitch somewhere. That's true, TJ. That's fair. Okay, let me see here. Who to send to? Does anyone have a suggestion? Anyone have a suggestion of who I could send y'all to? Suggested collaborations. I don't know what this shit is. Francais, geek, Francais. Anyone have a suggestion? Bye-bye, Weirdomorphous Blob. No? Okay, fine. I'll find someone. Fine. DJ Mule? What the fuck is that? I don't trust you, LaCroix. Who is this DJ Mule? Is it like a Zionist or something? DJ? Yeah, I bet. DJ Mule. Left wing. Oh, okay. Anarchist, UK politics, communist.
Jewish
okay, cool.
puppet master.
Let's do it. I'll send you over to him. Okay, he has a.
But you just can't write it, chat. You just can't write.
Okay, well, we'll go send him to here. Here we go. We get DJ Mule, raid. He's an ass? What do you mean he's an ass? Okay, whatever. I'm going to do it anyway. I don't know who it is, but if you guys don't like him, you don't like him. I hope he's not too much of an ass. Okay. Raid DJ Mule. We'll do him next. Paul Squall, remind me next time, and I'll try to remember to send to them too. This is the first one I saw. Oh, no, you're fine, Duval. You didn't cause turmoil. Okay, raid DJ Mule. Start. All right, guys, the raid is begin. Oh, God damn it. He doesn't allow raids. Okay, fine. JFK rotting it is. JFK rotting it is. Of course he doesn't allow raids. Cultic leftist. All right, we'll do Jake rotting. All right. After all of that, let's do it. There we go. All right. JFK rotting. Everyone, we're doing a raid. Everyone, okay, so please join the raid if you want to join. We're going to JFK rotting, which was suggested by Paul Squall. All right. Tanky, shaking my head, right? Okay. All right, so let me do the raid. Everyone ready for this? Have fun, guys. Have fun with JFK. Represent the community well, folks. You'll get extra boops. I'll hand out extra boops. Ooh. Okay, bye-bye, folks. Have a good day. All right, for those that are still on here, I'll see you tomorrow or later tonight, okay? Bye-bye.